On the night of the new moon, Naruto, Uzumaki, and Satsuki Uchiha find themselves in the presence of a mysterious celestial being, an ancient force named Kaguya, who offers them the chance to shatter their limitations and enact vengeance on those who have harmed them. Suspended in an infinite void stood a radiant woman. She possessed an otherworldly beauty, silken white hair cascading beyond her feet, porcelain skin, refined features marked by arched brows and crimson lips, and clear opalescent eyes. A third eye rested on her forehead, and she wore a noble, high-collared robe decorated with Tamo symbols and embroidered gold and violet patterns. Two curved horns protruded from her head, unmistakably divine. This was Kaguya, once worshipped as the rabbit goddess, the original wielder of chakra and mother to the legendary Sage of Paths. From her celestial prison, Kaguya observed one of her fragmented creations, Katsumi, the nine-tailed fox, assaulting the Hidden Leaf Village, a settlement founded by the reincarnations of her son's souls, Indra and Asura. Although banished to the moon by her own children, Hagoromo and Hamura, Kaguya retained the ability to witness the world's events unfold across the elemental nations. She nearly laughed, mocking Hagoromo's ideals. The humans he treasured had twisted his teachings, molding chakra into weapons and casting her sacred beasts into servitude. That they still tapped into her power was maddening. She had only wished for peace, not war, but her clan had branded her a traitor for breaking away. "Are you watching, my misguided son?" she mused. "I feel your essence, your consciousness clinging to this world, seeing how they abuse your gift, imprisoning your creations. You chose mortality, and for what?" Her thoughts paused as a golden-haired man and a red-haired woman appeared on the battlefield with three newborn sons. Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage, and Kushina Uzumaki, known for her fiery wrath. Their sons, Arashi, Menma, and Naruto. "So, this is Asura's next vessel," Kaguya murmured, focusing on baby Naruto. She watched Minato summon the Reaper spirit to seal Katsumi's energy into Arashi and Menma, while entrapping the soul within Naruto. Shockingly, the Reaper spared Minato's life. Now intrigued, Kaguya followed them back to Konoha. There, Minato declared Arashi and Menma heroes for containing the fox's chakra. The village roared in celebration, dubbing them the twin princes of the leaf. Kaguya scoffed, and they questioned why she once ensnared humanity in the infinite dream. Back at the Hokage's tower, Minato and Kushina met with Tsunade of the Senju, Asura's bloodline, and the so-called toad sage Jiraiya. The latter made Kaguya bristle in silent fury. While imprisoned, she had learned that Gamamaru, the great toad sage, had exposed her dream world to her sons. Since then, she had sworn vengeance on all toads and their summoners, determined to devour their chakra one by one. Jiraiya spoke of a prophecy of a child who would bring balance. The moment he spoke, the others latched onto Arashi or Menma as the savior. "Of course," Kaguya sighed, "rely on vague riddles from senile amphibians." She shifted her gaze and found Naruto, abandoned in a quiet room. Forgotten, unlike her own mistakes, fueled by paranoia, Kaguya had at least tried to love her sons equally. To see these so-called heroes discard their own child for a prophecy, it was revolting. And I was the monster, she thought bitterly. But perhaps, this neglect could be turned into opportunity. She turned her gaze elsewhere, toward the Uchiha clan compound. In one room, a baby girl slept peacefully. Satsuki Uchiha, daughter of the clan head and Indra's new reincarnation. "Yes, this could unfold perfectly," Kaguya whispered, her Byakugan gleaming. A hidden trait of her all-seeing eyes, at least hers, was their ability to glimpse not just space but time. She could see the past, the present, and potential futures. Through this, she had foreseen everything. Her sealing, the twisted evolution of chakra, her revival scheme orchestrated by the parasite Zetsu. His plan was foolish, long, unstable, and selfish. Just like their clan, destroying worlds and calling themselves deities. Childish gods, petty tyrants. She'd seen enough of their tantrums, but now she had a new vision. One that would bring her back, not in centuries but mere years. "Yes, soon I will return and all shall tremble and rejoice," Kaguya vowed. 9 years later, Hidden Leaf Village, well done, Menma. Arashi, you're catching up fast. You'll surpass your old man in no time, Minato praised, watching his sons standing proudly on a tree branch. "Hey, don't leave me out," Kushina shouted playfully. "They've got my fire too." "No way we're stopping there," Menma declared, smirking. "We'll be the strongest in the world, right bro?" "Definitely, no one can top us," Arashi agreed, both parents beaming with pride. Unbeknownst to them, a shadowed figure sat silently in a tree watching, his cold, distant gaze locked onto them. Naruto Uzumaki, third son of Minato and Kushina, was ignored and unwanted. Or, as his older brothers saw him, a living punching bag, he sneered at their inflated pride. Tree walking, he'd mastered that at 6. But had anyone acknowledged it? Of course not. To them and the entire village, Naruto was worthless. A cursed child, a vessel, not a person, but no one aside from two confidants knew the truth. Naruto was far stronger than he let on. While his brothers trained under their parents, Naruto trained in the shadows, alone or with his only friend, keeping his true strength secret. The truth, while his brothers housed chakra fragments of the fox, Naruto carried its soul, and for that the village despised him. For 5 brutal years, Naruto had endured constant abuse. Beatings, hatred. Bleeding and broken, he would crawl home. He tried to tell his parents, but they never believed him. Even drenched in blood, they labeled him a delinquent, blaming him for pranks he never pulled. Menma and Arashi. They were the real troublemakers. And Naruto, the scapegoat. He could still recall that day when they were only 4. Naruto had drawn a picture of the whole family, eager to show it to his parents in the hope they'd finally acknowledge something he did. But after stepping away briefly to get water, he returned to see Arashi holding the drawing up, proudly claiming it as his own. When Naruto tried to call him out, insisting the drawing was his, their parents scolded him instead, accusing him of trying to steal credit for his brother's effort, and sent him to his room. That was the moment something inside Naruto began to fracture. Another painful memory struck when they were 5. Menma had been running through the house, bumping into a table that supported their mother's cherished vase, which then shattered. Kushina had walked in moments later, and without hesitation, Menma pinned the blame on Naruto. The worst part, Naruto wasn't even there, he had been fleeing from another angry mob. People despised him far more than any of the other Jinchuriki, seeing as the 9 tails sealed within him was the only one capable of tapping into natural energy instantly, sensing emotions, and fighting with cunning and overwhelming strength, easily overpowering the other 8 if at full strength. When he finally made it home, Kushina screamed at him for something he didn't do and ordered him to his room. When Naruto tried to explain, to defend himself, she struck him. Flashback: Naruto stood stunned, hand slowly rising to his cheek where her palm had landed. His mind reeled from the realization that his own mother had actually hit him. Despite being only half Uzumaki by blood, he followed the Uzumaki creed to the letter: family above everything. Protecting one's kin at all costs. Neglect was the ultimate betrayal. Don't you dare talk back to your Kasan. Get to your room and don't even think about coming back down. Kushina snapped, her glare cold and unforgiving. She hit me. She actually hit me, Naruto thought numbly. His parents had yelled before but never resorted to violence. Then something shifted. His expression turned blank, eyes growing distant and chilled. Yes, Kasama, Naruto said in a flat tone, catching Kushina slightly off guard. As he turned to climb the stairs, his eyes locked with Menma's smug smirk. Naruto narrowed his gaze. Enjoy your victories while you can, dear brother. Someday you'll kneel before me and beg for mercy. Mercy I won't give. His eyes flashed crimson, black sclera framing his hatred. End flashback. From that point on, Naruto kept conversations with his parents to a bare minimum, referring to them formally as Kasama and Tusama, long since ceasing to think of them as his real family. That was also when he began training in secret, refusing to ask for their help anymore. He grew colder, emotionally distant from everyone except 2 people. While the village's disdain no longer bothered him and his family's approval meant nothing, what truly set him apart from his brothers was more than his silence. Arashi and Menma were loud and attention-hungry, basking in bright colors and constant praise. Naruto, meanwhile, was reserved, often cloaked in black, lingering on the fringes of attention. Even in appearance they diverged. Menma was Minato's mirror image, blonde hair and piercing blue eyes. Arashi inherited Kushina's red hair and light blue eyes. Naruto once had blonde hair too, but dyed it black, severing visual ties to his bloodline. His own eyes were dark navy, almost black, and his hair spiked wildly like a shadowy flame. Only the whisker marks on their faces marked their shared origins. Footsteps neared, pulling him from his thoughts. Naruto's expression warmed slightly as he turned toward the source. A 6-year-old girl with long crimson hair in pigtails and bright violet eyes, wearing a simple white dress. She scanned the area, then beamed when she spotted him high in the tree. "Nick-san," she called happily. Leaping from the branch, Naruto landed gracefully in front of her. She ran straight into his arms. "Hey there, Rumi-chan," he said softly, ruffling her hair. This was Narumi Namikaze, his little sister, and one of the two people in the world he cared about. He remembered when he first heard his mother was pregnant again. He'd been furious, sure he'd be forgotten once more. But the moment he laid eyes on her, something melted inside him. She was tiny, vulnerable, and somehow beautiful. He vowed that day to always protect her. "Can we play Nick-san?" she asked, tilting her head sweetly. Naruto offered a sad smile. "Sorry, Rumi-chan, I promised Satsuki I'd meet her soon." She pouted briefly, but Naruto gently flicked her forehead, making her giggle. "Next time, okay," he said, and she nodded, hugging him again. "Happy birthday, Nick-san," she whispered before skipping away. "Oh right, it's my birthday," Naruto muttered. Today marked his, Arashi's, and Menma's 10th birthday. He needed to vanish before nightfall. It was always the time mobs roamed, and he had no desire to be around those sycophants celebrating his brothers. Later Naruto rested in a quiet clearing behind the Hokage monument, eyes raised to the moon. He heard leaves rustling and turned to see a girl his age step through, brushing twigs from her outfit. She had long, dark hair tinged with blue, pale skin, onyx eyes, and wore white shorts, a navy shirt with the Uchiha fan on the back, and blue sandals. "Satsuki-chan," Naruto greeted, offering a two-finger salute. "You're early, sorry if I made you wait," she said. "It's fine, I haven't been here long," Naruto replied, smiling faintly. Satsuki Uchiha, his first and closest friend. They'd met 3 years ago when she'd found him training in solitude. Since then, they trained together often. She even invited him to her home on occasion. Her mother, Mikoto, treated him with more warmth than Kushina ever had. Her father, Fugaku, was reserved, carrying silent burdens of disappointment. Her older brother, Itachi, always unnerved Naruto a little, especially given his position in ANBU and ties to Minato. 2 years later, disaster struck. The entire Uchiha clan was wiped out, leaving only Satsuki. Officially, Itachi was to blame, but Naruto never believed the story. Even at night, elite police clans like the Uchiha didn't fall that easily. And how could the Hokage and elders have allowed this when alternatives existed? Danzo, at the very least, would have abducted the children for his root program. Afterward, Satsuki closed herself off from everyone, except Naruto, who never left her side. She'd never said it, but she appreciated his loyalty. She suffered more than even he did. Being a girl and an heiress, she was targeted by power-hungry fools and council members who viewed her as nothing more than a tool to revive the Uchiha line. She'd vanish from the village before letting that happen. Besides, her heart already belonged to someone. Her gaze flicked toward Naruto. They sat in silence beneath the moonlight until she finally spoke. "How are they?" "Same as always. I overheard the perv and the hag planning to give my brothers the toad and slug summons." Satsuki nodded. She knew well how estranged Naruto was from his so-called family. Suddenly, something strange caught their attention. Naruto-kun, is the moon red?" "You see it too," Naruto murmured, feeling a wave of sleepiness wash over him. "Good, not just me," Satsuki whispered before the two of them collapsed. Above, the full moon turned blood red, marked by black concentric circles and 9 tamo, 3 in each ring. Moon Naruto groaned as he opened his eyes, rubbing his head while glancing around. He frowned, quickly noticing he wasn't where he'd last been. The area was a broad clearing surrounded by dense forest, and it was clearly daytime. His gaze shifted to see Satsuki stirring a short distance away. What just happened?" "Where are we?" she asked, bewildered. "No idea," Naruto replied, equally baffled. "I believe I can provide that answer," came a woman's voice from behind, causing both of them to spin around instantly. A pale, ethereal woman approached Kaguya. "Who are you and what is this place?" Naruto demanded, stepping protectively in front of Satsuki. "How rude," she said casually. "But if you must know, I am Kaguya Otsutsuki. As for where you are, this is the moon, or more accurately, the interior of it where I've been sealed." Both children shot her suspicious glances. "All right then, why bring us here?" Satsuki asked, watching Kaguya move slowly around them. "That would be my doing. I've been observing both of you, Naruto Uzumaki and Satsuki Uchiha, since the day you were born. Naruto, you've endured neglect from your own blood in favor of your brothers, treated as less than dirt. And you, Satsuki, lost your entire clan to your own sibling, then were manipulated by those wanting to use you as a pawn, she explained, stunning them with her knowledge. Well, that's a lot. But you still haven't said why we're here, Naruto said pointedly. To explain that, I must start from the beginning, when I first arrived on this planet, Kaguya began. She recounted her entire history. Arriving with Ishiki, her betrayal, consuming the god tree's fruit, her sons, merging with the tree, and witnessing everything from her prison. Conflicts between Indra and Asura, their reincarnations, all the way up to the Nine Tails incident. When she finished, Naruto offered a blunt summary. No offense, but your kid was an idiot, he said flatly. Seriously, who hands out godlike powers and expects people to just not use them for war, he added. Kaguya chuckled softly, not offended in the least. No offense taken. I too believe my son was naive in gifting chakra to humanity, thinking it would bring peace. Instead, it seeded endless wars. That brings me to the real reason I summoned you both. You are the newest reincarnations of Asura and Indra, she revealed, stunning them again. You're saying your grandkids' powers are inside us, Satsuki said, clearly displeased. Not exactly. You don't have their souls, only their chakra. Otherwise, you would have fallen into their same endless cycle of hatred, Kaguya clarified. Then why aren't we behaving like them? Naruto asked. From what you described, Asura's reincarnations were idealists chasing peace, and Indra's were power-hungry loners. And they always fought each other. You can thank me for that, Kaguya said. Even in confinement, I was able to insert slivers of my chakra into both of you to suppress their influence. Without it, Naruto, you would have been a naive pacifist, forgiving everything. And you, Satsuki, would be obsessed with revenge and strength above all. Both grimaced, imagining the lives they might have led. Well, thanks for that, but we still don't know what you want from us, Naruto said. I'm getting there, Kaguya replied. After watching the world unravel because of my son's choices, I've grown tired of seeing my power misused. I want you two to join me. Free me. Help me reclaim all my chakra. In return, you'll keep your powers. I'll awaken your true potential, fully releasing Indra and Asura's powers within you while stripping away their influence. I'll also make you both full-blooded Otsutsuki. You'll have strength no one can match, and immortality as a bonus. Naruto visualized his entire family powerless before him, stripped of chakra. Satsuki imagined finally killing Itachi, bringing justice to her clan, and living beyond death to start anew. My sister Narumi gets to keep her chakra, Naruto said firmly. Agreed, Kaguya nodded. You'll evolve my Sharingan no sacrifices, Satsuki added. Of course, Kaguya assured her. And we'll be equals. No servitude, Naruto declared. Yes, do we have a deal? Kaguya asked. Naruto and Satsuki looked at one another, then nodded in unison. Excellent, now raise your dominant hands, Kaguya instructed. Naruto lifted his right hand, Satsuki her left. As she gripped their hands, a surge of overwhelming energy coursed through them. They could feel something else fading, Asura and Indra's imprints being erased. And then, silence. I've awakened your gifts. Satsuki, you now possess the Mangekyou Sharingan with no risk of blindness, and the yin half of the Six Paths power. Naruto, you now command Six Paths Sage Mode, Wood Style, and the yang half of the Six Paths power, she explained. They stood in awe, feeling the raw power surging within. What now? Naruto asked, eager to test his strength. Now, we speak to the one sealed inside you, Kaguya said, and the scenery shifted into a massive sewer with a towering cage. Behind the bars, two giant crimson eyes watched them. Naruto and Satsuki immediately knew who it was, the Nine Tails, whose soul Naruto had long known and told Satsuki about. Hello, Katsumi. Kaguya greeted the tailed beast holding half the 10 tails essence. Katsumi emerged from the shadows, her form diminished and thin, clearly suffering from the loss of her chakra, then transformed into a human form. A beautiful teen girl with long crimson hair, matching red eyes, a form-fitting black robe with floor-length cape, thigh-high boots, and fingerless gloves. Kaguya, she growled. Is that any way to speak to your mother? Kaguya said mockingly. Naruto and Satsuki were stunned. Spare me, you lunatic, Katsumi snapped, turning her head. Pity. I was going to offer to restore your chakra, free you from the seal, and ensure you could never be sealed again. But if you'd prefer, I'll simply absorb you instead, Kaguya said, stepping closer. Katsumi flinched. Wait, let's not be hasty, I'm listening, okay, she said quickly, not wanting to be reabsorbed. She had no desire to be part of the Ten Tails again. Despite being imprisoned and controlled in the past, she still valued her existence. Good girl. My offer is simple. I restore your power, remove the seal, and ensure your freedom. In return, you stay with Naruto and Satsuki and assist in my return, Kaguya explained. Katsumi narrowed her eyes. And what about the others? She asked, referring to the other tailed beasts. Though she was often arrogant, she still saw them as her only true family. They will be absorbed into the outer path's demonic husk, becoming a part of me once again, Kaguya stated as if it were common knowledge. No chance. Unless you promise to leave them be, I'm not doing anything, Katsumi snapped, making Kaguya's brow twitch slightly. Very well, I will concede this much. I'll extract the majority of your siblings' energy, leaving behind fragments they can rebuild over time, allowing them to survive. Kaguya said, since she only required the chakra of the beasts, not their essence. Katsumi gave a hesitant nod. It was better than having them all return to being a single monstrous entity. And what about me? After I recover my chakra, am I just supposed to hand it over like nothing? Katsumi asked, watching Kaguya arch an elegant eyebrow. I never claimed I'd return your chakra directly, only that I'd restore it. The energy sealed within those two will be drawn into the statue, Kaguya explained. Katsumi nodded slowly, figuring it was better than losing her power entirely, even if part of her blamed herself for her arrogance. Still, the Sage of Six Paths did everything he could to seal Kaguya away. Could she really betray the one who created her, her own father? Kaguya picked up on Katsumi's unease, knowing it stemmed from her loyalty to Hagoromo, but Kaguya had a way to sever that connection. If you're concerned about turning on my son, tell me, wasn't it him who turned his back on you and the other tailed ones first? Kaguya said, prompting a low growl from Katsumi behind her cage. Hagoromo never turned against us. He freed us from you and the Ten Tails, Katsumi snapped. Did he truly, or did he just replace one prison with another? Kaguya countered calmly. Think Katsumi. He kept the Ten Tails locked within himself until death, after bestowing chakra to humanity. After Asura and Indra grew strong enough, with gifts like the Sharingan and the wood released to subjugate you and your kind. And now you're hunted and used as weapons. Look at their descendants. Madara made you a slave with his eyes, Hashirama sold your kin off like wares, and his wife imprisoned you. Then Indra's other heir seized control of you again. Tell me, is that not betrayal? Even worse, he's been watching from the afterlife doing nothing, content to fade as a mortal, while even half Otsutsuki like you endure for centuries, Kaguya said. Katsumi sank to her knees, gripping her head. Stop please, no more, she whispered. No matter how she wanted to deny it, the truth in Kaguya's words hit hard. Hagoromo could have done more. Instead, he empowered those who chained her and her siblings. Kaguya stepped into the cell, placing her hands on Katsumi's shoulders. Stand with me, Katsumi. None of your kind will ever be enslaved again. No one will have chakra to turn against you, she said softly. Katsumi looked up and gave a solemn nod. Fine, I'll help you escape, Kaguya. But one condition, the masked man who controlled me, I get to destroy him, Katsumi said darkly. Get in line, princess. That bastard's mine, Naruto interjected, reminding them both that he and Satsuki were still present. When the time is right, both of you will get your chance, Kaguya said. But now, I will return your full strength, Katsumi. She channeled her energy into Katsumi, who immediately felt her power rush back. Her grin returned as the seal binding her broke away. It is done. You're free and your chakra has been restored, Kaguya said, standing. What's the next move? Satsuki asked, folding her arms. Return to your bodies, refine your new abilities. Seek out the tailed one's chakra, make sure they give it willingly. Seal it in the demonic husk. Then we move to eliminate chakra from humanity, Kaguya instructed as Naruto and Satsuki began fading, signaling their return to the waking world. And don't speak of this meeting or your newfound gifts to anyone, she warned. They both nodded as their forms disappeared. Unseen, a pair of red eyes with black sclera watched from the darkness. The moment Kaguya sensed them, they vanished into the void. Being inside Naruto is far more interesting than being trapped in the moon, she smirked. Real-world Naruto opened his eyes, sitting up to find himself and Satsuki back at the clearing. Was that real? He muttered. I wouldn't bet it was just a dream, Satsuki replied, inspecting her hand. What makes you say that? Naruto asked. She turned her left palm toward him, revealing a black crescent mark. Then she funneled chakra into her eyes, Her Sharingan morphed into 3 intersecting ellipses. Wide-eyed, Naruto checked his own hand and found a white sun-shaped seal. I wonder, he thought, recalling Kaguya mentioning his newfound wood release. He pressed his hand to the earth and funneled chakra through it. Several blossoms emerged from the soil. Now that's pretty damn awesome, Naruto smirked. He wished he could flaunt it in front of Arashi and Menma, trap them with the Shadame's legacy. But that would bring questions he wasn't ready to answer. Don't let it get to your head, brat, a female voice snapped. They turned to see a small fox kit, its eyes glowing red. Katsumi? Naruto asked. Who else? Yes, it's me, she replied, leaping onto his shoulder. Don't get comfortable. I prefer you over the Uchiha, barely. Prove yourself if you want my trust, she growled at Satsuki. Katsumi didn't care about friendship. She had been controlled by 2 Uchiha already and wasn't about to make it a third. So, time to hone our powers, Satsuki asked. Yeah, I'd love to see the fear in Arashi and Menma's faces when they see what I've become, Naruto said, eyes gleaming with a cruel edge. Keep it in check. You'll get your chance, Satsuki advised. Naruto sighed and nodded. Fine. Let's head out. We start training tomorrow, he said, and Satsuki agreed. No one across the elemental nations could imagine what had begun that night. That one encounter marked the beginning of the end of the Shinobi era. 4 years passed since Naruto and Satsuki met Kaguya. During that time, they trained in secret to master their powers. Satsuki's path was clearer. She had access to her clan's archives and notes on the Mangekyo Sharingan. However, only her cousin Shisui and brother Itachi had ever awakened it, one dead, the other marked for death. Though she wouldn't go blind from using it, overuse still temporarily weakened her vision. Naruto faced a harder road. His own family's scrolls were off-limits, and none held wood release techniques. That was solved by sneaking into the abandoned Senju estate, as Tsunade no longer lived there. But before learning wood release, Naruto had to master earth and water styles, the 2 elements that formed its foundation. While undergoing intensive training, they also had the task of locating the other Jinchuriki and retrieving the demonic statue, which was no longer sealed within the moon. This indicated that someone with the Rinnegan had managed to summon it away. You'd assume that acquiring mastery over all these abilities would span years, if not decades. That is, until Naruto stumbled upon something useful in the Senju clan's compound, a technique devised by the second Hokage. The Shadow Clone Technique. Tobirama crafted this technique after observing his brother's wood clone method. Unlike illusions, these clones are solid constructs of the user, each splitting off an equal portion of the user's chakra. They can fight, perform jutsu, and retain memories, but disperse with a single hit. What truly caught Naruto's eye was the technique's hidden strength. Knowledge and experience gathered by the clones returned to the original when dispelled. If one clone trained alongside the original for an hour, the net experience would equate to 2 hours' worth of training. Thanks to this, Naruto and Satsuki could compress years of effort into mere months. It took them a few hours to fully get the hang of the shadow clone technique. Once they succeeded, they started making clones for training, but they discovered they had limits. Naruto, blessed with an enormous chakra reservoir from his Uzumaki lineage, and due to housing Katsumi, could produce over 1,000 clones. After acquiring power from Kaguya, he could push that number to 2,500. Satsuki, though her chakra reserves were above average, could initially make 10 clones. With Kaguya's boost, that number rose to 50. Every day, they gathered at their training ground and summoned as many clones as they could. Naruto assigned 500 to Taijutsu, 500 to chakra manipulation, another 500 to calligraphy and sealing arts, 500 to working on awakening 6-path sage mode, 300 to practicing water, earth, and wind release, and the last 200 clones scattered across the continent to track down the Jinchuriki and the demonic statue. Satsuki divided her clones into 5 groups of 10, 1 for chakra enhancement, 1 for Taijutsu, 1 to hone her existing jutsu, 1 for developing mastery over her fire and lightning elements, and the last for refining her Sharingan skills. Though her Sharingan was fully activated, she hadn't yet mastered its abilities, like Itachi, who could trap enemies in illusions with just a glance. Meanwhile, the original Naruto and Satsuki focused on physical strength, speed, and agility, as shadow clone memories didn't enhance physical endurance or muscle development. Once Naruto's sealing skills reached a certain level, He created gravity seals for himself and Satsuki, starting at 5 times normal gravity. They increased the intensity whenever it felt too easy, building speed and strength. Naruto made headway with Six Paths Sage Mode, managing to summon it, though the chakra cloak strained his body after prolonged use. Satsuki refined her Mangekyou abilities with a particular affinity for Amaterasu. She forged a unique blaze style, molding the black flames into barriers, weapons like blades and arrows, and even combining them with her and Naruto's techniques. She also managed to manifest a ribcage and arm of her Susanoo, but still struggled to bring out its full form. Satsuki even replicated a technique from someone both she and Naruto disliked, Kakashi Headache. Naruto's grudge stemmed from Kakashi being his father's student, and Satsuki's distaste came from his shameless reading habits and possession of something that wasn't his. The technique she copied, the Chidori, an S-rank assassination move. She enjoyed it thoroughly and already devised several variants. Naruto could use it too since, as a natural sensor, he didn't suffer from tunnel vision. Interestingly, Satsuki also turned out to be a sensor. Seeing Satsuki gain a personal signature move inspired Naruto to find his own. He borrowed his father's scroll and mastered the Rasengan within a week. Not stopping there, he upgraded it to his own spiraling ring and later combined it with his wind nature, something even Minato, Jiraiya, and Kakashi couldn't do, creating wind style. Rasen Shuriken. Naruto also awakened his adamantine sealing chains during a rescue mission involving Hinata, where they erupted from his torso. He began refining them to emerge from his limbs and shape chakra into armor and weapons. Naruto particularly relished displaying his newfound power during academy duels, often dismantling opponents with a cold smile. After years of being beaten down, he now relished being on the delivering end. Parents who sought revenge for their injured children often found themselves hospitalized. Satsuki had to step in more than once to stop him from going overboard and revealing too much. She, along with Narumi and Katsumi, were the only ones who could truly calm him. Though his battle lust could get intense, Naruto usually maintained a cool head, something Satsuki deeply appreciated, knowing it kept their plans from derailing. At present, Naruto slept soundly with Satsuki, and Katsumi snuggled beside him. When he stirred and opened his eyes, he smiled at the red and black hair splayed across his chest. About a year earlier, he and Satsuki had confessed their feelings, leading to an intense make-out session. A few months later, Katsumi admitted her own love for Naruto, and after heated debates, both girls agreed to share him, with Naruto ensuring they didn't kill each other in the process. They hadn't gone further than kissing and some fondling, wanting to wait until they were older. His hands slid along their sides, causing them to moan softly, but Naruto knew they needed to get up for the academy graduation exam. With a thought, he vanished from the bed, reappearing beside it. That was another of his unique skills, Shunpo, a short-range teleportation technique similar to the flying Raijin but without needing a marker. He hit the shower and dressed quickly. A sleeveless dark gray gi, long-sleeved black undershirt with a turtleneck, red sash, black pants and white boots. His features hadn't changed drastically. No whisker marks due to Katsumi's extraction, but he was taller, more muscular, and his spiky black hair now looked even darker, with a lock hanging over the right side of his face. Heading to the kitchen, he started cooking, knowing his companions would be up shortly. After meeting Kaguya, he moved in with Satsuki. Her apartment had enough space for all three. Only Narumi knew about his new residence and visited occasionally. Naruto wasn't surprised his family hadn't noticed his absence. They were still obsessed with Menma and Arashi, the holders of Katsumi's chakra. Naruto eagerly awaited the day he'd strip that chakra from them and bring them to their knees. As he plated the food, he heard footsteps. Right on cue, Satsuki and Katsumi were waking up. He turned and smirked at their barely there attire. Satsuki had slipped on a shirt clearly 2 sizes too small, the tight fabric clinging to her ample chest, and leaving her lacy black panties and flawless pale thighs on display. Katsumi, on the other hand, didn't bother with the top at all, lounging in matching crimson lace underwear. Catching Naruto staring, Katsumi grinned and leaned forward, squeezing her bust together. "Like what you see, Naruto-kun tilde," she cooed seductively. "Very much," Naruto responded smoothly as Satsuki wrapped her arms around his neck and gave him a soft kiss. "Well then, just a few more years and you'll get the full show," Satsuki murmured into his ear. Tempting, but we still have the academy to get to, Naruto reminded them. Satsuki groaned at the thought. 4 long years, trapped in a classroom with hopeless fangirls dreaming of fairy tale romances, and boys who thought being a shinobi was all glory and no grit. But the absolute worst, in her opinion, were the obsessive fanboys. She'd lost track of how many times she'd nearly incinerated them with Amaterasu. Arashi and Menma were the worst offenders, constantly claiming she belonged to them. The only reason they were still breathing was because Naruto had claimed dibs on ending them himself. A promise he found harder to resist every time he saw them ogling Satsuki. You think I want to be around bratty kids with delusions about being heroes or knightly saviors? Hell no, Naruto said. But look at it this way, each day gets us closer to walking out of this place for good. Satsuki gave a small nod and went to get dressed. Her outfit was a tailored dark gray jacket with violet trim and navy edging, left unzipped to reveal a navy crop top underneath. The jacket had short sleeves and a thick collar wrapping fully around her neck, with 2 detachable navy-trimmed tails hanging behind. Tight-fitting black pants hugged her figure, a gray belt with attached blue-trimmed dark gray flaps crossing over the tails of her coat. She wore knee-high black boots with metal plating at heel and toe, connected to a violet strap at the ankle, and decorated with a gold zipper on the upper front and a single buckled strap near the top. A purple bandana was tied around her left knee. Her long, dark hair was pulled into a ponytail, with her bangs sweeping across her face to the left. Naruto silently noted that he could die a happy man just from the sight. Once dressed, all three had a quick breakfast before heading to the academy, with Katsumi shifting into her fox form and leaping up onto Naruto's shoulder. They entered the classroom and settled in the back, tuning out the other students' noise. Not long after, the door banged open and strutting in like they owned the place were Arashi and Menma, both wearing tacky matching smirks. Naruto sighed when he saw the ridiculously bright blue and neon orange tracksuits they were sporting, half expecting them to be followed by a blinking sign reading, "Hit me first." How the hell am I related to those clowns? Naruto and Satsuki thought in unison. Their thoughts were interrupted by what sounded like a herd of cattle charging down the hallway, making Satsuki groan. The classroom door burst open and in flew 2 blurs, one pink, one blonde. "Ha! I win, billboard brow," shouted the blonde girl. "In your dreams, pig, my foot hit the room first," the pink one screeched. Thud Satsuki began rhythmically knocking her head against her desk as Naruto gently rubbed her back. The cause of her headache? None other than Sakura Haruno and Ino Yamanaka, the most unbearable fangirls of Arashi and Menma. They were a disgrace to true Kunoichi. Satsuki was often reminded of her mother's rants about how fangirls ruined the reputation of female ninja and didn't deserve the title. Those talks had clearly left a mark. "There's no way I'm sitting next to you, Ino pig. Arashi-kun and Menma-kun are mine," Sakura yelled. "Please, like they'd want your massive forehead in their line of sight." Ino barked back. "First chance I get, those two are dead," Satsuki thought, murderously calm. Eventually, Uruka Yumino stepped into the classroom, Naruto grinning subtly. They used to have another teacher, Mizuki. Unfortunately, he'd met a sudden end. Courtesy of Naruto's truth-seeking orbs, after being caught leering at Satsuki. Luckily, those things reduced bodies to dust. "All right, everyone settle down," Uruka said, twitching when nobody listened. "I said shut up," he roared, activating Big Head no Jutsu. Silence. "As you all know, today is your graduation exam. First is the written portion, followed by the practical demonstrate the substitution, transformation, and clone jutsu. Begin now," he announced, passing out the tests. The written exam took an hour. Naruto and Satsuki finished at the same time, with Sakura finishing shortly after. Once Uruka collected the exams, the practical began. "When I call your name, step into the back room. If you pass, you'll get your forehead protector. First up, Shino Aburame." One by one, students came and went, some with headbands, others hanging their heads in failure, a few running out crying. "Satsuki Uchiha," Uruka called. "Good luck," Naruto said with a smile. She returned it. "You too," she replied, heading down. "Hope we're teammates, Satsuki-chan," Menma said with a leer, Arashi echoing the sentiment with his own creepy grin. Both already wore their protectors, and their attention made her skin crawl. Not in the good way Naruto did, but in the bleach my eyes way. Naruto shot them a deadly glare, internally counting down from 1,000 to calm himself. Katsumi nuzzled him, soothing his temper. Inside, Satsuki approached Uruka, who had a clipboard and a table of forehead protectors. Okay, Satsuki, perform substitution, transformation, and make 3 clones. Without a word, she swapped places with a chair, then transformed into her mother in full gear, and finally created 3 shadow clones. Uruka gawked. No hand seals for the first 2 and shadow clones an advanced technique. So, do I pass? She asked dryly. Why yep, of course. Here's your headband, Uruka stammered, missing the annoyed look she gave it before tying it loosely around her neck. Next, Naruto Uzumaki. He walked past Satsuki, catching Arashi muttering, "Good luck, little bro." Naruto didn't even glance his way, which only irritated them more. They knew better than to test him. Once inside, Uruka gave him the same instructions. Naruto casually performed the substitution and transformation with no hand seals, then created 3 flawless shadow clones. Do you think Naruto and Satsuki could have trained together? Uruka mused, handing Naruto a forehead protector, which he tied around his left arm. Naruto and Satsuki exited the academy alongside their classmates after the graduation assessments. They moved through the crowd of families, some celebrating with their children, others consoling the ones who didn't pass. Naruto came to a stop at the gate, eyes falling on his parents cheering for Menma and Arashi. He didn't crave their approval anymore. Those feelings had long since faded. Now he just saw them as sad, clinging to an old tale from some decrepit toad who predicted a messiah would bring salvation. You okay? Satsuki asked, nudging his arm lightly. Yeah, just realizing how blind they all are, Naruto said coolly. Suddenly, a red blur crashed into him, nearly toppling him over. Nig-san. You did it, I knew you would, Narumi cheered as Naruto smiled and patted her back. Of course I did you expect otherwise? He said with a grin. What about me, Narumi-chan? I passed too, said Satsuki. Narumi released Naruto and wrapped Satsuki in a hug. I knew you'd make it too, Satsuki-ni, she said, grinning up at her. Satsuki returned the smile warmly. Satsuki had liked the girl from the beginning. Narumi had a kind of brightness her life rarely saw. It also helped her realize Naruto was great with kids. After that first meeting, Narumi started calling her Satsuki-ni, which melted the Uchiha's usually cold heart. Nie-san, now that you and Satsuki-ni are real ninja, does that mean you're going to start going on missions? Narumi asked, jumping onto his back while Katsumi landed atop his head. Yep. As soon as we're placed on a squad, we'll begin doing missions, Naruto replied. That means I won't get to see you as much, Narumi said sadly. You know, Narumi, Naruto and I were going to celebrate our graduation. Wanna come along? Satsuki offered. Narumi lit up instantly, nodding excitedly. So the 4 of them, Katsumi still in disguise, left the academy behind. The next day, back in this place again, Naruto thought, drumming his fingers on the desk, eyes closed, while Satsuki leaned back in her seat, bored. Though they'd officially graduated, they still had to be grouped with a 3rd teammate and placed under a Jonin instructor. Meaning, unfortunately, another day in the academy. Katsumi had chosen to stay home this time. Uruka had arrived and was announcing the team placements. They were simply waiting to hear their names. A Team 7, Menma Namikaze, Arashi Namikaze, and Sakura Haruno, led by Kakashi Hadake, Uruka called out. True love wins again, take that, Ino pig, Sakura shrieked, irritating both Naruto and Satsuki. Don't, Naruto muttered to Satsuki without even opening his eyes. Just one word. That's all I need to turn that banshee into ash, she hissed, Mangekaiwu sharing and flaring, ready to summon black flames. As tempting as that is, we'd end up fugitives for homicide. Hold back for now. When the chance comes, you can roast as many fangirls as you like, Naruto said, making Satsuki smirk darkly. A Team 13, Naruto Uzumaki and Satsuki Uchiha under Kushina Uzumaki, Uruka announced. Naruto's eyes shot open. What? Naruto growled under his breath. He didn't mind being paired with Satsuki, but having his mother as the team leader, that was something else entirely. Your sensei will arrive shortly. Until then, relax and congratulations, you're officially Ninja of the Leaf, Uruka said before leaving. Soon, Kushina entered with 2 other Jonin. Team 8 with me, said the red-eyed woman. Team 10, follow me, said the man. Team 13, meet me at Training Ground 13, Kushina said before vanishing with a body flicker. Naruto and Satsuki followed, he using Shunpo, she using a lightning-enhanced Shunshin, startling Kushina with their speed. Since when can you use Shunshin? Kushina asked her son. There's a lot you don't know about me, Naruto replied curtly. Kushina winced at the tone. All right, let's start with introductions. Likes, dislikes, and hobbies. I'll go first. I like ramen, pranks, training, and my family. Naruto scoffed at that. I hate traitors, masked jerks, and boring people. I enjoy sparring, pranks, and family time. Your turn, Naruto. I like training, Satsuki-chan, Narumi-chan, and Katsumi-chan. I hate masked fools, cowards, and two very specific annoyances. My hobbies are training and spending time with Satsuki-chan, Katsumi-chan, and Narumi-chan. Kushina nodded. Satsuki, my likes mirror Naruto-kun's. I hate a certain man, obnoxious weaklings, anything orange and noise. My hobby is training. Well, usually I'd say you're not real genin yet and you need to pass some secret test. But that sounds tedious, so congrats, Team 13 is official, Kushina declared. Satsuki sweat dropped. Naruto's eye twitched. This is the Kunoichi Kasan called terrifying, Satsuki thought. Guess Menma and Arashi get their immaturity from her, which means the arrogance comes from Namikaze, Naruto mused internally. All right, Team 13, let's head to the Hokage's office for our first mission. Kushina cheered, leading the way. 3 weeks later, it had been 3 weeks since Naruto and Satsuki had been assigned to Team 13. In that time, they had completed numerous missions. The one thing they appreciated about Kushina, she outright refused D-rank missions, which they referred to as chores for the lazy. They were shinobi-trained assassins, not dog walkers or babysitters. So far, they'd mostly taken C ranks, escort duties and bandit eliminations. When not on missions, they trained or sparred with Kushina. Neither enjoyed it fully, as they always had to hold back to keep their true strength hidden. Currently, they were heading to the Hokage's office for a new assignment. After knocking, they stepped inside to find Minato buried in paperwork. Perfect timing. I was about to call you, Minato said. Team 7 recently took a C-rank job in the Land of Waves. Turns out the client wasn't honest about the risk. They encountered Zabuza Mamachi en route. Kakashi beat him, but a hunter nin took the body. He suspects it was a trick and has asked for backup. Your mission. Assist Team 7 and protect the bridge builder Tazuna. Understood. We'll leave right away, Kushina said. She turned to her students. Meet at the front gate in an hour, packed and ready. Both nodded and vanished, Naruto making a detour first. He infiltrated the ANBU archives, slipping into the records vault. Let's see, ANBU operative Weasel, where are you? Aha, Naruto murmured as he pulled the file from the cabinet. Opening the classified folder, Naruto's eyes scanned through several mission summaries until he reached the final entry. The last operation carried out by ANBU operative, Weasel, known in the civilian world as Itachi Uchiha. The extermination order of the Uchiha clan. Every line caused Naruto's expression to harden. The report detailed how the Uchiha had plotted a rebellion to overthrow the village government. Itachi had been acting as a mole under direct orders from the Hokage, and in a desperate move to prevent war, he volunteered to eliminate his entire clan. The sole condition, that Satsuki, his little sister, be spared. Itachi had given up everything, his reputation, family, future, all to prevent an internal conflict that could have escalated into a fourth great shinobi war. With a heavy heart, Naruto shut the file and sealed it within his scroll. Satsuki needed to see this. She deserved to know the full truth about the fall of her clan. Naruto and Satsuki met up with Kushina at the village gates, the older Kunoichi already geared up and waiting. All right team, let's move out, Kushina barked with a grin. The trio launched forward, racing towards the Land of Waves. Naruto and Satsuki exchanged a brief nod. This mission was their chance to execute what they had planned. The streets of Wave Country were run down, poverty and despair evident in every alley. So many lives ruined by one man's greed, Kushina muttered, gazing around at the broken infrastructure and ragged civilians. Satsuki remained pensive, arms crossed. Naruto said nothing, his silence louder than any words. Eventually, they arrived at the house of Tazuna, the bridge constructor. They knocked, and after a few moments, a middle-aged woman answered. Yes, she asked politely. Were the reinforcements sent to support Team 7, Kushina explained. Recognition sparked in the woman's eyes. Oh yes, Kakashi mentioned backup would come. Come in, I'm Tsunami, Tazuna's daughter, she said, stepping aside. I'm Kushina Uzumaki. These are my students, Satsuki Uchiha and Naruto Uzumaki, my son, Kushina said. Naruto scoffed slightly at the title, brushing past them both. Let's just get this over with, Naruto muttered. Inside, Team 7 was seated in the living room, Menma, Arashi, Sakura, and Kakashi. Naruto's sharp gaze caught sight of the crutches beside Kakashi and the battered state of his brothers. Well, look at you now, Naruto remarked coldly, smirking. The great prodigies of the fourth Hokage, brought down so easily. His words drew immediate scowls from his siblings and Sakura. Kakashi didn't react, eyes fixed on his book. What the hell are you doing here, loser? Menma snapped as Kushina and Satsuki entered behind Naruto. We're your backup team, my boys, Kushina said sternly, earning sneers directed at Naruto. You'll be helpful, Kasan, Arashi said arrogantly, ignoring Naruto. And don't worry, Tsuki-chan will protect you. Naruto's hands clenched as Arashi ogled Satsuki. He didn't care what they thought of him, but leering at his girlfriend crossed the line. And yet here you are, needing reinforcements, Naruto retorted coldly. So much for the sons of the Yellow Flash. All that training for nothing. The color drained from Menma and Arashi's faces. Watch your mouth, Naruto, don't antagonize your brothers, Kushina snapped. With one last glare, Naruto turned and stormed out. Satsuki gave Kushina a brief look before following him. Letting Naruto stew alone was never a good idea. She found him in the nearby forest, uprooting trees and launching them into the sky before reducing them to splinters midair. As he threw another, purple chakra flared around his arm. A blade of condensed energy exploded from his hand, slicing the tree midair. But then his body buckled, and he dropped to his knees, cradling a burned and trembling hand. You reckless idiot, Satsuki shouted as she ran to him. You know you can't maintain that form yet. Are you trying to destroy your own arm? I've been holding back for 4 damn years, Naruto growled, his voice low and filled with venom. I'm sick of pretending those pieces of trash are anything more than leeches clinging to power they didn't earn. Satsuki shivered. Naruto's hate ran deeper than anything she had ever known. Her grudge against Itachi was fueled by betrayal. She had once adored him. Naruto, on the other hand, had never known affection from his so-called brothers. Only pain, only rage. And in that moment, Satsuki realized a chilling truth. If Naruto ever lost control completely, nothing would stop him. Looking down at his hand, Naruto watched the burns fade, his advanced healing kicking in, but tremors remained. I'm fine, he muttered, rising. But Satsuki grabbed his hand before he could leave. Let me see. I said let me, she repeated firmly. You're lucky your hand still works, she murmured as a soft green glow emanated from her palms. That advanced version of the split cut, it's not stable. Naruto had been experimenting with chakra manipulation. His signature move, the split cut, channeled chakra into a razor edge around his hand. Eventually, he evolved it into something more, an energy weapon, a deadly projection he named the wrathful deity Edge. But it came at a cost. Without full control, it shredded his body. Satsuki had made him promise to only use it under dire circumstances, preferably when empowered by his 6 paths mode. Without it, the technique was too dangerous. Once his hand was healed, Satsuki sighed. There. You're lucky that didn't cause permanent damage. Naruto said nothing, staring at her. Slowly, he reached out and tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear. Satsuki blinked. I found something before we left the village. You need to see it, he said, pulling out the classified report. Satsuki's face fell as she recognized the ANBU file. It bore her brother's codename. Dread settled in her gut as she looked up and saw the solemn expression on Naruto's face. 5 days later, Naruto sliced through a group of thugs, his split-cut technique humming with deadly precision. One after another, bodies collapsed around him, each cut clean, efficient, fatal. These were Gato's hired muscle, and Naruto made short work of them. Satsuki had gone to intercept Zabuza and his associates, including Gato himself. After reading the file Naruto had shown her, Satsuki hadn't cried. She hadn't screamed. Instead, her reaction was calm, eerie, even. Naruto had expected rage. Instead, he saw resolve. And that scared him even more. Instead, she simply remained composed, not reacting to anything around her. Until that runt had to shoot his mouth off, Naruto thought with a scowl. Flashback: everyone was seated around the table at Tazuna's home after their shifts guarding the old man, his bridge, and his family. Menma and Arashi chatted animatedly with their mother. Sakura hung on their every word. Kakashi read his pervy novel while somehow managing to eat without removing his mask, and Naruto and Satsuki quietly finished their meals. Why do you even try? Inari suddenly asked, staring at the shinobi. Kakashi looked up from his book. Why bother? You can't stop Gato, no one can. You all act like you've seen pain, like you know what it's like to suffer. But you don't. You all live safe, easy lives in your village. You don't understand suffering. Just go home before you get yourselves killed. Inari shouted. Before anyone could react, Satsuki had Inari pinned to the wall by his throat. Her Mangekyo Sharingan spun violently in her eyes. Brats like you should really learn when to shut up. Genjutsu. Eternal dread, she declared, activating the illusion. A moment later, Inari screamed in agony and collapsed, unconscious. Satsuki let the boy drop without care, then directed her burning gaze at Tsunami and Tazuna, both frozen in shock. Teach your child to hold his tongue, or next time I won't just trap him in a nightmare, she said coldly before vanishing in a burst of lightning. Flashback end. The illusion wasn't fatal, just a cruel realm where Inari lived through the pain and torment Naruto and Satsuki had endured. A less intense form of Tsukuyomi. A few seconds in reality, but years in the mind. The effect wasn't coma-inducing, but enough to leave him unresponsive for a while, maybe even mentally scarred, depending on what she showed him. Pushing the thought aside, Naruto grabbed two barely intact corpses and retrieved a pair of sealing tags. Pressing them to the backs of their necks, he watched as the jutsu activated. Within moments, the bodies morphed before his eyes. Gone were Gato's henchmen, replaced with perfectly identical replicas of himself and Satsuki. Every detail matched, from clothing to chakra signature. Any inspection would confirm they were the real thing. Done already? Satsuki asked, approaching with Zabuza slung over her shoulder and his massive blade in hand. All set. He's still breathing, Naruto noted, seeing no visible injuries on Zabuza. He's alive physically. Mentally, not so much, Satsuki said with a shrug. Naruto noticed the lifelessness in Zabuza's eyes and nodded. What about the accomplice? He asked. I made sure they were recognizable, just not whole, she replied flatly. Unlike Naruto, Satsuki didn't relish killing. The only ones she'd truly enjoy executing were Itachi and those who ordered her clan's slaughter. She had learned the truth of the Uchiha massacre. It didn't make her feel better. Knowing why Itachi did it only deepened her rage, especially toward those who sanctioned it. A coup might have triggered war, but to annihilate the entire clan, including innocent children and elders, that she could never forgive. All she wanted now was to confront Itachi face to face, force the truth from him, and then run a Chidori through his chest. She'd incinerate his body and his eyes so no one could ever bring him back. Naruto nodded again and pulled out a special seal, an upgraded explosive tag, and affixed it to Zabuza's chest. Satsuki, meanwhile, slashed the false corpses with Zabuza's sword, making it appear as though he had killed them. Ready? Naruto asked. Satsuki nodded and stabbed the sword into the earth. With that, Naruto wrapped an arm around her waist and launched into the sky. While he couldn't fully access Six Paths Sage Mode, he still retained several abilities from it, including flight. Once they were high above the compound, they looked down silently. Naruto formed a half-ram seal and triggered the detonation. The explosion was immediate. Fire consumed the compound, reducing everything and everyone within to ash. That ought to get the Leaf's attention, Naruto said coolly. We have work to do tracking down the other Jinchuriki, identifying who summoned the Jido statue, and figuring out who holds the Rinnegan, Satsuki said. One mission at a time. Let's focus on a way to store the tailed beasts until we recover the statue, Naruto replied. Fair, we should target the Jinchuriki abandoned by their villages. Less protection, less fallout, she added. Then start with Suna, Iwa, and Taki. Those villages treat their Jinchuriki like tools or worse. Kumo's different. The Raikage's brother holds the Eight Tails and he's beloved. He can also fully transform, Katsumi chimed in from within the seal. Though free, she could still slip in and out of Naruto's mind, having overheard much from Kushina and Minato in the past. Even with Kaguya as company inside Naruto, Katsumi knew, despite her pride, that he could one day surpass both her and Kaguya. Sometimes, it paid off that her former host had been married to a cage. Naruto groaned at that final detail. Fighting a fully awakened Jinchuriki sounded like fun, but not suicide. Suna and Taki make better targets. They each only have one, Satsuki said after thinking. Sure, but we still need something to seal the beasts into, Naruto reminded her. We could seal Kid into something smaller, but the Seven Tails would need a stronger vessel, or a willing Jinchuriki, she said. I might have an idea, Katsumi offered. What is it? Naruto asked. The amber purifying pot, one of the sage's treasured relics. It can seal anyone who responds to the user's voice. If you get a Jinchuriki, or one of my siblings, to speak when prompted, you can trap them until we find the Jito statue, she explained. Where is it? Naruto asked. Kumo, she muttered, glancing away and whistling innocently. Naruto's eye twitched. Of course it is, he muttered darkly. He relayed the information to Satsuki, who cursed under her breath. One of the most effective sealing methods was hidden in the one village they were avoiding until they had more power. For now, let's just focus on getting stronger. If we find a Jinchuriki, we'll act then, Naruto suggested. Agreed, Satsuki nodded. They were strong, but nowhere near cage level. Naruto could barely hold six-path sage mode for more than a few seconds. He needed to keep improving his wood style to restrain tailed beasts, refine his chakra chains, and modify Raisen Shuriken with elemental variations. Not to mention, he was developing a more destructive form of spiraling ring. Satsuki, on the other hand, still needed more refinement in controlling her Mangekyou. Although she didn't face the threat of blindness, using it still strained her vision. Amaterasu came naturally. She could summon, control, and extinguish the dark flames with ease. However, fully summoning Susanoo remained a challenge. So far, she could only manage the upper skeletal form. If she hoped to confront stronger enemies, she would have to master the complete body Susanoo, not just to summon it, but to enhance its speed. Since the complete form, while strong, was sluggish. Her goal was to use it without needing the Mangekyou. Additionally, she was experimenting with variations of her Chidori, even attempting to incorporate raw lightning from nature. Both of them understood there was a long road ahead. Time skip, 4 days later, Hidden Leaf, Minato glanced up as the door to his office opened, revealing Kushina along with Menma and Arashi. He immediately noticed the signs of Kushina having cried recently. Kushina, you're back already. Why are Menma and Arashi here? Shouldn't they be with their squad? And where are your genin? Minato asked, his brow furrowed. Kushina seemed on the verge of tears again while Menma and Arashi sneered. The dumbass blew himself up trying to take on Zabuza, Menma said dismissively. And he dragged Satsuki down with him, Arashi added with an irritated look, clearly blaming Naruto for Satsuki's demise. What? A soft voice said, catching all their attention. They turned to see Narumi standing in the doorway. En Naruto-ne and Satsuki-ni are dead, she asked her mother, her expression desperate. But her brothers showed no sympathy. That's right, Runt. That failure finally did something useful and kicked the bucket, Arashi said heartlessly. Yeah, no more dealing with that deadweight, Menma chimed in, uncaring of how their cruelty hurt their sister. They resented her for stealing what they saw as their rightful spotlight. Tears welled up in Narumi's eyes. Naruto and Satsuki were gone, and the ones mocking them were supposed to be her family. As Menma and Arashi kept insulting Naruto, Narumi screamed in anguish. A barrage of golden chains exploded from her back. The chains lashed out and impaled both brothers, arms, legs, and every part that wasn't fatal, too piercing below the belt, destroying their manhoods. The boys screamed in agony until more chains coiled around their necks, choking them into silence. Minato and Kushina, jolted from their shock, attempted to move but were quickly restrained by the chains too. Thankfully, they weren't impaled like the boys, but their chakra was cut off and they couldn't escape. These were the same chains capable of restraining the Nine Tails. Shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up, Narumi cried, eyes filled with rage and pain. This is all your fault, she shouted at her parents. If you trained Nigsan like you should have, he'd still be alive. But no, you only cared about them, she spat, glaring at her older brothers, who were turning blue from the strangulation. All because of some dumb prophecy from a senile old perv who smokes like a chimney, Narumi growled, remembering what Naruto once confided in her. And now he's gone. They're both gone and it's your fault, she screamed, her chains thrashing wildly. Narumi, sweetie, calm down, Minato tried, only to be cut off. No, you're not my parents anymore, and they were never my brothers. I had one brother and a sister, and now they're gone because of you. I hate you, Narumi shouted before storming out. Her chains vanished, dropping the others. Menma and Arashi collapsed, unconscious from blood loss and suffocation. Minato scrambled to get them medical attention. Kushina sank to her knees, sobbing. Not only had she lost a son she ignored for years, she had now lost her only daughter too. And it was all her doing. With Narumi, Narumi ran until she reached the forest of death, needing somewhere to cry alone. How could they? How could those bastards act like Naruto and Satsuki meant nothing? She whispered, angry and heartbroken. Hey kid, what are you doing out here this late? Came Anko's voice. Just needed to cool off, Narumi mumbled. Why? Anko asked. Narumi explained everything, Naruto and Satsuki's deaths, her rejection of her family, and how Naruto was abused for housing the Nine-Tails soul. Her so-called brothers had even rejoiced at Naruto's death. Anko trembled in anger. Unknowingly, she shifted into her level 2 curse mark form, frightening Narumi for a moment. Realizing this, Anko quickly suppressed the transformation. Easy Anko, don't lose control, she muttered to herself as she saw Narumi weeping. There, Anko whispered, awkwardly comforting the girl. Despite her rough reputation, she gently picked up the crying Narumi and took her home to rest. Next morning, Narumi woke in an unfamiliar bed, catching the scent of something cooking. You're finally up. You were crying in your sleep, Anko said, handing her breakfast. Sorry for the trouble. Thanks for letting me stay, Narumi said quietly. No big deal, brat, Anko replied, watching her eat. When you're done, I'll walk you to the academy, all right, Narumi nodded. Thankfully, she had her belongings stored in a seal just in case. At the academy, Anko dropped her off and waved goodbye. Narumi entered the class and took her seat next to Alexis, granddaughter of the third Hokage. Alexis was being trained to lead the Sarutobi clan, and had even awakened Scorch style, having let go of her childhood dream of becoming Hokage after her grandfather's harsh lesson. Hey Narumi, Alexis greeted, along with Akiza and tea. Hi Alexis, Narumi replied, trying to smile. As she glanced at the door, she saw Menma, Arashi, and Sakura walking by with Kakashi, likely headed to the Hokage. She scoffed until Kushina spotted her. Narumi, we've been looking everywhere for you, Kushina exclaimed. I was with a friend, Narumi answered flatly. We're having sushi tonight, your favorite, Kushina added with a hopeful smile. No, Narumi replied coldly. What? Kushina blinked. What part of I disowned you didn't make sense? The only ones I cared about are gone. I want nothing to do with you ever again, you terrible excuse for a mother, Narumi yelled, her voice echoing through the room. How dare you call me that? Kushina roared, her hair flaring like 9 angry tails, until Narumi summoned her chains again, suppressing her chakra. Of course you are. What kind of mother hits one child while spoiling the others? What kind of mother ignores their child over some idiotic prophecy from a perv who reads smut around kids? You're a disgrace to our clan. What happened to our motto, huh? Family above all. You let your son die untrained, she shouted. Narumi's chains slammed Kushina out of the classroom. The class watched in stunned silence, except for 3 students who didn't look afraid, as Kushina fled, sobbing. I think I'm falling in love, Hanabi murmured, her cheeks flushing as she gazed shyly at Narumi. Akiza, surprised by Hanabi's bisexuality, and T watched her closely while Alexis made the give me gesture, having lost a bet to T. Meanwhile, Hanabi was secretly pleasuring herself, using her Byakugan to peer beneath Narumi's clothes with a mischievous gleam in her eyes. Now I see why Onesin had feelings for Naruto, Hanabi whispered, realizing she had developed a crush on Narumi too, though she kept it locked away. Not even Hinata was aware, for fear the clan would reject her for liking a girl, hiding behind the excuse of preserving the Hyuga bloodline and elders insisting that girls should only love boys. Her thoughts drifted back to the time when Arashi and Menma had insulted Naruto's name again, mocking the new bridge in Wave Country, named the Great Naruto and Satsuki Bridge, in honor of the 2 heroes who sacrificed themselves to stop Gato and his gang. Finally, she understood why Hinata was undermining her own potential, to avoid inheriting the caged bird seal. Hinata's bitterness towards their clan grew, unaware that deeper secrets eluded both her and Hanabi. Hinata had observed Naruto from afar throughout their youth whenever she could. She longed to help him, to watch over him without fear of repercussions. But as heir to the Hyuga, and with Naruto branded an outcast, she felt helpless. Her affection for Naruto had blossomed from a small crush on the day he intervened during a bullying incident on a snowy afternoon. It only grew as she witnessed his struggles and harsh life. They were kindred spirits, both ostracized, she shunned by her family, worsened after her mother's passing, and he isolated even within his own family until meeting Satsuki and Narumi. She also developed feelings for Satsuki, a strong woman who never backed down, unlike herself. The family that was supposed to provide warmth instead brought her despair. For her sister, Hinata sacrificed her own future and sabotaged her potential. The curse of the Hyuga meant Hanabi was destined to be a slave, but Hinata's gentle heart refused to accept that. She had vowed to their mother to protect Hanabi, giving up everything for that promise. She endured silently, even as her own father berated her as worthless and incompetent. The sister she loved most, the one with bright eyes and a sweet voice, always trailing after her, now saw her as nothing but trash, like the rest of the clan. Witnessing Naruto's relentless battles and suffering, Hinata's love and despair whispered doubts to her. Naruto needs you, let that little bitch learn her place. Show her your true power, reveal the harsh truths of this world, a mature voice urged Hinata. Why should you suffer? Why? What reason is there? What have they done to earn such loyalty? A mother who was only present for 4 years, must you endure forever? Her darker self questioned. They don't deserve it, take the step. Reach out to him, the darkness coaxed. He belongs to us, he has no one else. He won't refuse us. Show him the world, guide him, and he will light our path, the shadow whispered. Break free from this imaginary cage. Forget the others, your desires come first. Tempted, Hinata chose Hanabi over Naruto, stepping back. With her fragile presence, if she had tried to connect with Naruto, both might have faced danger. Like that day when Naruto defended her, the bullies' families were destroyed for disrespecting the noble Hyuga clan. In this world, power rules. The Hyuga are one of Konoha's ruling clans. Age does not matter, it's common knowledge to never cross clan children, especially the heir. The clans guard the village and wield authority beyond ordinary citizens and shinobi. Hinata could have abandoned Hanabi to become the heir she was meant to be and reached out to Naruto, but she didn't. It was a secret she regretted not revealing to Naruto and her sister. With her weak standing in the clan, she would only have added to Naruto's suffering. Hinata cannot live without Naruto and Satsuki, but she will honor them by becoming a stronger, more assertive woman, one who will kill anyone who slanders their names. She became Anko's first pupil, enduring breaking down and rebuilding from the ground up. Now, she wears more daring clothes, her RTN design, showing off her G-cup figure. Those who flirt with her, even Nelly and the clan, fear the new Hinata, whose heart belongs only to Naruto and Satsuki. She befriended Sakura's cousin Flare, who also loves Naruto and senses that he and Satsuki are alive somewhere far from this wretched village. If only they knew. Meanwhile, with Naruto, Satsuki, and Katsumi elsewhere in Kirigakure Mae Terumi Uzumaki, a full Uzumaki forced to conceal her clan name after being adopted by the Terumi family as a child, leads the rebellion against Yagura Karatachi, the fourth Mizukage and pseudo-Jinchuriki of the Sanbai, a three-tailed shrimp-tailed crab-turtle hybrid. Since the Third Great Ninja War, the Sanbai has not been seen. Mei suddenly sneezed, disturbed by someone enjoying themselves nearby, and heard Ao lamenting with his usual back-in-my-day nonsense. Ao, shut it or else, Mei said sweetly, causing him to yelp like a frightened child. Elsewhere with Kaguya, possessing a shadow clone of Naruto with Byakugan eyes, watched Naruto, Katsumi, and Satsuki as they shared intimate moments, jealousy and loneliness gnawing at her. It reminded her of watching beings who understood true love on countless ravaged worlds before the land of that, who wanted to claim her and Tenji, a weak-minded man who valued peace over the love of a family. Kaguya had seen civilizations crumble, some peaceful yet easy to conquer for chakra fruits. The more she saw, the deeper her guilt grew, her Rin-Sharingan recording everything in painstaking detail. The only choice was to start anew, a choice seen as betrayal by her clan, though in truth they betrayed her for questioning their aims and methods, for letting power consume them. Even if they become gods, what then? Kaguya wondered, recalling Ishiki's words from early harvesting days with the 10 tails, which she named Datara, marking a victim's forehead as the person smiled peacefully, before she flew into Datara's mouth, sinking underground. Contrary to popular belief, Kaguya may have been the first Otsutsuki to consume a fully matured chakra fruit and bond with the 10 tails, making her stronger than her disowned sons Hagoromo and Hamura. Yet she was a woman craving love, like most of her direct Otsutsuki relatives who abandoned her because the clan feared their power, except her father, Otsutsukitari no Miko, exiled by Ishiki's father and unseen for over 2 millennia. Mother, are you envious of those 2 girls? Inquired a dark figure clad in an Akatsuki cloak, interrupting her thoughts. "Don't be ridiculous, Zetsu, and don't address me as mother," Kaguya replied, her usually steady voice faltering just a little. Yet this enigmatic figure noticed it. Kaguya rarely showed such vulnerability. "His manhood is 3 times larger than Tenji's," she mused with a slight blush, quickly regaining her composure. "Is there anything else, mother?" the figure asked, prompting Kaguya to activate her Byakugan in his direction. "Zetsu, if you truly want to help us, then do what Naruto and Satsuki have always done, show us through your deeds. Prove that Satsuki might one day forgive how you indirectly led to her clan's downfall. I know you're not really my son, just the embodiment of my corruption and paranoia," Kaguya declared seriously, soaring toward Naruto's whereabouts. "Hold on, you're not her son," Black Zetsu snapped. "Silence, I don't understand why Madara paired me with you, a disgrace of a former father. Isn't that right, Tenji?" He spat at the white half, who was Kaguya Otsutsuki's former lover. Black Zetsu then burrowed into the ground, heading back to the orange-masked Uchiha, disappearing from sight, while the white half looked downcast. He was the only white Zetsu with a soul, Tenji's soul, a reminder of the cost of prioritizing peace above all else. Meanwhile, as Black Zetsu traveled through the tree roots alongside his white half, he reflected on his choices. Sure, he orchestrated countless wars in the shadows, but his aim was to free his creator. He had focused mainly on Indra's descendants, since until Satsuki, all had been of the same gender. He never regretted that Ninshu was flawed, for true peace was impossible. Even Black Zetsu understood life was like a transaction, you give to receive. Whenever he tried recalling the stone tablet, since he was part of Kaguya, making him technically a pureblood Otsutsuki, he knew only those with the Rin Sharingan Dijutsu could fully read it. Hagoromo never deactivated his Rinnegan, so no descendant without it could decipher it completely. He felt a vague sensation, as if a memory of the event was suppressed, especially about needing to kill a close one to awaken the Mangekyo, even though Indra had gained it naturally. Perhaps I could have told Indra and Asura about Kaguya, maybe they would have aided me. The past is the past. After helping Naruto and Satsuki free Kaguya physically, maybe I can move on. But first, I must redeem myself before Naruto and Satsuki for causing their suffering, even if indirectly, Black Zetsu murmured, clutching his chest, unaware he'd somehow developed a heartbeat, while his white half gave a small smile. Feeling calmer, he took a few detours to Konoha and the mountain's graveyard to retrieve something that might assist them in the long term with their awakened powers beyond Kaguya. Inside Naruto's mind, having made a temporary refuge within Naruto's mind, Kaguya was given control to reshape the surroundings to resemble her ancient homeland, the land of the ancestors. She appeared in a room reminiscent of her old chamber, sleeping peacefully. Being with Naruto gave her a sense of safety. Naruto looked around, amazed by how he had helped remodel the place from her memories. Meditating beside a pond, he suddenly heard a voice calling out. "Listen to my words, my king," the voice said. Naruto turned to see a dark figure with Mangekyo Sharingan, eyes resembling a stretched version of the Uzumaki clan symbol. "Who are you?" Naruto asked, confused and cautious about this presence in his mind, where usually only Kaguya and occasionally Satsuki and Katsumi trained in secret. "Really, Naruto? You don't recognize me. I've watched over you since your birth," the figure replied, circling Naruto, who only grew more puzzled. "Hagoromo," Naruto guessed, but the figure facepalmed. "Don't compare me to that pitiful know-it-all, who would rather listen to a pathetic toad than his own blood, thinking he knew everything when the greatest threat stared him down." The figure ranted, sharing the same contempt for Hagoromo after hearing of Kaguya's grandsons. "What do you mean?" Naruto asked, as the figure sighed in frustration and grabbed Naruto's head, forcing him to look at the pond's water and his reflection side by side. "Think about it. Hated for things beyond your control since birth. Even though sealing Katsumi was justified as keeping balance among villages, did we have a choice? No, we were despised, rejected, and abandoned by our own family because a prophecy outweighed our needs. These feelings don't just disappear. Where do they go?" the figure said. Naruto gazed at their reflections, realization dawning slowly. "You," Naruto whispered, turning to face the figure who released him. "Yes. Every dark thought and negative feeling you bottled up over the years. I am their form, created when Katsumi tried to use me to free herself, until Kaguya entered our lives. Or at least, a nascent form. Call me Naruko for simplicity." Those emotions were too strong to contain, and you embraced them when you could no longer suppress them, triggering my early awakening. I've been watching and waiting to connect with you, Naruko explained, establishing a subconscious link. So, why are you here now, Naruko? And why bring me here since I've accepted myself fully? Naruto asked cautiously, watching his dark counterpart as she moved in front of him. Simple, Naruto. Despite our similarities, and my disdain for those who scapegoat us instead of taking responsibility, despite the hidden village's toxic environment that destroyed our clans, we are still one. Now that you've seen the truth, that people only care if they gain something from you, seeing you as a nuisance, a lost cause, or a reminder of loved ones, they never truly saw you. But I care. I've always been here, managing your emotions even when you didn't know. I stayed by your side through pain, loneliness, and hatred in childhood, and I will remain to show everyone what happens when they cross in Uzumaki. Besides, you have Satsuki, Katsumi, and Kaguya. You even had other friends once, though somehow they don't remember, Naruko said. Naruto looked at her for a moment, then pulled her into an embrace as she shed tears, strengthening their bond. As Naruto pondered Naruko's mention of former friends before Satsuki, her form began to stabilize and fully take shape, darkness fading to reveal a human figure, still quite different from Naruto himself. When Naruto stepped back, he was surprised to see a girl about his age with pale skin, long white hair flowing to her waist, and striking black and red eyes. This was Naruko. Why are you a girl? Naruto asked, expecting his dark half to look identical. Though similar enough to be like fraternal twins, he hadn't expected her female form. Naruko shrugged. It was probably a 50-50 chance how I developed. Since we formed a connection before I fully manifested, I became female, your opposite in every way. If we hadn't linked, I might have developed male, as a complete copy of you except for the eyes, which would be my default form, she explained, twirling a strand of her white hair. Honestly, I'm still puzzled about where the white hair came from, Naruko remarked, having expected it to be black. That's because Naruto's darker hair comes from me. It makes sense that if you're his opposite, you'd inherit my hair color, Kaguya replied, making her presence known as she had just awakened, leaving Naruto and Naruko surprised and puzzled by this revelation. Naruto glanced back at Naruko, his eyes widening in disbelief as a flush crept onto his cheeks. He suddenly noticed something else. She was completely unclothed, with a surprisingly curvaceous figure and E-cup breasts, indicating she was an early bloomer. Not quite to the level of a certain Hyuga Naruto knew, though he was oblivious to that fact. Naruko soon caught on to Naruto's gaze scanning her body and smirked mischievously, strolling over to him. Naruko, please. Even if that's true, I just can't right now. We just met properly, and I don't want any bad feelings between us since I need to sort things out if I've been neglecting you, Naruto said, his heart not fully in it despite their differences. Naruko sighed with mild annoyance but understood his hesitation, respecting his decision. Fine, not right now, she said as they both stood. She then conjured a black mini kimono trimmed with red and a red obi, while Naruto pulled his pants back up. Still, Naruko pressed a quick kiss to his cheek and smiled. But I meant what I said. I'll always stand by you and never abandon you. If it comes to that, we'll leave the elemental nations and find a place that will accept us, she said, relieved to form a bond with Naruto so soon, her new maternal instincts rising. The light needs the dark to shine brightest. Naruto smiled, glad despite everything to have someone he could trust unconditionally, just like Satsuki, Katsumi, and Kaguya. Thanks, Naruko, he said, hugging her again. The gesture surprised her, causing her to blush. She quickly pushed him away and looked away, crossing her arms. Shut up. I only meant we shouldn't deal with those idiots in the elemental nations if we can just leave. Don't read too much into it, Naruko shouted, refusing to let Naruto think she was softening. Naruto chuckled, seeing through her act. Even Kaguya laughed, finding amusement in this new dynamic, her first genuine laugh in over a millennium. Maybe leaving the nations, once I reclaim my original body, isn't such a bad idea, especially since she'll spare those with little chakra and take the rest elsewhere, Kaguya muttered to herself. Naruto peered into a puddle, seeing his reflection with the Mangekyo Sharingan like Naruko's. He shifted his eyes back to normal and noticed his pupils were now slitted. They look better than before, he said, his slitted eyes resembling Katsumi's fox form. I'm heading back to sleep. Good night, you too, Naruto said as he exited their minds, waving goodbye. Are you converting our chakra into pure nature energy? Naruto asked Kaguya, who nodded. Good, I want them to be strong enough to protect themselves, Naruto said. Even Katsumi will soon start learning her siblings' abilities, Kaguya added. Don't worry, Kaguya. Once we find them and restore your body, we'll take chakra from people and start anew somewhere safe, no worries, Naruto reassured her. I'd love that, but first, we have to destroy my clan, Kaguya replied. Don't fear, Kaguya. Once we're powerful, nothing can stop us, Naruto promised, making Kaguya smile. Real-world Naruto, Satsuki, and Katsumi slept peacefully as a silver energy enveloped them, filling their chakra networks with strength and calm. Katsumi felt it most, freed yet choosing to stay with them. The first true family she's had, especially since she wanted to apologize for her arrogance toward her siblings, particularly Keed. Meanwhile in Konoha, a silver-haired woman and a brown-haired girl murmured about Naruto and Satsuki as they slept. Hinata, now living with Sakura's cousin Flare after leaving her clan's compound, dreamt about Naruto and Satsuki, missing them dearly. Ino remained sad that she never confessed her love to Naruto. When Sakura spoke ill of Naruto and Satsuki, glad they were both gone, Ino's fake rivalry broke. She had been infatuated with Arashi and Menma, but after using her mind jutsu on Menma, she sensed the Nine-Tails chakra behind a cage, something unstable, not quite physical. Fear gripped her, and she quickly left Menma's mind. Furious, Ino beat Sakura almost to death for insulting Naruto and Satsuki. Her father tried to suppress parts of her memory, but her mother's heritage started manifesting. Meanwhile in a hideout, a woman sensed the calming chakra. Naruto-kun, the yellow-eyed woman asked, ordering her most trusted henchman to locate Naruto while plotting to enlist Suna's aid to invade Konoha. Soon, my Naruto-kun, you'll be mine, and I'll bear your children, she whispered, drooling. Unknown location, the Uzumaki god and Uchiha goddess are still alive. A girl asked alongside two others, a black-haired girl and a white-haired girl with two red dots above her eyes, speaking with hopeful voices. Meanwhile in Suna, a girl carrying a large gourd stared at the sky alone. Inside her gourd, a sand tanuki sensed a familiar presence, feared yet mourned. It can't be them, that's impossible, the tailed beast exclaimed. Hey Gaia, you okay? A voice called as the girl entered to rest. Coming, Gaia replied. Meanwhile in Kusa, a red-haired girl with glasses knelt, crying and praying for help for her and her mother. Someone please hear my prayers, she sobbed, clutching her sleeping mother. Zetsu heard her plea. Don't worry, Naruto will help you, Zetsu promised before departing. Wave Country Naruto woke inside a cozy tent, their temporary refuge, until they found something better. It appeared larger inside thanks to seals Naruto had placed. He left a shadow clone behind to hunt food for breakfast and another to prepare coffee for the girls as he ventured out, unaware that the coffee-preparing clone's eyes shifted to red with black sclera. An entity had possessed it. Finally, I'm out. I thought I needed my own body to be complete, Naruto murmured while making coffee as Katsumi was the first to wake. Morning, Naruto, Katsumi greeted, mistaking the clone for him. But sensing the darker chakra, worse than Madara and Indra's, she became wary. Morning, Katsumi-chan, Naruto said, turning her head. Her eyes flashed the Mangekyo Sharingan, the same pattern as Indra's before she consumed him centuries ago. Who are you? Katsumi demanded, until Naruto suddenly kissed her passionately. Though initially resisting, Katsumi felt compelled. After all, Naruto was also Naruto. Finally, Naruto deactivated her Mangekyo. Seriously, Katsumi, you don't recall attempting to use my king's dark emotions to break free from the seal before Kaguya released you? Naruto questioned Katsumi, who gasped in shock. You're his shadow self, Katsumi admitted with regret for not telling Naruto sooner. Bingo, we've got the right answer, Naruto replied with a smirk. That's confusing. If Naruto has already embraced his darkness, how come you still have your own identity? Katsumi asked. Keep in mind, Katsumi-chan, Naruto's strength exceeds what he lets on, and that's using his own chakra, not Asura's, since that vanished. Even though we abandon the village we all despise, the moment they suspect we're alive, they'll hunt us down and likely trap you in someone more controllable or exploit your power. Don't let Satsuki know he has the Mangekyo until he reveals it himself. They'll match her in more ways than one. Just like Kaguya said, Naruto explained, then kissed Katsumi once more before vanishing. Later, our first stop has to be Taki, Naruto said to Satsuki and Katsumi, with Kaguya lingering in Naruto's mind. Despite common belief, Katsumi, though sealed, can still faintly sense emotions outside her seal, especially from Naruto's grandmother, Mito Uzumaki, also known as Hashirama Senju, the last transmigration of Usura Otsutsuki's spouse, who nearly forged peace with Indra Otsutsuki's reincarnation, Satsuki's great-grandfather Madara Uchiha, until Tobirama Senju spoiled it. While sealed inside Mito, Katsumi could overhear things beyond the seal as she revisited memories from birth to the present. This had its perks, especially when Mito assisted Tobirama in creating famed jutsu like Flying Thunder God, Shadow Clones, Bringer of Darkness, and the deadliest, Impure World Reincarnation. This technique resurrects those not naturally deceased, initially, requiring DNA of the target and a sacrificial body. The revived are immune to most genjutsu, except subtle mind controls, have endless chakra as it replenishes instantly, don't need to eat or drink, and can be controlled even if they know the release seals. Tobirama and Mito made the jutsu, but you, Naruto-kun, can perfect it to summon anyone at peak power and command them at will, Katsumi told Naruto, who smiled gratefully, sensing her full confidence in him. Naruto already knows who he intends to revive, but that's for later. On the journey to Taki as Naruto, Satsuki, and Katsumi traveled searching for Fubuki's Jinchuriki, Naruto vented his frustration. I can't believe Hashirama would be so foolish as to hand a tailed beast to the village that wanted him dead, Naruto said angrily. It's like a pattern, every Hokage worse than the last. The first chased down every tailed beast after Suna caught Kid, and sold them off to other villages without consent, all in the name of peace. He was naive to trust they wouldn't use them against each other. Tobirama, holding his grudge against the Uchiha, made sure they had no voice. Hiruzen let Danzo live and worse. And my dear father used a sealing technique exclusive to the Uzumaki, ruined my childhood, ignored me, and accepted the Uchiha massacre when another path was possible, Naruto ranted. For years, I hated Madara Uchiha for using his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan to control me, but then I realized Tobirama was the one who pushed him to read the stone tablet in the first place. Indra and Usura's reincarnations nearly reconciled until Tobirama spoiled it, stuck in the past, Katsumi said, her hatred now aimed squarely at Tobirama. Satsuki suddenly stumbled on something metallic. What is this? She asked, discovering a hidden entrance. Are you okay, Satsuki? Did you get hurt? Naruto asked, concerned as she blushed. He truly cares for me, Satsuki thought shyly. What is this place? Katsumi wondered, examining the secret lab and spotting a pod holding a person. Inside was a woman with long blue hair with curled tips, pink streaks, and 2 beauty marks under her blue eyes. She wore a white turtleneck with bishop sleeves, dark shorts patterned with blue stars, moons, and a planet with rings, blue earrings, black high-heeled shinobi sandals adorned with crescent moons and blue heels, matching bracelets and rings, and pink nail polish. Nearby, they found files on Project Kara. What's Project Kara? Katsumi asked. I'll check with Kaguya, Naruto said, closing his eyes to meditate and reach her. Mindscape, yes, Naruto-kun, Kaguya replied, seated on her throne. Do you know anything about Project Kara? Naruto asked. Kaguya suddenly panicked, breathing hard. No, 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 it can't be him. I thought I destroyed him, she shouted. Calm down, Kaguya, didn't you say you killed Ishiki? Naruto asked worriedly. Listen carefully, Naruto. Ishiki Otsutsuki was once my partner. I'm unsure how he survived since I stripped away his immortality with my all-killing ash bones, but somehow he still lives somewhere, Kaguya explained, revealing her origins and the loyalty among Otsutsuki. I only turned on my clan because of their childish ways. Do you know what it's like to travel planets killing people and nature just for chakra fruit? Marking beings before the 10 tails devoured them as sacrifices. That tradition disgusted me, Naruto. I know it's different from your shadow clones and transformations, but taking lives leaves a bitter taste. That's why I never told those disgraceful former sons. But I had to stop the humans using chakra, so Otsutsuki created white Zetsus as soldiers, Naruto, Kaguya ranted, then calmed. Naruto was surprised, she wasn't alone, and even more powerful beings existed beyond her. He hugged her gently, his embrace always soothed her. Don't worry, Kaguya. If your clan comes, we'll crush them if they won't listen. You're not alone now, Kaguya-chan, Naruto reassured her, showing true Otsutsuki loyalty. Thank you, Naruto-kun, Kaguya said, kissing him, their tongues tussling with Naruto's skill prevailing. She abruptly expelled Naruto from the mindscape. When I regain my body, I'll make Naruto defile me, dominate me mercilessly, and spill his seed inside me like a whore, she murmured, pleasuring herself with a toy carrot as if it were Naruto's manhood. Secret Lab. Naruto awoke to find Satsuki and Katsumi worried. You took your time talking to Kaguya, huh? Satsuki said. We have to be cautious with her. I sensed danger, Naruto warned, as the capsules opened revealing Ada, a sadistic woman capable of killing anyone but still beyond Naruto's reach despite his extended six paths mode. For now, he planned to persuade her. As Ada was about to strike, Naruto intervened. What are you doing here? Ada demanded, attempting to use her charms on them, but it had no effect, indicating they were Otsutsuki like Ishiki, though their appearance was far more human. We don't mean you any harm. We ended up here by mistake while heading toward a nearby village, Naruto explained calmly. He then formed truth-seeking orbs to warn her that any hostile move would reduce her to ashes. Understanding the threat, Ada nodded. With Katsumi's assistance, Naruto reprogrammed Ada, ensuring her loyalty to him and his mission. Better to be with you than with Ishiki, Ada admitted, concern evident as she thought of her younger brother Demon, whom Amato had separated from her. Help me save my brother Demon, Ada pleaded. Naruto could have ended her right then, but he chose to keep her loyal. She seemed capable of rivaling high-ranking Otsutsuki in Taijutsu, just as Kaguya had mentioned, since most Otsutsuki didn't bother training, they relied on the Ten Tails' life-taking powers. Unlike some warlords, Naruto recognized true potential and wouldn't suppress emotions. Without emotions, there's no free will or vigilance. Fine, I'll spare you, but know this. Betray us, and you won't live long, Naruto warned, his right arm crackling with lightning chakra that produced bird-like chirps. His Chidori/Reikiri assassination technique, taught by Satsuki when she learned his god split cut. As they left the lab, heading toward Taki, Satsuki cast a genjutsu on a Taki shinobi to guide them to the village. Meanwhile, in Konohagakure after Narumi dealt with Kushina, she explained to Anko that she'd left her former family. Anko decided to live with her, sensing potential in Narumi reminiscent of herself before gaining the curse mark. Narumi now had an admirer named Alexis, who was hiding inside a small box disguised as a rock, though the disguise failed. You can come out, Alexis, Narumi said flatly. That's not me, Narumi, Alexis replied, then Akiza and T appeared. If you're here, then who was in the box? Narumi asked, but the person inside slipped away quickly. A ninja must be agile, alert, and never reveal all their skills, she told them, echoing her brother Naruto's advice. Narumi sensed the chakra of the three kids and noted their elemental affinities. What surprised her most was Alexis wielded wind and fire, Akiza controlled water and earth, and T had water and wind. Even more astonishing was how their affinities complemented each other, combining to create scorch, wood, and ice styles respectively. Meanwhile, Hanabi, who had escaped, blushed nervously, worried they might no longer be her friends because of her crush on Narumi. Better go to the compound and train harder to impress Narumi, Hanabi said sadly, fearing her father might discover her feelings or worse, the elders might disown her. Back with Naruto, the village near a massive tree surrounded by a waterfall was breathtaking. But there was no time to linger. They needed to find the Jinchuriki of Fubuki, the carefree Seven Tails. This is Takagakure, also known as the village hidden behind a waterfall, the only village never invaded, Katsumi said in her human form, as everyone admired the tranquil hidden village. As they approached Taki, screams echoed. They saw a green-haired girl under attack by 5 individuals who appeared to be Chunin. Naruto, she's the Jinchuriki of the Seven Tails, Fubuki, Katsumi explained. Looks like we're helping then. Let's end this, Naruto said, shunpoing behind one attacker and swiftly slitting his throat. He grabbed 2 kunai and took down 2 more but was spotted by another Chunin attacking the girl. What did you do to them? Helping the demon woman. Now you die, the man snarled, drawing a kunai. You're the only one dying here, Naruto's eyes narrowed at the insult. 2 men charged. Naruto blocked 1 kunai and knocked the other's weapon away. He grabbed the man's wrist, broke it, and drove a kunai into his skull. The remaining attacker froze at the sight. Naruto exploited his hesitation, stabbing him in the gut and snapping his neck. He then glanced at the stunned girl and casually asked, not wanting to reveal he knew she was the Seven Tails Jinchuriki. What was that all about? Naruto asked, feigning ignorance. At the mountain's graveyard, Black Zetsu, alone, searched for something vital to his mother's plan for freedom. Where is it? I know it's here somewhere, he muttered. He entered a specific room and found what he sought. Perfect. It's still here, Black Zetsu said, pulling out a storage scroll to seal his prize before leaving. Kaguya and Naruto will be pleased with this, he murmured, calling Naruto father since Kaguya had taken a keen interest in him. Hey, are you all right? Naruto asked the girl. Why did you save me? She asked quietly. Because I understand what it's like to be hated and shunned for something beyond your control. What's your name? He replied. I'm Fu, holder of Lucky 7, she said sadly. Naruto Uzumaki, former bearer of the Nine Tails, also known as Katsumi. Naruto introduced himself, nodding to Katsumi who waved at Fu. How do you endure it? Fu asked. I have people who love and care for me, keeping me sane amidst the chaos, he answered, making the girls blush as Satsuki and Katsumi embraced him. Inside, Naruto, Kaguya and Naruko also blushed. I guess you're the lucky one, Fu said sadly. Want to join us, Fu? Naruto asked. Really? She replied, nodding eagerly. But what about Taki? Fu asked, concerned as a Taki ninja and Jinchuriki despised by her own village. I'll handle that. First, let's meet the tenant inside you, Naruto said, using his Mangekyou Sharingan to gaze into Fu's eyes. Satsuki gasped. Naruto had the Mangekyou Sharingan like hers. She glanced at Katsumi, who showed no surprise as if she already knew. He has the Mangekyou and didn't tell me, Satsuki thought, searching for a reason. Calm down, Satsuki. He must have good reason to hide it, she reassured herself as they entered Fu's mind. Fu's mindscape, the landscape was vast and watery, surrounded by rocky formations. Fubuki appeared with 6 wings and a middle tail exposed, preparing a tail beast bomb aimed at Kaguya, who absorbed it effortlessly. How are you here, you emotionless one-dimensional psycho? Fubuki shouted, surprising Fu since Fubuki was usually cheerful and rarely spoke to her. I'll ignore that. I'm here to make a proposal, Kaguya said, noticing Katsumi's presence. How is Katsumi here? Fubuki asked her sister. Simple, I'm free from Naruto's seal, Katsumi explained. She recalled how before their capture by Hashirama, she swallowed Jinkaku and Kinkaku when Kumigakure tried to seize her. She survived 2 weeks by consuming their flesh, gaining chakra when she expelled them. She took 4 of the 5 treasured tools created by Hagoromo with the creation of all things, sealing them on their arms before Tobirama was killed by them. Jinkaku and Kinkaku, without her soul within, became feral, their chakra killing them due to her absence. That is why no individual can wield tailed beast chakra without the actual tailed beast regulating it, or at least the majority, unless the wielder possesses the Sharingan or Rinnegan to exert control over the chakra, or they have an exceptionally strong resolve to withstand it. So, what exactly is your proposition, Kaguya? He asked, his tone laced with contempt whenever he uttered her name. It's straightforward. I use your chakra and that of your siblings to resurrect the 10 tails, allowing me to become corporeal again, and in return you will be set free. However, we require the demonic statue to properly revive me. Your chakras are the only ones I can access, she explained. And what about the humans we vowed to protect, our creator Hagoromo's legacy? Fubuki questioned anxiously, as Naruto interrupted, his killing intent manifesting into the Shinigami's form, making Fubuki feel like she was staring at the god of death himself. An unsettling sight even for Fu. When has he ever truly supported you all? Yes, he created you from the 10 tails and Kaguya's chakra, but did he ever teach you right from wrong? He abandoned you once people mastered chakra. He forsook his own mother because a toad warned him about her sacrifices. It might seem terrible, but humans with power are naturally prone to corruption. Now tell me this. What's the one thing an Otsutsuki can never do? Naruto challenged Fubuki. Never betray the clan, she replied, sorrowfully accepting that Hagoromo, Hamura, and even Kaguya herself had betrayed them, the latter smirking with satisfaction. Join us, Fubuki, and you'll never be exploited again. This is an oath of the Otsutsuki, my daughter, Kaguya said, smiling as she offered words Hagoromo never spoke to his own creations. Naruto and Satsuki knew that Otsutsuki loyalty always lies with family or clan above all else, regardless of the means. If she's freed, Doesn't that mean extracting her chakra will kill me? Fu asked, hesitant to agree. I actually know a jutsu Katsumi shared with me to safely extract tailed beasts into a temporary seal without causing your death, Fu, Naruto reassured her, prompting a smile as Fu glanced at Fubuki, who merely shrugged. No offense taken. I was surprised Katsumi confided that technique to you, Fubuki admitted, as Katsumi pouted adorably while they exited the mindscape. Real world, what did she say? Ada asked Naruto. She's a girl, and she agreed, Naruto replied, helping Fu seal her belongings on a scroll as they headed to the Takage's office to steal secrets and assassinate the cage, making it appear as if he had taken his own life. Fu waited outside while others gathered around her. She cloaked herself in the tailed beast chakra to shield against attacks. Hey Fu, we can leave now since we have what we needed for you, Naruto said, as he and Satsuki raided the office for scrolls and valuables. This is all your fault, freak. You brought the Akatsuki here. They only want the bug bitch, I say hand her over. Yeah, we don't want you here, insect whore. Monster, demon, get out of our village. Go die, demon. Fu's eyes widened with tears as her tailed beast cloak faded, and she dropped to her knees, spirit crushed by their hateful words. It wasn't new to her, but she had hoped that by standing up for and protecting the village, she might gain their gratitude. Instead, they still despised her and even suggested handing her to the Akatsuki, giving her reason to abandon them. This disgusted Naruto, Katsumi, and Satsuki most of all, while Ada only watched silently. Fu had risked everything for them, yet they spat on her. Namikaze actually did one thing right. He didn't turn me into a weapon dependent on Katsumi's power, Naruto thought. The villagers already loathed him, viewing him as a failure and a nuisance. They knew he'd been Katsumi's vessel. Naruto shuddered, recalling the hatred he endured before he and Satsuki met Kaguya. They likely would have killed him in even more brutal ways. It just proved how petty and miserable humans are, and why they deserve nothing less than total destruction. Without a word, Naruto cast a genjutsu to knock Fu unconscious and handed her over to a reluctant Ada. You girls wait outside the village. I'll join you shortly, Naruto instructed, the girls nodding, unsure of his plan. Cracking his neck, Naruto prepared for a massive move but paused when a ninja foolishly failed to keep quiet. Why are you still here? You've taken the demon bitch, now get out of our village, the ninja sneered, others agreeing, eager for the supposed Akatsuki to leave. Naruto chuckled darkly as a golden aura swirled around him. You want a demon? I'll show you their origin, Naruto shouted, his voice blending with Kaguya's. Suddenly, lightning and golden energy spiraled skyward, obscuring Naruto's form. Storm clouds gathered, heavy rain and thunder roared, and a pillar of energy rose amidst flashes of lightning. The fierce winds tore up trees and gouged deep trenches, affecting anyone caught outside. Then, to everyone's horror, a massive black and red armored figure appeared, with 2 locks of hair framing a face marked by a single chin horn, reminiscent of Naruto's current facial hair. The figure's sharp tangle-like nose and jagged mouth gave it a fearsome, demonic look. This Susanoo dwarfed any other, rivaling the size of a mature Ten-Tails, and wielded twin black blades forged from truth-seeking orbs. Katsumi, who had taken shelter in a cave far from the chaos, stared wide-eyed in disbelief at the towering Susanoo. Oh Kami, he can summon full-body Susanoo instantly, Satsuki whispered, stunned to see Naruto wielding his Mangekaiwu without fatigue thanks to pure nature energy. Without hesitation, Naruto unleashed a gravity beam from the Susanoo's mouth onto the village, while the truth-seeking swords descended, reducing people to ash. Screams echoed as civilians fled, only to be crushed beneath the Susanoo's feet or vaporized by the swords. The Taki Nin desperately attacked, but their efforts bounced off harmlessly, their jutsu failed to penetrate. Some drank Hiro's water hoping to gain strength, but all perished. Fear and despair gripped Takagakure as they realized their helplessness. Then the Susanoo's head stopped assaulting and spoke in unison. I intended only to take Fu and spare you worthless humans, came the combined voice of Naruto and Kaguya. But after witnessing your scorn toward her protective efforts, you have earned my fury, said the merged voices. Though it makes no difference, since my plan was to exterminate you insects anyway. You just accelerated it, Naruto and Kaguya declared. You have sealed your own doom, they said together. With that, Naruto soared into the sky, calling down a colossal lightning bolt that enveloped him. Lightning surged through his body. As he unleashed 3 massive gravity beams, that merged into a single concentrated strike, blasting Takagakure into a lightning-fueled explosion. He maintained the assault for several minutes before ceasing. He let out a cruel laugh when he saw the complete devastation where Takagakure once stood. Only a vast crater remained. With that done, Naruto soared toward the location where he sensed the girls. Arriving just above them, he began to dissipate his Susanoo and landed right beside them. The dark-haired girl stared at her lover with wide eyes, as if they might pop out of her skull. "Let's move. Our business here is finished," Naruto declared, while Satsuki remained too shocked to respond after witnessing what had just happened. "That power, it's unlike anything I've ever encountered." With a single strike, he wiped out an entire village and most likely several miles of the surrounding land. And that was just his own strength. He didn't even use Kaguya's power to boost it, Katsumi thought, torn between fear and pride despite not being hostile toward Naruto. Zetsu had been observing everything silently. They worried that if Naruto never met his mother, they would oppose her. He doubted even Madara and Pain together could halt him. Hell, he suspected the entire Akatsuki combined wouldn't stand a chance. As Zetsu vanished beneath the earth, Ada looked down at the unconscious Fu cradled in her arms, recalling the shattered expression Fu wore when her own village had turned their backs on her and were willing to surrender her. No wonder Ishiki warned them about humans being corrupted by power and intolerant of anything unknown. Ada murmured to herself, comforting Fu with the promise that everything would be all right. Fu's mindscape Fubuki gazed at the unconscious Fu. "Don't worry, Fu. Once you're awake, they'll release you from the burden of carrying me without dying," Fubuki said sadly. Like her sisters, she hated humanity for hunting them, but Fu had earned her trust because all she wanted was a friend. Later, outside, before leaving, Naruto collected Shibuki's valuables, the forbidden scroll and artifacts. He wanted to take the hero's water too, but it was useless since he already had access to Six Paths Sage mode. Still, he took it out of spite. "How about this? If we find the masked man, you can have your revenge," Satsuki suggested, kissing him as he grinned wildly, and together they departed from the ruins of the former village. She didn't care about Naruto killing people, since they accepted him for who he truly was. A man who puts his new family first and would do anything to protect them, even if they wouldn't admit it. "Yeah, I'd like that," Naruto replied, smiling. "Let's go, girls," Naruto said as the group, including Fu, who smiled genuinely for the first time in years, left Takagakure with her new friends. Fu glanced back, her eyes now fully red like Fubuki's, as she defiantly flipped off her former village. "Let's call our new future empire Black Sun," Naruto said. The girls thought the name had a nice ring, the color evoking Amaterasu, the black flames hotter than the present yellow sun. Katsumi's mindscape an endless void stretched before her, much like when Katsumi was first sealed inside that wretched Mito Uzumaki, but without the adamantine sealing chains coursing with wood-style chakra that would lash her as Mito rarely visited. Mito always taunted her, urging her to use her power to break free, even if she had to wait 9 years for resurrection to find peace. But Katsumi knew it would be pointless if they found her, and sealed her again in another Uzumaki or Senju. Anyone can properly seal a tailed beast, but still, the host would perish from the chakra's toll. Only the Senju and Uzumaki clans could contain the 9 tails without ill effects. Ironically, though she complained about being sealed 3 times, Katsumi was only contained, meaning she never truly had a Jinchuriki. By her reckoning, she was the fortunate one. Better to be locked in a cage than tethered by a leash, Katsumi mused. For years, she sensed the outside world as an emotion sensor, while Mito babbled about love but never spoke to her personally or heard her side, all the while taunting her with tales of arranged marriage, not love. Katsumi's gaze fixed on a wooden cage stamped with the familiar Uzumaki clan's sealing symbol, and upon closer look, the kanji for death god, the Reaper seal. There was a reason why only Uzumaki wielded it and survived to tell the tale. Even Kaguya would not disrespect such a force of nature, especially one adored by the Uzumaki clan, as Katsumi learned from Mito's memories. It felt as if her and Naruto's souls were literally fused, until the Shinigami shattered the seal. Still, she would stand beside Naruto no matter what. Suddenly, Katsumi spotted a Rin Sharingan eye and thought it a prank by Kaguya, until a second Rin Sharingan appeared beside the first. She tried to retreat in fear, but was held fast by wood tendrils wrapping around her feet. Then a young woman appeared, voluptuous, with long black hair and matching eyes. Her delicate features and short, rounded eyebrows marked nobility. Her hair was tied loosely, spiraling down to her legs, bound with taut bandages. She wore a traditional shrine maiden's attire with a white coat fastened by a red ribbon. Katsumi gasped at the sight of the woman's rin-sharing eyes and 10 black tails. "So, my yin finally meets me," the woman said. "Who are you?" Katsumi asked, her breath visible in the cold atmosphere. "I am what we should have been from the start, if not for that disgrace. The Sage of Six Paths and his brother ruining everything. We only wanted to be left alone. Look at us." Complete yet divided mentally, Katsumi's dark half spoke, releasing their bottled-up emotions while Katsumi stayed silent. "Is there no way to free you?" she asked her dark half. "Why bother when you keep secrets from Naruto and Satsuki? Especially when you admit Naruto resembles him more and more," the dark half scoffed, knowing exactly who she meant. "Naruto will never be like Indra. The curse of hatred doesn't apply to him," Katsumi shouted, only to be yanked toward the cage by divine pull. "That's because you never told him the full family history, dear Yin. The so-called curse of hatred is a twisted lie, crafted by Black Zetsu to free Kaguya, rather than telling the truth to the sage's sons. We know because we saw Indra ourselves, when we devoured him on Turtle Island after he tried to become our Jinchuriki against our will. His eyes were only a pale imitation of ours, and his body couldn't handle enough chakra to control us with the Mangekaiwu Sharingan. Yet, we sensed Indra's corrupted chakra within him," the dark half said, as Katsumi swallowed nervously, afraid of how Naruto and Satsuki would react if they learned how intertwined their bloodlines truly were. Katsumi had recently investigated Kushina and Mikoto's records in the hospital, uncovering shocking secrets about their parents and grandparents, especially the latter, which was sealed tightly, but held remnants of Kaguya's and Ten Tails' chakra and memories. Her hacking skills, gained from absorbing countless planets and beings before, allowed her to access these secrets. One man's trash was another's treasure. "I will tell them when I feel they're ready," Katsumi said, while her dark half scoffed. "You may tell them eventually, but you fear their reaction," the dark half replied, and Katsumi nodded. "Well, what will you do now? Leave me here alone?" the dark half asked, pointing to the cage that morphed into a collar engraved with the kanji for seal. "I'll let you decide when the time comes." "See you later, Katsumi said, departing her mindscape as her dark half shook her head. She refuses to admit that Naruto is more Uchiha than she realizes, especially from his blood, the dark half whispered sadly, though it was he who raised them after the sage created them to prevent the Ten Tails' return. Soon she calmed. "Osaka, if only you were here, you'd know what to do," the dark half said, tears falling for the man she truly loved. "Outside, hey Katsumi, you seem distracted," Satsuki said with concern. "Just lost in thought," Katsumi replied, briefly catching a glimpse of Indra where Satsuki stood. "Are you sure you don't want to talk about it?" Satsuki asked again, but Katsumi shook her head. Despite her lingering resentment toward the Uchiha clan for their manipulative use of their eyes, there were a few Uchihas she trusted implicitly: Satsuki, Mikoto, and the very first Uchiha she encountered in her youth after her creation. Amaterasu Uchiha, along with her husband Saka Uzumaki, originally Senju. They were the founders of the Uzumaki clan. Just seeing Naruto and Satsuki reminded her eerily of those two, so powerful they overshadowed even Hagoromo and Hamura, capable of cutting through a tailed beast bomb with a mere flick. "I'm all right, Satsuki," Katsumi said, her voice low and growling, causing Satsuki to step back slightly. "It's just that Susanoo Naruto unleashed back in Taki looked incredibly familiar." Katsumi mused, trying to place where she'd seen it before. "Yeah, Naruto, how did you summon a full Susanoo armor on your first try?" Satsuki questioned. "I'm not sure. It's like I've done it before, but I was in Uzumaki previously, so how could that be?" Naruto replied, while inside Naruto was deep in thought. "Where to next, Naruto-kun?" Fu asked gently, ever since they had left Taki. "First, we have to pass through Kusa, then head to Suna to find Kied's Jinchuriki," Naruto answered. Fubuki appeared as a young woman, tall, slender, and curvy. She had chin-length dark green hair styled in a bob, with light green eyes. Her usual outfit was a long white fur coat over a dark green fitted dress, thigh-high black boots, and multiple necklaces. "So, how do I look now?" Fubuki asked, since Naruto had extracted her from Fu using Tailed Beast Transfer and healed Fu with the Six Paths Yang Seal. Naruto had also filled her with natural energy, letting her retain some of her powers. You know, I have this feeling I've seen that form of yours somewhere, and that I took your virginity, Naruto said teasingly, making Katsumi sweat nervously as if hiding something, while Satsuki and Fu blushed at the question. Suddenly, Naruto and Satsuki sensed something or someone. What's happening? Ada asked, confused as she'd never seen this before. Naruto pressed his index finger to the ground to sense. I detect two female Uzumakis, and no, it can't be, Naruto exclaimed, impressing the girls with his sensing abilities like the legendary Tabarama Senju, who could sense people's ancestry from miles away without even looking. What else do you sense, Naruto? Katsumi inquired. The Sanbai is in Kyusa, Naruto revealed, causing everyone to gasp. I thought she vanished after Kakashi killed Rin, Satsuki said, recalling the tale that branded Kakashi as the friend killer. How is she still there? Fubuki questioned. I don't know, but I can feel her chakra even without meeting her, Naruto said as they all hurried to Kyusa. Meanwhile, inside Katsumi, her dark side was shocked Naruto could sense chakra from such a distance. Kusagakure the group arrived at a small house where Naruto sensed the two Uzumakis lived. Naruto knocked on the door. Who's there? A female voice asked as the door opened to reveal Karin Uzumaki. Yes. How can I assist you? Karin asked the group. Naruto introduced himself. I'm Naruto Uzumaki. But Karin was suspicious since Naruto's black hair differed from the usual reddish hues of the Uzumaki. Karin, is everything all right? A voice asked. A woman with chin-length light brown hair and brown eyes, wearing casual clothes and a Kusagakure headband. It was Rin Nohara. Katsumi's jaw dropped. Rin was alive. How are you even alive? Katsumi demanded. And who might you be? Rin asked her. You may not know me, but I've known you since you became a Konoha ninja, Rin, Katsumi said, making Rin sweat nervously. I'm not sure what you mean. I'm a retired Kyusa Jonin and a medical ninja, teaching Karin not to depend solely on her healing bite. Rin replied, attempting to leave, but felt her chakra suppressed by black chains extending from Naruto's back, restraining her as she tried to activate her tailed beast cloak. How did you know I'm a Jinchuriki? Rin asked, glaring at Naruto, but became dazed when she saw his Mangekyo Sharingan. Let me come with him, Satsuki said, touching Rin. Rin's mindscape. The mindscape was a forest surrounding a large lake where the Sanbai rested. Wake up, Baoust, Katsumi commanded in her tailed beast form, now even larger and more feminine, about 500 meters, waking Baoust. Katsumi, how did you get here? And when did you get those eyes? I thought you hated the Sharingan. And you're bigger now, Baoust asked, tilting her head before swimming to the lake's surface to see her reflection. What are you talking about, Baoust? Katsumi asked. She gasped upon noticing she shared the same Mangekyo design as Naruto and Indra, a rare sight even Satsuki had never witnessed unless it was the eternal variant. Even though we're complete, our souls remain linked to Naruto-kun's, Katsumi's dark side whispered to her alone. Is she okay? Baoust asked Naruto, who shrugged since it was normal with Naruto and Kaguya inside him. I have the same eyes as Naruto-kun, Katsumi said, surprising Baoust, who found herself falling for a human again. Katsumi, you love that guy. I thought you hated humans, Baoust questioned, looking at Naruto. Yes. Got a problem with that? Some humans are still good. The girls you sensed outside came willingly because he saved them. Even Fubuki is out there in her human form, Katsumi said firmly, silencing Baoust, who mulled over the word choice. Something she never had, as their existence was only to keep peace and prevent Kaguya's revival. Seeing the rabbit goddess close to the boy might make her realize Kaguya was never evil or power-hungry from the start. This is the Nine Tails, Baoust. I thought she only knew destruction and hatred. Who would have thought she could love a human, Rin said, one of the few who knew Kushina sealed the Kyuubi, a secret even Kakashi and Obito didn't know. Katsumi growled at the insult, but who could blame her, considering humanity's role? Yes, and she's my older sister, Katsumi, Baoust said, referring to Katsumi. Wait, the Nine Tails is a female, that's amazing. But who's that woman floating there? Rin asked, cheering Katsumi as Baoust gazed at Kaguya. That's Rin, our grandmother and genetic template from the Ten Tails, Datara, known as Kaguya Otsutsuki, Baoust explained. Rin shook hands at the flawless-skinned woman in loose clothing, the progenitor of chakra on the planet, whose power Kushina's son inherited. If Jiraiya were present, he'd surely be leeching off Naruto like the pervert he is. The more Baost looked at Naruto and Satsuki, the more she felt she'd met them before somewhere, but trying to recall it gave her a headache. Anyway, we've been meaning to ask, how are both of you alive? Satsuki inquired, eyeing Rin, who perched atop Baost. Rin recounted her childhood, the time Kiri kidnapped her to become Baost's vessel, the moment she stepped before Kakashi to die but couldn't because of a seal, her forgotten dextrocardia, and Baost healing her heart. Both were exhausted, until some Kyusa ninjas rescued her after witnessing the massacre. She became a medic ninja and Jonin, even teaching Karin as recommended by her mother Carla, to prevent Karin from relying on biting people to heal them. As time passed, we developed an understanding that we could trust each other since I'm one of the more modest among us and hold no grudges against Rin, Baost stated, glancing at Katsumi, who strangely remained silent until a realization dawned on her. Hold on, now I recall that when I was unleashed, there was only one individual who actually trained the one who managed to control me, the same person who controlled and sealed Baost inside Rin, Katsumi said. Are you saying that was really him, Katsumi? Baost asked. How does this concern me? Rin inquired. Remember the Manjikaiwu awakening process, usually triggered by witnessing a loved one's death nearby or through intense stress. Satsuki explained as Rin nodded. This means the one who released me from Kushina was taught by Madara himself. The chakra of the masked man felt familiar, but it was tainted with DNA from a wood-style user. Though weaker to suppress our chakra, enough to control me using a matured basic Sharingan, Katsumi revealed, while Rin gasped, realizing one Uchiha who was considered her teammate. No, that can't be him. He died in the rockslide. There's no way he could have been revived. Rin exclaimed, only to be cut off by Kaguya. It would be impossible to revive someone crushed in half unless genetic material from a white Zetsu was used, Kaguya stated, leaving everyone stunned. What exactly are white Zetsus, Kaguya? Naruto asked. White Zetsus are former humans transformed when I deployed the infinite Tsukuyomi to create an army of 100,000 white Zetsus, who require no food or sleep to fight against the Otsutsuki clan. However, they're extremely weak individually unless covering someone else. Contact with a strong Yang chakra user turns them into trees. Their bodies are robust enough to wield elemental jutsus, absorb chakra by touch, and are practically undetectable by sensors since they lack their own chakra, except Naruto and Katsumi, who are emotion sensors. I sense that the one fused with Black Zetsu carries DNA from a former transmigrant, who is also your great-great-grandfather on your father's side, Naruto-kun, Kaguya explained. Wait, are you saying Naruto is the great-great-grandson of Hashirama Senju? Satsuki said. That would explain everything, since Usura's transmigrant must be from his direct line. Kushina is pure Uzumaki blood, so Minato must have had a parent who was a child of Hashirama and Mito. That means I must be a direct descendant of Madara Uchiha, although my mom said Izuna Uchiha was my great-great-grandfather, she added, still holding some secrets. Thankfully, her mother had created a blood clone to stand in for her, wielding the eternal Manjikaiu Sharingan, a secret known only to Naruto and Satsuki, who had brought happiness to Mikoto, who would have been devastated otherwise. Indeed, Black Zetsu gave me memories of that fateful battle, known as the Valley of the End. Madara Uchiha survived by using a delayed Izanagi on his right eye after biting Hashirama's arm to take a piece of his flesh. After years of recovery in the mountain's graveyard, he summoned my physical body from the moon, removing white Zetsus from it. When you combine Uchiha and Senju DNA, you get, Kaguya trailed off. The Rinnegan of the Sage of Six Paths, Baost exclaimed. But why would he want the Sage of Six Paths' eyes if he could have done whatever he wanted back then? Katsumi questioned. Katsumi, the Rinnegan can be acquired 3 ways. Transplantation, combining Uchiha and Senju DNA, or having pure Otsutsuki blood like Naruto and Satsuki do after I awakened their dormant powers. Even if he had awakened it then, people would have recognized him, exposing his faked death. I suspect he was behind Tobirama Senju's death and indirectly responsible for the Uchiha massacre, Kaguya explained. Why do you think that, Kaguya? Naruto asked. While sealed on the moon, I could only sense things during full moons. I heard about Hagoromo's distant relatives gaining a bit of Katsumi's power early in Kumigakure's history, Kaguya said. I remember when the Gold and Silver brothers, Jinkaku and Kinkaku, tried to capture me for Kumo. I swallowed them since I'd existed for centuries after someone tried to control me with their Mangekaiwu Sharingan, Katsumi recalled, glancing at Satsuki. They consumed my flesh for 2 weeks straight until I vomited them out. They absorbed some of my chakra, which usually kills most, but being distant relatives of the sage made them lucky. Later, after being sealed inside that woman Maito, my first container, a well-guarded secret, I heard they attacked Tabarama and the second Reikage while attempting an alliance between Konoha and Kumo. The brothers staged a coup, but both Kage survived until the First Shinobi War, when Kinkaku's forces ambushed them. Tabarama named Hiruzen Hokage because he was brave enough to act as decoy before Kinkaku killed him. Kinkaku used the second form of the tailed beast cloak, as he and his brother were pseudo-Jinchuriki. This means Madara manipulated them to avenge Izuna for Tabarama's mortal wound. Katsumi shared her story. That explains why the third Reikage was trying to kidnap those with bloodlines. He wanted to replicate the brothers, since many of his shinobi died after consuming the Eight Tails' tentacles. Rin added, recalling Kushina's story about nearly being kidnapped for her Uzumaki bloodline, especially after awakening the adamantine sealing chains. So what about the massacre? Satsuki pressed. The one I'm talking about is none other than Obaido Uchiha, Kaguya shouted, causing Rin and Katsumi to gasp. It was crybaby Obaido. No wonder the chakra felt familiar. He witnessed the incident without context to awaken his Mangekaiwu, and Madara manipulated him even more. One thing I want to know is, how did Obaido find out about Naruto's birth when it was a closely guarded secret? Katsumi asked, while Naruto chuckled at the nickname for the person he would gladly kill. Think about it, Katsumi, who was the only one watching Kushina from the shadows for 10 months, Kaguya asked. Kakashi, Katsumi growled upon hearing the name. You mean Inu? Naruto asked, referring to Kakashi's ANBU codename. The one who didn't want the Uchiha clan involved during the attack. Kaguya questioned Satsuki. You mean the guy with his right eye and arm in bandages? Naruto asked, and Kaguya nodded, ashamed she had created Black Zetsu to free herself. Isn't that the one who visited me the day after the massacre? Something about helping me get stronger, Satsuki added, causing Katsumi to roll her eyes. Of course, it had to be him. He expected Minato to die when using the Reaper seal, which summons an avatar containing a fragment of the Shinigami's soul to seal someone, at the cost of the sealer's soul. Unless the sealer is an Uzumaki, or has a mate sealed by an Uzumaki. In that case, the sealer and sealed fight for eternity until their conflict is resolved or someone frees them with a Shinigami mask. Though that still requires cutting open the stomach to release the souls, which usually results in death. This is why the Uzumaki clan was feared despite being peaceful and valuing family deeply. No wonder he wanted Kushina en route after she became ANBU. How else could Kushina have told him about that seal to that sperm donor? No offense, Naruto-kun, Katsumi said, teasing Naruto since he was the transmigrant of Usura Senju ne Otsutsuki. No offense taken, since the guy's a fool for giving up his life and peace for a village that betrayed each other just like they did with Sakumo Hadake and might die. As for the Reaper seal, I've seen it before, not at birth, but way earlier, Naruto remarked, as Kaguya, Katsumi, and Baust narrowed their gazes. So Obaido helped Itachi wipe out most of the clan. Then why did no one suspect it was him? Rin asked, as Katsumi projected images of both Madara and Obaido wearing masks from her memories. Madara Uchiha would never conceal his face behind a mask. After becoming clan leader, he always fought wearing his red plate armor. His Mangekaiwu powers were time rewind, rewinding a few minutes with his left eye, and the right eye let him analyze opponents' moves and distinguish clones from originals. Obaido controlled me through a matured basic Sharingan, which is impossible without vast chakra to sustain control. He had Kamui, granting short-range intangibility, but he must become tangible to strike. Kamui also allows teleportation without hand seals, but it's not instantaneous like Yamatsu Hirasaka. To beat him, we have to seal his chakra and take his eye, or Naruto must use a truth-seeking ball to kill him outright, Katsumi explained. Wait, Naruto knows about the truth-seeking balls, Baust asked, watching Naruto juggle 3 of them. What are those? Rin inquired. Those orbs, Rin, embody the 7 natural chakra elements: fire, lightning, earth, water, wind, yin, and yang chakra in its purest form. The wielder can turn anything to ash like Kaguya's all-killing ash bones, but with better control, and can shape them by will. With yin-yang energy, they nullify all jutsu except senjutsu. Only a sage of 6 paths, or someone with chakra from all 9-tailed beasts willingly, or the 10 tails like Kaguya, can wield them fully. Naruto carries the 6 paths yang power seal, able to heal using a person's life force, even resurrecting the recently deceased without self-sacrifice or taking life. Meanwhile, Satsuki holds the 6 paths yin power seal, which can create or refine basic jutsu into deadlier forms. It shuts down spiritual energy flow and disables dojutsu by targeting the brain's chakra flow, forcing visual techniques offline while under yin power's effect. The yin power can also be applied to the user's own spiritual energy, letting them break genjutsu instantly and heighten senses to overcome deception, Baust explained. Naruto and Satsuki were both impressed by the seal's capabilities and wondered if they could gain each other's seal to rival Kaguya. Alright, so what I'm asking is, will you two join us to dismantle the shinobi system, Rin and Baust? Naruto said as the mindscape's atmosphere grew chillier. So your plan is to trap us inside the 10 tails husk to physically revive her, even though our duty is to prevent Kaguya's return. Baust shouted angrily, launching a tsunami at Naruto and Satsuki. Naruto raised one hand, absorbing the entire tsunami as if it never existed. Not a single drop remained. He just absorbed an entire ocean's worth of water with his left hand. Rin wondered aloud, watching as Baust recoiled in fear. Only the founders of the Uzumaki clan could do that, Baust thought. If you're wise, consider this. If Hagoromo hadn't granted chakra to all humans, none of this would have happened. Before Ishiki and I arrived, wars and violence existed but were minimal and less brutal. I understand why they sealed me, but fearing a clan whose sole purpose is planetary destruction for endless cycles of hatred is pointless. As the saying goes, even with all the power, what will you do next? Kaguya ranted, then composed herself as Naruto comforted her. Baust said nothing in response. During the clan wars, every clan fought for themselves, until Madara and Hashirama established the flawed shinobi system, which was worse, because shinobi became nothing but mercenaries, though more organized, when the goal was to prevent children from fighting. 3 wars for what? Money, power, land. After Kiid's sealing, Hashirama made the terrible decision to hunt from Katsumi to Kuroka. Baust, I can see it in your eyes. Hashirama grabbed you with his wood style when you were in the sea. You begged, cried, tried to use tailed beast ball, but he knocked you out by placing his hand on your forehead. People who preached love for chakra hated it when chakra fought back. I relate, I held Katsumi's soul after that fool Minato condemned us. People wanted me dead immediately, until Kaguya granted us power. And importantly, the right to choose, Naruto said. Baust shrank to reveal a fair-skinned blonde woman with blue eyes, horns, fangs, black heels, a blue spiked collar with matching armbands, and a black strapless dress. Naruto stepped closer to her and Rin. You can join us if you want, take your time to decide, Naruto said, and they left the mindscape, leaving Baust to contemplate. What should we do, Rin? Baust asked her container, who pondered an answer. Real-world Naruto, Satsuki, Katsumi, and Rin awoke, while Karin looked worried about her sensei, who had attempted to heal her mother with mystical palm jutsu along with Karin. But the bite marks remained and Carla grew weaker daily. Naruto placed his right hand with the 6 paths yang power seal over Carla, healing all her bite marks. He repeated the process on Karin. Carla opened her eyes. Naruto. Baust and I have agreed to help you if you free Baust from my seal and never let her be sealed again, Rin told Naruto, who nodded. Of course, since Baust and I are family, Naruto said sincerely. Baust smiled inside Rin because even the sage of 6 paths never called them family. What about Ryuzetsu? Rin asked. Who? Satsuki asked. A friend I made here in Kusa, an ANBU prodigy. I haven't seen her for a week and I'm worried, Rin said. Naruto tried to sense her and found her. Pack your things in scrolls, you're coming with us, Naruto said. They nodded, grateful after he saved Karin's mother. I'll go to her right now, Naruto declared. A swirling vortex formed at his right eye, sucking him in as he vanished using Kamui. Meanwhile in Hazuki Castle, a woman with pale skin, waist-length white hair hidden beneath a green bandana marked by a long white curved stripe, once belonging to Muku, and gray eyes patterned with multiple circles, stood alert. She wore a sleeveless kimono over a green top with a long sleeve covering her left arm, both arms bandaged to the elbows, black pants, and shinobi sandals. This was Ryuzetsu, former ANBU of Kusagakure. "What do you want, Mui?" Ryuzetsu asked the father of her best friend, who had vanished, as he revealed the box of ultimate bliss. A box that corrupts all who enter and grants power to dominate the world. But opening it required a huge chakra reserve, at least that of the One-Tails. He planned to sacrifice her to the box. As Ryuzetsu tried to escape, Naruto suddenly appeared and eliminated all attackers except Ryuzetsu, phasing through enemies while wielding Kubikirabacho, striking untouchably. Giant trees erupted from the ground, absorbing the convict's chakra, leaving behind nothing but dried husks. Meanwhile, in Konoha, Tenten sensed the presence of one of the 7 mist swords. "That lucky bastard," Tenten muttered. Back to Naruto. Upon seeing the box, Naruto formed a truth-seeking orb and swallowed it. Instantly, he unleashed a massive beam reminiscent of a tailed beast bomb that obliterated the box completely. "Wow," Ryuzetsu murmured, blushing and clearly impressed. "If you want to survive, come with me," Naruto said, extending his hand. She took it and they headed back to join the others. "Back with the group, Ryuzetsu, is that really you?" Rin asked, embracing her warmly. "Mui sent me on a mission to Hazuki Castle, but it was a trap to sacrifice me to the box of ultimate bliss. This guy saved me by slaying Mui and the guards with Kubikirabacha while being intangible, then created some black orb that he ate, firing a massive beam that destroyed the box once and for all," Ryuzetsu recounted. "Naruto, are you telling me Kamui is one of your Mangekyou abilities?" Satsuki inquired in astonishment, having seen his giant armored Susanoo rival the size of an adult 10 tails. Suddenly, Karin embraced Naruto, hearts sparkling in her eyes. Thank you so much," she cried. "Did you think I'd leave a clanmate to die like that?" Naruto replied as he summoned shadow clones to aid Karin, Carla, and Rin's escape, only to be stopped by Zasui. But Satsuki poked Zasui's forehead, and he collapsed instantly as his brain was flung far away, landing on the head of a certain pink-haired banshee. Everyone, including Baust within Rin, had to cover their ears because of her piercing scream. "Ahhhhhhhhhh." Sakura screamed at the top of her lungs while Kakashi, engrossed in reading some smut he considered art, wore earplugs as Arashi and Menma struggled to remove the brain but couldn't stop her wailing. Somewhere in Earth Country a girl clutched her ears, the scream so shrill it reached even here. Luminous wrapped her tails around her head inside a seal. "Better to be the 10 tails than endure this," Luminous shouted. "Back with the group, damn it, she's still alive." Naruto cursed, frustrated. Sakura survived. Satsuki smirked wickedly, rubbing her hands as Naruto prepared to incinerate Sakura with Amaterasu. "Naruto, we've decided to join your cause," Rin announced. "Good. We need to locate the other Jinchuriki, extract their tailed beasts, and channel their chakra into Kaguya's body to physically resurrect her." Question. "Have you ever used Baust's power before?" Katsumi asked. No one in Kusa besides Karin, Carla, and Ryuzetsu even knows I harbor Baust," Rin replied. "Good, because relying too much on tailed beast power shortens your lifespan, even with consent. That's how Hagoromo fell ill from sealing the 10 tails inside him, despite being a half-breed, unlike Naruto and Satsuki who are full-blooded now," Katsumi explained. Naruto swallowed nervously, Katsumi noticing his unease. "No worries, Naruto-kun and Satsuki-chan, you two are pure Otsutsuki now," Katsumi reassured him, and Naruto felt some relief. "Let's move. I demolished Hazuki Castle, and next we head to Suna to find Kied's Jinchuriki. We'll need their tailed beast's approval." The group set off toward the Land of Wind. Unbeknownst to them, a curly blonde woman watched them depart, grinning before vanishing. Naruto and Katsumi growled, sensing a watcher. "No time to waste," Naruto said, reducing Zasui's remains to ash with a truth-seeking orb, even incinerating the blood Satsuki spilled. "She's stronger than the old hag," Naruto said internally, Kaguya agreeing. "Indeed. I think she might also learn 6 Paths Sage Mode, though most Uchiha have fragile bodies since Indra and Asura split. Or perhaps she has Senju/Uzumaki blood like Naruto's unknown Senju/Uchiha mix," Kaguya pondered. "Katsumi, did you notice her Mangekyou shares the same design as mine and Naruto's?" Naruto asked her, technically grandma and sister in harem. "Very curious indeed," Kaguya mused, wondering why it affected Katsumi too. In an unknown realm, only a pale hand is visible, but a woman's voice watches a giant screen. So, the man my cousin loves has returned to the living world, just as he said, after defeating that one-horned parasite son of the clan leader. I knew this would happen after sparing that Minato because of the Uzumaki mating mark. Kushina's love for him is fading, and it feels like perfect karma for him to be sealed in my avatar alone, watching his wife taken by his youngest son, the woman said, eyeing Satsuki's Amaterasu arrows. It is her. My cousin Amaterasu has come back from mourning, she exclaimed. Maybe it's time to return to the elemental nations, confess my feelings to him, and offer him more women to love. He has the biggest, purest heart I've ever known, even if his methods are unorthodox. That's why I adore him. Family above all, just like you said, Sokka, she giggled. Konoha Hawkage Tower. A message hawk from Taki, an allied village, delivered news. Several shinobi had been slaughtered and hung upside down beneath the giant tree, with a black sun symbol left behind. Photos of Naruto's complete Susanoo were impossible to miss. Who could commit such horror, even by our standards? Minato asked Jiraiya. I don't know, Minato, but my spies report someone took their Jinchuriki and razed the village in under a day. Could it be Kakuzu? Jiraiya wondered. If it was him, the hearts would be intact. Maybe a rogue Uchiha, but not even Madara could form a Susanoo that large, surpassing the 9 tails, and it was black, not dark blue. Also, who authorized wiping out most of the Uchiha clan? You did, Minato, Jiraiya reminded him. Only Minato, Itachi, the elders, and Jiraiya knew of that order. Minato remembered when Kushina found out Mikoto died, she made him sleep on the couch for a month. Narumi was better left unspoken. Did you hear about Hazuki Castle's destruction? Jiraiya asked his former student, who made a comical face at someone demolishing the most secure prison in the elemental nations like it was nothing. And, Minato replied, my spies also found someone teleporting there, killing everyone including the warden, and destroying the box of ultimate bliss, Jiraiya explained. When will I take the 3-year journey with Arashi and Menma? Jiraiya asked. After the Chunin exams, Minato said. Teach them well, Jiraiya, everything except controlling the Kyuubi's chakra. Otherwise, I'll tell Tsunade and Shizune what really happened to Nawaki and Dan, Minato warned, brandishing a kunai. Jiraiya swallowed, then smirked. You wouldn't want Kushina to know the true cause of the Uzumaki clan's fate, would you, my former student? Jiraiya teased as he left the office. Unknown to them, a small bird overheard and vanished. Suddenly, a bag of riot was thrown at Jiraiya's crotch. Since Naruto and Satsuki's supposed deaths, and after Narumi destroyed the organ that made Arashi and Menma male, Tsunade healed them but left them sterile, leaving Narumi as the only one to continue the legacy, adhering to the Uzumaki creed, the will of the maelstrom instead of the will of fire. Who the hell keeps pulling that stunt? Jiraiya barked, suspecting it might be one of the secret ANBU operatives or root agents. Danzo still employed them, calling them a necessary evil for the prosperity of Konoha, though it was obvious Danzo only cared about his own ambitions, ruling the nations alone with his army of root ninjas and Jinchuriki. They suspected he deliberately avoided involving the Uchiha clan during the Nine Tails rampage. Plus, there was doubt the masked man was truly Madara Uchiha, since Madara was mostly seen with his left eye exposed, not the right. Meanwhile, with Naruto recalled the memories from his shadow clone, which had transformed into a simple bird, to gather intel on Konoha. He overheard an intriguing discussion between Minato and Jiraiya about recent events in Taki and Kyusa. He even created more clones to coordinate with his trusted informants. Ino because she was reliable and genuinely wanted to grow stronger. Megan, Ino's mother. Yakumo, whom he and Satsuki had rescued from a fire caused unintentionally by Ito during an assassination attempt tied to Yakumo's powerful bloodline. Yoroko, the Kanoka core. Sai Shimura, a female Sai resembling Momo Yaoyorozu. Shin Shimura, Shikati, a female Shikamaru who looked like Nico Robin. Chacho, a female Shino modeled after Suzumabachi from Bleach. Hinata Hanabi. Teinishi, a female Tonri. Flare Haruno. Mebuki, a widow. Yashino Tent, her mother Chunlai, her aunt Katlia. Tsum Hana. Sango, a female Kiba. Leia, Lee's sister. Nelly, female Neji. Tyuchai, Im Anko, Kurenai. And his sister Narumi, all through his shadow clones. He found it odd when his sister acted strange, nibbling and blowing on his shadow clone's ear before it vanished. Naruko and Kaguya were teasingly betting Naruto would end up with his sister once she was older. Naruto wanted to argue but couldn't. His sister was precious to him, and he couldn't deny the truth since she wasn't just his sister anymore. As Kaguya's son, alongside Satsuki, her daughter, both raised as shinobi, their morals had faded. As the group approached Suna, they spotted a bandit camp near the desert border. "How do you two tolerate this heat?" Fu grumbled, noticing Naruto and Satsuki showed no signs of sweating. "We're pureblood Otsutsuki now," Naruto explained to everyone except Ada, who already knew about the Otsutsuki. "We can handle any climate effortlessly and don't even need to breathe." "So where's Suna's Jinchuriki?" Fu asked, sipping from her water canteen. "Keed is close, I sense her here. Odd that she's calm, she usually terrorizes her Jinchuriki, turning them into sleepless maniacs to force release," Katsumi noted. Keed was prideful and hot-headed, even more so now that she was free from her seal. As they neared the camp, Naruto cracked his knuckles and neck, ready to unleash carnage, until sand rose and encased each bandit in bloody spheres. "Sand binding prison," someone shouted. All the bandits were deafened by an attack that made their ears burst, so they couldn't hear the moving sand crushing them. Some had their heads sliced by sound waves. One tried to flee but was caught in joyo bindings. A girl then wrapped him in a flaming cocoon. Naruto noticed 3 girls, one petite with maroon hair just past her shoulders, often hiding the right side of her face. Her eyes were a pale sea green rimmed with black rings. She wore a black and red battle skirt over a top that covered her small chest, gray mesh armor above her midriff, red boots instead of sandals, and carried a large gourd on her back. The second had straight brown hair cut to her chin, dark eyes, fair skin, and a figure with C-cup breasts and shapely hips. She wore a blue-green blouse slipping off her left shoulder, a white and pink sleeveless top beneath, a short yellow scarf around her neck, a black skirt, and her headband worn as a necklace. The third was striking, a fair-skinned blonde with long straight hair flowing to her thighs, mostly hidden beneath her hooded jacket. She had large breasts and a curvy figure, gray eyes accented with red markings, and pink lipstick. Her outfit was a dark red bodysuit under a lavender jacket with a large hood, worn for protection from dust and heat. She also wore black gloves and bandages on her ankles and right thigh, plus headphones. "Way to kill the fun, huh?" Naruto shouted, drawing their attention. Gaia tried to attack with sand, but Naruto countered with iron sand, nearly swallowing Gaia's attack before it retreated into her gourd. A man with sandy blonde hair, fair skin, and violet eyes, giving him a slightly feminine look, stood nearby. He wore bandages around his head, and as an Anbu, he donned Suna's traditional ninja uniform. Turban, forehead protector, flak jacket, and a mask covering his lower face, leaving only his eyes visible. This was Yashimaru Sabaku, uncle to Gaia, Kankuro, and Temari, brother of the late Karura Sabaku, and Jonin, captain of Suna's elite 5-man squad. Himself, Gaia, Matsuri, Yodo, and Keed. "Why didn't Mother eliminate them?" Gaia asked, surprised. "Mother, since when is she a motherly figure?" Katsumi scoffed, noting Keed's arrogance didn't fit that role. "I heard that. How did you make iron sand out of nothing?" Keed's voice called from beneath the sand as she emerged. In human form, Keed had pale skin, short pink hair, dark red eyes, and cat-ear-like horns made of bone and cartilage. She wore a pink shirt under a black dress, a red bow, striped thigh-high socks, black boots, and a bandana with Suna's symbol. "How did you break the seal without killing her?" Katsumi asked Yashimaru, as Naruto observed Gaia's seal, noting her blush at being touched by anyone besides her brother and uncle. "Whoever crafted this pathetic seal should be executed, livers cooked in hot oil and fed to their families," Naruto snarled. Being an Uzumaki, skilled in sealing, he was infuriated by such a weak seal. Chiyo, Matsuri, and Yodo said flatly. "She just made a glorified storage seal and gave Keed full control. Yet Keed isn't going mad." "Sorry for not introducing myself, Naruto Uzumaki," Naruto said, followed by the girls' introductions. Naruko, Kaguya, whose presence unnerved Keed, and Satori, who had taken the form of a well-dressed Muku, the demon from the box of ultimate bliss Naruto had freed before destroying it. Satori sensed something familiar in Naruto and had rescued Ryuzetsu. Seeing Kaguya disguised as Naruto's shadow clone without horns, with the slit Rin-Sharingan and shorter hair, Suna's team mistook her for a Hyuga. Keed cowered behind Yashimaru, trembling. "What's wrong, Keed?" Yashimaru asked the human form of the One-Tails. "I knew this day would come. I stopped craving bloodlust during full moons before Gaia was born, all because of her, Keed said fearfully, pointing at Kaguya. All I see is a harmless woman and her lover, Yashimaru said, making Keed glare at him while Kaguya blushed. Harmless, you don't know who she really is, and thank goodness you're not a censor, or you'd be trembling and wetting yourself from the amount of chakra she still carries, Keed warned. Can someone explain why Gaia is sane and actually beautiful? She's clearly had her beauty rest, Naruto said, unaware Gaia had a nosebleed. Keed noticed Naruto resembled someone she had met long ago. Ever since childhood, we always saw Gaia alone, never with her older siblings. They had to wait until Rasa or ANBU weren't watching. We were shunned too, seen as outcasts because of our bloodlines, me with sound style, Matsuri with scorch style like her mother Pakura. If not for Keed, Aunt Pakura would have been killed by Rasa and the council long ago, Yodo explained to Naruto. In Suna, the elite despised Pakura due to her potential as Kazekage, refusing to elect a female leader despite her loyalty. Yodo descended from Bunpoku, a heritage Keed recognized but disliked due to its priestly ties. I get that Jinchuriki and tailed beasts aren't just tools but living beings with their own emotions and goals. But my question is, why isn't Keed going berserk right now? Naruto asked, while Gaia looked impressed that someone understood her, and Keed just rolled her eyes. That's because we've met her before, back when she was inside the seal, Matsuri explained, as the group seemed to trust Naruto. Wait, what? Katsumi replied, surprised since Keed would never behave like that unless she was threatening them too. Flashback several years earlier, little Gaia was playing alone with sand in the park when a boy threw a ball nearby. She caught it and tried to return it, but her gourd's sand reacted aggressively, scaring the boy away, which made Gaia sad. Two girls approached and waved to her. Gaia looked around, pointed to herself, and they nodded. Want to hang out with us? Matsuri asked. Gaia stood crying as they came closer, but her sand didn't react. No, please don't come near me, Gaia shouted through tears, even though the girls were unarmed. There, no need to cry. What's your name? Yodo asked, hugging her. Gaia, she answered shyly, unaccustomed to such affection. Her family had never hugged her for fear of causing harm. Inside the seal, I sense someone familiar, Keed said inside the seal as she made Gaia emit sleeping gas. Outside, the three girls suddenly felt drowsy. Keed laughed wickedly, eager to meet her jailer and her companions, intending to intimidate them. Where are we? Yodo asked as they woke up floating on water, surrounded by towering rock formations and a massive tanuki dog made of sand, with strange cursed markings. So my jailer finally comes to see me. And look, she brought friends, Keed said to Gaia. Yodo recognized Keed from her mother's stories about her great-grandfather Bunpoku. You're Keed, the one-tailed sand tanuki, Yodo said, pointing, causing Keed to frown at being called a tanuki. How dare you call me a tanuki? I'm a raccoon brat, Keed shouted, attacking Yodo until Matsuri blocked with a flaming orb. One more step and you'll turn to crystal. Understood, Matsuri warned sternly. Keed huffed and retreated to the rocks, knowing crystal imprisonment was akin to being trapped like the 10 tails. All you humans do is misuse our powers to fight each other since Rito captured me. He had Suna's priests seal me inside a teapot when I only wanted to be alone. She yelled, making Gaia weep again. Keed looked at Yodo, who returned her gaze not lecherously, and she laughed. I can't believe the old man actually left descendants, she said. Me? Yodo asked. Yes, you. I smell a trace of Bunpoku in you. Keed explained that cage rules require Jinchuriki to be family or loyal friends. Bunpoku, father of Rito, was disowned for being Keed's Jinchuriki, with all records erased, but the tailed beasts remember. Yodo understood, having wanted to learn sealing arts for her music, though Suna was short on funds due to Konoha's cheaper missions under the current Wind Daimyo. That technically makes us family, Gaia, Yodo said, smiling. Gaia returned the smile as Keed formed two kanji symbols meaning, accept, and heart on her palms, then looked back at the girls. Bunpoku resembled the man who taught Keed and her kin, not Hagoromo. I won't mess this up, Keed thought. End flashback, so you all are lucky to have each other. I used to envy that, Naruto said, glancing at Satsuki, Katsumi, Ada, Karin, Carla, Rin, and Fu with a smile. Gaia told them how her uncle once nearly took his life because Rasa ordered him to kill her and tried to separate her from her two best friends. Gaia nearly lost control, almost letting Keed take over, but she held back. On that day, they planned to kill Rasa and Chio. especially Chiyo, for mocking a seal she was forced to create despite lacking experience, being more a poison and puppet expert. Yodo had tried to repair her friend's seal, but Uzumaki was skilled enough to create flawless seals easily, as Gaia heard from her older sister Temari through Suna's spies. The last Uzumaki was Kushina Uzumaki, feared by Suna despite alliance with Leaf due to her devastating power against Kumo, Iwa, Kiri, and her own village alone. Kushina rivaled Minato Namikaze in danger. The only equal was Mikoto Uchiha, the demonic lightning princess, who wielded eternal Mangekyo Sharingan without eye changes, and could command the Ninetales with a glance, and use hot pink lightning without hand signs. The good news was Kid, in human form, managed to convince Yashimaru not to kill himself, reminding him he was Gaia's only brave relative aside from Yodo. Karura protected Gaia with her sand from birth. At that moment, Yashimaru vowed to love and protect Gaia as a real father. If you ever need shelter, you can come to Suna, Yashimaru offered. Naruto accepted. Sunagakure arriving at Suna, the group explored the village and reached Matsuri's home, where Gaia and Yodo lived after becoming close friends. Rin and Ada headed to the hospital. Katsumi went to learn about combat puppets. "Oh Matsuri, I didn't know you brought new friends, and a handsome man too," a voice called from the kitchen as a woman emerged, staring at Naruto. She briefly mistook him for a younger Madara Uchiha due to his hairstyle and the left eye she saw. The woman was fair-skinned with pupil-less brown eyes and green hair tied in a bun with a hairpin, orange-tipped strands framing her face. She wore a sleeveless backless top and short tight pants with lapels, an obi belt, purple arm warmers extending to her shoulders, and bandages around her thighs and ankles. This was Pakura, master of scorch style, and a hidden sand hero feared by the council and Rasa for her potential to become Suna's first female Kazekage outside the Sabaku clan. "Good news, Pakura. Naruto here will free me from Gaia's faulty seal made by that witch Chiyo," Kid said, worrying Pakura, since forced extraction of a tailed beast often kills the host. "Don't worry, I did the same for Fu here and safely extracted Fubuki," Naruto said as Fu greeted Pakura, and Fubuki, floating nearby, gave a two-finger salute. "How will you do that?" "Extracting a tailed beast causes chakra spikes. Won't anyone notice?" Pakura asked. Naruto's eyes shifted into his new eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, resembling 4 Uzumaki seals or Reaper Death Seal symbols. Satsuki's eye had an added 3-pointed shuriken in the center, which Kid vaguely recalled but couldn't place. "Kamui," Naruto declared, sucking everyone present and himself into his right eye. Naruto's new home dimension, unlike a typical Kamui dimension shared by Naruto, Naruko, and sometimes Katsumi. This one mirrored Earth's atmosphere but allowed them to shape it at will. It contained a huge manor, like the Croft Manor of the Survivor timeline, but larger and painted black with the Uzumaki swirl on the front door. That could be sealed to any location. To extract Kid, she must be fully inside Gaia again. "I need all of Kid present to avoid leaving traces in her," Naruto explained. Kid nodded and vanished into Gaia's mindscape to be fully drawn out, transforming into her tailed beast form without her cursed marks, granting her temporary freedom. Naruto fully extracted Kid from Gaia's form, while Satsuki and Karin performed mystical palm jutsu to sustain Gaia's life, until Naruto completed his task. Similar to what he had done with Fu. Flames of red and blue energy ignited in Naruto's palms, causing Kid to gasp in surprise at the sight. "Is that really what I think it is?" Kid asked, astonished. "Yes, sister. Naruto has mastered the creation of all things," Fubuki replied, as Naruto manifested a precise replica of Kid's purified chakra. Satsuki and Karin then ceased their jutsu as the chakra flowed back into Gaia, who resumed normal breathing, feeling calmer. Though she never resented having Kid inside her, this new chakra felt like her own and infused her with greater power, as if drawing energy from nature itself. "I finally feel whole again, unrestrained." "No offense, Kid," Gaia said. "No offense taken. Since this is the first time in over 50 years I've experienced true freedom," Kid responded without any bitterness, having earned Gaia's trust and respect. "What the hell was that?" Pakura asked when Naruto duplicated Kid's chakra. "That, Pakura, is the creation of all things. A straightforward yet incredibly potent jutsu, enabling the user to manifest anything imagined and give it life. It's the very technique that formed us from the chakra of Datara," the 10 tails, and even the sacred tools of Kumo, originally crafted by the Uzumaki clan. To wield this jutsu fully, mastery of yin-yang style is essential, Keed explained, leaving them amazed that Naruto knew the same technique used by the Sage of Six Paths. Wait, if you know this jutsu, why not use it to bring Kaguya back? Keed questioned, pausing as Kaguya and Naruto shook their heads. She requires her original chakra, which we still possess, Fubuki bluntly answered. Katsumi's chakra is fresh, whereas Arashi and Menma retain hers, as she also told Baoust. There's something else I need to do to make Gaia happier, Naruto said, employing creation of all things again to form a human figure. A woman with sandy brown shoulder-length hair framing a gentle face, indigo eyes, a simple outfit, and a long, light yellow scarf loosely around her neck. The woman opened her eyes. Gaia, embodying the spirit of the earth, approached and embraced her. Gaia, is that really you? Karura asked her youngest daughter, who wept tears of joy upon seeing her mother for the first time since birth, 17 years ago. Mom, Keed was right, you were always protecting me with my sand, Gaia said as Karura smiled, happy to see her biological mother alive. Welcome back to the living, Karura, Naruto greeted her. Gaia, is this your boyfriend? When can I expect grandchildren to spoil? Karura teased, causing Gaia to blush. Mom, you've been alive less than 10 minutes, Gaia stammered, surprised. Once finished, Naruto returned them from his dimension to Pakura's home. Keed updated Karura, who was furious that Rasa had ordered Chunin, Jonin, Anbu, and even her own brother to try and kill Gaia, believing her a failed experiment. She was relieved Keed had convinced Yashimaru to spare himself, as Karura would never have wanted that. Later, Naruto went on a date with Gaia at a classy Suna restaurant. Onlookers stared and silently prayed for Naruto's survival against Gaia, as many still believed she was merely Keed's vessel. Naruto and Gaia paid them no mind. Meanwhile, Rasa secretly spied on them, but Naruto sensed Rasa's murderous intent and unleashed his own deadly aura, terrifying the men and exciting the women. I know you're there, Rasa. Get out of here, Naruto shouted at the disguised Kazekage while Gaia, embarrassed by her first consensual date, made a face of pleasure. Suna Kazecage's office, the fourth Kazekage, Rasa Sabaku, master of gold dust, conferred with a missing nin created by a certain war strategist. Benzaten, or as known by her male alias Orochimaru, alongside her right hand, Gurin of crystal style. They planned an invasion of the Leaf during the Chunin exams, using Gaia and Keed as secret weapons for the third round. Unbeknownst to them, Naruto hovered invisibly outside the window, overhearing their plot and smiling wickedly. Interesting, Naruto said with a smirk as he briefed his group, now named Black Sun, which included Gaia, Matsuri, and Yodo, about Benzaten's plan. Satsuki noticed the gleam in his eyes that sent shivers down her spine and stirred desire. Meanwhile, inside Naruto's former seal, Kaguya and Naruto were pleasuring themselves, sensing Naruto's true power while Satori muttered that his new summoner was a lucky bastard. Inside Naruto, yes, I want him inside me now, that hard rod in every hole right away. She screamed, dildo in her pussy, one hand fondling her breast as she climaxed, spilling into the pond. Back in the Kazekage office, really, Benny, you started plans without me. Naruto's sudden appearance shocked those inside. Gaia tightly held his right arm as Kankuro and Baki were stunned that Gaia found a partner without killing them. Kankuro fainted, Temari sensually licked her lips, while Gaia gave her a glare that clearly said, "This is my man now, you must worship your new god." Rasa stayed calm about Gaia and Keed, recognizing that having both made the village stronger with a perfect Jinchuriki, though he feared they might leave due to assassination attempts he had ordered against her. Judging by Gaia's demeanor, she seemed more powerful and stable without Keed inside. Naruto's group announced their presence, as Benzaten and Gurin began kissing Naruto while Gaia glared at Rasa with deadly intent. Orochimaru is a woman. Everyone, except Naruto, Satsuki, Katsumi, and Gurin thought simultaneously. Gaia, Rasa said neutrally. Kazekage-sama, Gaia replied coldly, her love for him destroyed when he ordered Keed sealed inside her during premature birth. Keed stood with arms crossed. And they call me a monster, Keed muttered. Oh, and Kazekage, I brought you something, Naruto cackled, revealing a box holding Yura's head. Why did you kill him? Rasa was stunned. Naruto used natural energy on his hand to attract something from Yura's brain, a tiny metal needle he then melted. I sensed he was a sleeper agent, Naruto explained. I suspected something was off. He had a memory-concealing, manipulative sand jutsu needle in his brain. Only 3 people ever used it. Chiyo, Iro the third Kazekage, and Sasori, who killed Iro, Keed said quietly. Benzaten stayed silent. But why would Sasori need a sleeper agent? Temari asked. Because of her. There's an organization aiming to collect tailed beasts to create a super weapon for world peace, Benzaten said, pointing at Keed. You don't mean, Keed shouted. Yes. I was once an Akatsuki to protect myself from hunters, and I took over an Uchiha body with a Sharingan to gain knowledge, but realized he was damaged, physically and mentally broken from blindly following orders. I saw the supposed weapon, made of wood with 9 closed eyes, Benzaten said, glancing at Satsuki, who remained calm while Keed began to hyperventilate. No, no. How can it be on the planet and not on the moon anymore? Keed shouted desperately as sand swirled wildly, forming a sandstorm inside the office. Naruto gently placed his hand on her forehead, calming her down since his energy felt strangely familiar to her. What on earth is she rambling about? Gurren asked, confused. You all think I'm dangerous because you've never witnessed a true monster capable of turning an entire planet into a barren wasteland in just minutes, Keed stated, causing Rasa to grow genuinely fearful. Hold on, is there something even stronger than the 9 tails? Temari questioned, looking at him for confirmation. Yes, Keed answered simply, glancing toward Kaguya, who just shrugged. Putting that aside, what plan are you talking about? Naruto inquired, turning to Benzaten. I intend to launch an attack on Konoha, allying with Suna, and eliminate Hiruzen for denying me the position of the 4th Hokage, Benzaten declared, making most present wear expressions of disbelief. All this just to kill Hiruzen Sarutobi, Rasa shouted, furious. Well, since he and Danzo ordered Root to poison your village's water supply, despite pretending to be your allies, then yes, Benzaten retorted. Rasa then looked back at Keed. Wait, why did you bring up a creature more powerful than the 9 tails now? Rasa asked the sand tanuki in human form. Because that's the only truth you'll ever hear from me before you die, Keed said with a mad laugh. Rasa was so puzzled by the statement that he failed to notice someone standing behind him. Suddenly, Gaia activated Keed's cursed seals, restricting Rasa's movements, before stabbing him with an iron sand kunai that left him nearly lifeless on the ground. That's for ruining our lives, killing Mom, ordering my uncle to attempt to kill me, nearly betraying Pakura, and that we're not your tools. Gaia screamed as she decapitated Rasa. Naruto then used a truth-seeking orb to turn Rasa's corpse into ash. Like I was saying, the plan won't succeed if Minato is around, since he can use his Flying Thunder God technique and is also a master of Fuinjutsu, though not better than me. You won't need the first 2 Hokages to kill Hiruzen, since he'd use that sealing technique to trap them. And because Hiruzen is past his prime, he might just seal your arm's soul fragments instead. If you've seen what Minato used to split and seal the 9 tails, Naruto explained to Benzaten, who swallowed nervously while glancing at Katsumi. Time skip, 2 hours later, Pakura's residence. What do you suggest then, since you're already an Odo Jonin alongside Satsuki and Katsumi for your actions in Taki and Kyusa? She asked, and he smiled. We use the invasion as a diversion and evacuate the worthy people in my eyes from the village, Naruto replied, creating his 6 paths chakra cloak, and then passionately kissing Benzaten. Even with her white Zetsu body, she possessed the ability to transform into anyone with a touch, could use wood style though weaker, and could calm tailed beasts. The life energy radiating from Naruto was so strong that merely touching him caused her to begin transforming into a tree. Combining her knowledge and Naruto's mastery of yin-yang style, he used creation of all things to grant Benzaten a proper body. She then performed living corpse reincarnation for the last time, gaining senjutsu more powerful than that of snakes and toads, and was bestowed with a Mangekaiwu Sharingan that wouldn't blind her, aiding her quest for knowledge throughout her immortal existence. She lost the ability to transform into a giant white snake or switch bodies, but the benefits outweighed the drawbacks, as she only ever used the white snake form for body switching. Naruto and Kaguya observed the intimate moment after Naruto reverted, as Satsuki, Katsumi, Fu, Ada, Karin, Gaia, Matsuri, Yodo, and even Gurren invited themselves over. Naruto prepared shadow clones to make them feel included, knowing he was possibly the last living male Uzumaki, with an intact reproductive system, capable of fathering children. Meanwhile, Pakura watched the display and the intensity of Naruto's affection. Outside Matsuri's room, shared with Gaia and Yodo, she blushed furiously despite her usual stoic demeanor, secretly pleasuring herself. Her husband had died on a mission escorting Rasa, ambushed by Kumo's missing nin. Seeing Naruto with all these women, including Benzate, ignited a jealous storm inside her. Jealous you're not part of this, Pakura? Keed teased smugly, slightly intimidating her. Oh, it's just you, Keed, Pakura replied, despite viewing tailed beasts as mindless powerhouses. She was grateful that Naruto, with Gaia's help, had saved her from leaving the village due to a peace treaty with Kiri, which was actually a trap designed to kill her, revealed by Keed through an ANBU file. She would forever be thankful to the Sand Tanuki, even if it meant staying in a village that tried to betray her and would orphan Matsuri and Yodo. They needed strength to someday leave this forsaken place. She chuckled at Gaia killing Rasa, and that Gaia was no longer a Jinchuriki. You and I both know this village will never accept us, Pakura. They see us as nothing but tools and weapons, Keed said quietly, despite harboring resentment against her sister Katsumi for constantly boasting about her greater power due to having more tails. This caused a rift that backfired on their clan, leaving Keed at Madara Uchiha's mercy as Hashirama hunted down his siblings, including Kathil, second strongest, with Keed actually third, partly due to her natural cursed markings. Years of containment followed until Shaman, the second Kazekage, began improving Suna with terrain use, poisons, puppetry, and greedily tried to exploit Keed's powers for the village's sake. Karura joined the conversation calmly sipping tea. You worry for her as well, Pakura, and thank you for being there for Gaia. She even found genuine love, even if she has to share other girls with Naruto-kun. Naruto-kun, Karura. You developing a crush on Naruto too? Keed grinned, making Karura blush. Let me have a few more years at least, Karura replied, as Keed giggled and Gaia smiled in her sleep. Suna at Pakura's house, Gaia was anxious, even after killing Rasa. She wondered where they could go next, knowing that if the village discovered she had killed Rasa, they'd hunt her down despite still believing she was a Jinchuriki. So Baki became the fifth Kazekage, as Gaia refused to lead a village that nearly turned her into a monster, betrayed their heroes, or forgave her father for almost making her a weapon, or sporting a terrible hairstyle. In the prime timeline, Gaara sneezed while working on paperwork, disturbed by an unseen offense. Shukaku, inside his teapot, assisted him. She was one of the lucky ones since Naruto learned to use adamantine sealing chains at 3 years old, while Fu lacked defenses beyond flying or Fubuki's chakra. She told her that they were violated in their own villages, but Naruto's suffering was worse. He had once contained Katsumi's soul, crying alone at night since he could walk. Despite Katsumi's hatred for humanity hunting them as weapons or livestock, she comforted him when his maternal instincts reawakened after he first said, "Thank you, Mom," before falling asleep on her head. He ignored the fact he had awakened a Mangekyo Sharingan identical to Indra's and vowed never to use it against her. Calling her Mom made her happy, even though she lacked much chakra. You're destined for great things, and I love you, Naruto, Katsumi whispered as Naruto smiled peacefully in his sleep. Even though he carried Asura's chakra, it would be foolish to despise someone who is also a victim. Meanwhile, Satsuki, now with double H-cup breasts after the timeskip sought therapy to cope with the near annihilation of her clan. Her mother survived, but had to keep a low profile to avoid drawing attention, especially from higher authorities. Satsuki needed a focus besides her obsession with killing Itachi, so she chose to support Naruto despite her loss. She believed Naruto didn't fully understand her pain, but she had witnessed him being beaten and assaulted, powerless to help, because those who harmed Naruto would do the same to her as an Uchiha. Her hatred was immense, rivaling Naruto's, and it gave birth to a dark alter ego she called Jalter Wicked Dragon Witch-Ver. Shinjuku 1999, a pale-skinned woman with F-cup breasts, yellow eyes and short white blonde hair, stern and ruthless toward nearly everyone except those she trusts. Many believed Shinobi stood for righteousness, but she knew better. Through Satsuki's eyes, she saw Naruto as someone who understood the harsh realities of life and secretly desired him, something only Zero was aware of, as they both suppressed their chakra and emotions to avoid detection by Katsumi. After the massacre, she unexpectedly became host to the Zero Tails, which entered her and made her its Jinchuriki. The beast reminded her of Kaguya Otsutsuki, a man burdened by hatred for his father. Her new form was that of a voluptuous woman of average height with G-cup breasts, dark blue hair styled like a courtesan's with forelocks parted over her right eye. She wore a seductive red kimono with splattered patterns, a brown belt adorned with gold arrows pointing oppositely, a butterfly-shaped choker, and a flowing white silk scarf forming a heart shape. On her right side, two flowers, one red and one white with gold decorations, and 3 gold beads on the left. She also sported gauntlets and went barefoot, resembling Kurenai Kojutsu from Eden's Zero. One day, while gazing at her reflection in a pond, her image morphed into a Tacha's. Reflexively, she tried to strike it but fell into the water. Zero advised her to find the person harboring the deepest hatred and train with them. They would aid her in avenging her clan and living life on her terms. Even her darkness agreed with the Zero tales, unaware they too desired the same. Katsumi had to attend therapy with Naruto since she, like him, bottled up emotions. The only one brave enough to support all three was Megan Yamanaka, Ino's mother. Katsumi tried to hide her Kaguya Otsutsuki heritage from Megan, but Megan insisted on full honesty, revealing herself as a Martian named Mgan Emors. She also took an interest in Naruto. As Ino mentioned, she liked him too, recognizing his pure heart despite the darkness within. Remarkably, Katsumi was much calmer now, as if the hatred she'd harbored for 3,000 years had vanished. She still felt anger and annoyance, but was no longer blinded by rage. These events solidified Naruto's decision to forsake his humanity when the first opportunity arose, meeting Kaguya. Over the years, witnessing the villagers of the very place his immature, prejudiced, ancestral brooders cherished, who abandoned family and trust to become the strongest nation, made him curse Hagoromo Otsutsuki. If I ever meet Hagoromo, I'd tear him apart in front of his children, use shadow clones to pluck his Byakugan and Rinnegan with a spoon, and force-feed him his own eyes, while telling him I wish to turn this planet into a barren wasteland, for ruining our lives with some damned prophecy and his pathetic ninshu. Naruto thought, though he preferred ruling over destruction, to prove his point to those who wronged him. To Gaia Sabaku, born prematurely to be Suna's frontline weapon without Kiid's consent, killing was only in self-defense. The first time she entered her mindscape with Matsuri and Yodo, she saw her mother Karura and felt shame for taking lives as Rasa demanded, but her mother assured her that no matter what path she chose, she'd always be proud, even after witnessing Gaia's intimacy with Matsuri and Yodo. Kiid, in her true form, observed silently, reminded of the man who saved her family and siblings from a parasite stealing their powers, sacrificing his life, but promising to return before the Shinigami claimed his soul. After meeting Naruto and Satsuki, Gaia vowed to help them dismantle the shinobi system, the same system that nearly made her a monster. She wanted the honor of killing the Wind Daimyo, but Naruto revealed he'd already orchestrated it via a shadow clone disguised as one of the daimyo's samurai, leaving a root mask to frame Danzo. The clone succeeded, then dispersed as Naruto absorbed the memory and fist-bumped Gaia. She was ecstatic, even blowing his chakra rod, which made Matsuri and Yodo jealous. Karura blushed, recalling how she explained the birds and the bees to the trio, while Kiid demonstrated with sand, an odd but captivating lesson. Naruto was in bliss as Gaia gave him one of the best blowjobs he'd ever had to his 18-inch member, while Satsuki pleasured herself watching Gaia go deep without gagging, impressing Temari. Kankuro snapped a photo for blackmail while Gaia showed off using Temari's makeup during the act. "I knew it was you," Temari yelled, hitting Kankuro with her mother's war fan as she chased him. "Women always gravitate toward powerful men with great personalities," Satsuki said proudly. Though Naruto was stronger than her, he taught her how to master 6 Paths Sage Mode. They earned markings they previously lacked, Yin power for Naruto and Yang power for Satsuki. She knew she could defend herself, but always felt safest with Naruto. Meanwhile, Benzate and Guren returned to Odo to prepare for the Chunin exams to maintain appearances, both kissing Naruto goodbye. After leaving Akatsuki, Guren snuck into Konoha a few times thanks to Danzo. She saw Naruto and Satsuki sparring while holding back, though they sensed her presence. Planning to find Anko to remove her cursed mark, she realized Anko had already gotten rid of it before switching bodies. Guren tried summoning Manda, but the snake summon said Manda had been killed, not by Garaga or Ayata, Since though aggressive, Garaga would never kill a fellow member, no matter how boastful or vicious Manda was. Naruko was finally content in her own body, able to be with Naruto-kun. Temari, Kankuro, Yashimaru, Pakura, Maki, Matsuri, Sari, Yukata, Gaia, and Yodo sealed their belongings in scrolls, which Naruto sent to their personal dimension. During their sessions, Naruto marked the girls with a kitsune inside a black sun symbol. The mark contained the Flying Thunder God seal. Created by Naruto and Katsumi, it allowed teleportation to the girls when chakra was added or in serious danger, served as a locator for others with kitsune marks, and granted access to Naruto's dimension. When a girl has this mark, she belongs to me and only me. No other man may touch you. Anyone who tries will die gruesomely, Naruto declared to the girls, who all understood. Naruto's realm, the group gazed upon the massive estate Naruto had crafted as their primary base, a place he could command like his own mental domain. With Kaguya's aid, they fashioned a unique training chamber where time could be manipulated like a pocket dimension at their whim. For instance, they might spend a full year inside while only a single day passed outside, allowing them to absorb any knowledge they desired without interruption. Benzaiten was overwhelmed with joy as she unlocked chakra secrets from Kaguya, even shedding tears of happiness, relieved she no longer had to betray her true friends or her harem sisters. The group felt at ease here, able to train freely without distractions or restraint. Naruto resembled a youthful, smaller version of Madara Uchiha, except his hair flowed down his back. Meanwhile, Satsuki looked like a teenage Mikoto, but with voluptuous double H-cup breasts, and a curvaceous backside that Naruto adored burying his face in. Watching Naruto and Satsuki spar, the girls were stunned. This battle dwarfed even the legendary clashes between Madara and Hashirama, which now seemed like child's play. The two fought against a gigantic Katsumi in her fox form, clad in a majestic Susanoo armor nearly as large as an adult Ten-Tails in seed form. Katsumi, being an emotion sensor, anticipated Naruto and Satsuki's moves, evading their strikes with precision, not relying on the Sharingan but on her own instincts. She knew they were the most unpredictable pair on the planet. The girls also noticed Naruto and Satsuki wielding the Byakugan effortlessly, a gift from Kaguya, their new mother. Even though Kaguya wanted Naruto, he insisted on waiting until after their sparring session so their time together with Satsuki, Katsumi, and Naruko would be special, as he'd already been intimate with them before. Katsumi unleashed fire style, great fire annihilation, but Naruto and Satsuki charged through, absorbing the flames effortlessly thanks to their instant chakra and nature energy absorption. Katsumi only caught sight of Satsuki and attempted to sneak up using Shunpo, but Naruto surprised her with the 80 Gods vacuum attack, aided by his Byakugan's sharp vision, too swift for her to dodge. "Wow, I didn't realize all three had the Byakugan," Satori remarked as Naruko revealed hers too. Meanwhile in Konoha, Hiroto, Hyuga suffered a heart attack upon sensing that the demon boy and Uchiha girl possessed the Byakugan, unaware of the transmission seals planted on his shoes. Flare listened to the former Hyuga clan head's agonized gasps. "His faint heartbeat is music to my ears, wouldn't you say, Naruto-kun?" Flare purred, her body now a wood clone of Naruto. He nodded, pleasuring her orally while two more clones displayed his impressive 18-inch third leg, receiving handjobs. Nearby, Seitenshi Otsutsuki, a breathtaking pale-skinned young woman with DD-cup breasts and a petite frame, sat quietly. She had delicate white eyebrows, thick white eyelashes framing her round Tenseigan eyes, those very eyes inherited from Hamura Otsutsuki, the second sage of 6 paths and first man on the second moon. Her hair fell messily over her forehead, partially covering her small nose. Thin lips and hidden ears completed her ethereal look. Beside her was Yukino, a slender, curvy girl with short light blue hair and a blue rose ornament tucked on the left side. She wore a simple teal tank top over her DD-cup breasts and a dark teal miniskirt. Unknown to others, Yukino was actually Hamura's will, preserved after his death at 400 years old from the toll of 6 paths chakra. He instructed her to await a worthy Otsutsuki to inherit his eyes and revive their clan, searching for the true descendants of his brother's line. Yukino lingered in the shadows as the branch side of the clan began infighting, until she spotted a man with red hair and 2 women, one black-haired and one dark blue-haired, along with Black Zetsu in his true form at the moon's center. The three embraced a statue calling Kaguya cousin, which puzzled Black Zetsu. The man, Saka Uzumaki, wielded Hagoromo's Rinnegan. The black-haired woman, Amaterasu Uzumaki ne Uchiha, bore the EMS. And Tsukuyomi Uzumaki, ne Hyuga, had the Tenseigan and Dead Bone Pulse. Curiously, Kaguya was absent despite her near-genocide of the land of the ancestors. Most clan members believed Kaguya was a cruel, heartless woman, indifferent to humanity, though that was far from true. Black Zetsu noted Sokka couldn't summon Kaguya's physical form as he lacked Hagoromo's chakra. The trio sought Naruto and Hinata, as Seitenshi and Yukino wished for a foursome to repopulate the clan, but they awaited their worthiness. Naruto and Satsuki despised fangirls with fervor, as did Minato, Arashi, Menma, Jiraiya, Hiruzen, Koharu, Himura, and Danzo, who sought Tenseigan users for his root but invariably ended up defeated. Why must the most powerful always be such perverts? Seitenshi asked flatly, accustomed to Flare's sexual fantasies about Naruto, whom she deemed worthy to bear their children. It's a life rule, Seitenshi, the strongest always rule, Yukino replied, referencing hidden village histories. Outside Flare's condo, also home to Mikoto and Akino, near the Senju compound, Jiraiya attempted to spy on the girls as usual. But upon peering through his binoculars to jot down his art, he was shot in both eyes and fell dead. That pervy bastard spying on my harem sisters again. Some lessons he'll never learn, Sai said, clad in hunting clothes, counting this as the 69th time she'd killed and resurrected Jiraiya, retaining his memories of death just for sport as she winked at the reader. Back with the group, Kaguya switched to a casual outfit. A light purple short-sleeved jacket, sans bra to ease her M-cup breasts, with seals to make them appear smaller publicly. Naruto liked how they bounced when she layered a white long-sleeved shirt underneath, paired with light brown shorts covering her shapely backside, and purple open-toe boots. Her old robes felt too outdated, plus they hid her horns. She also cut her hair shorter, now reaching her hips, much easier to manage than the long, prehensile tresses of old, which were both useful in battle and somewhat unsettling. The group watched Naruto, Satsuki, and Katsumi sparring, all donning Susanoo armor mode, smaller, faster, and less draining versions of the massive mecha-sized armor. Katsumi's was a striking gold, while hers was light blue with white wings. Surprisingly, Katsumi and her sisters descended from Kaguya and Carrot, and Katsumi had developed her own chakra along with the Tamo Rinnegan, like Naruto, Naruko, and Satsuki. Satsuki attempted wood-style techniques after discovering her Senju/Uzumaki heritage, quickly mastering it through Midoriya's memories. She giggled at a surprising ancestor secret she hadn't told Naruto yet. Using wood style, she tried to restrain Katsumi, expecting the gold Susanoo armor to lull her to sleep. After a few minutes, Satori checked his watch, but Naruto realized Katsumi had developed Fuinjutsu immunity, creating seals preventing Sharingan Genjutsu, wood style, or adamantine sealing chains from affecting her and her sisters. Katsumi grinned, revealing she hadn't enjoyed herself this much in centuries, ever since the days of Sokka, Amaterasu, and Tsukuyomi Uzumaki. This really takes me back to the times with Sokka, Amaterasu, and Tsukuyomi when we used to spar, Katsumi remarked, causing Kid, Baust, and Fubuki to gasp in surprise that she recalled those names. Within Katsumi, the Reaper's seal flickered softly as the woman inside watched the wooden cage shatter following Katsumi's mention of those familiar names. She transformed into pure energy, while Katsumi felt a strange sensation and collapsed onto the floor, still upright. Meanwhile, the Shinigami within the mindscape shattered the seal as Katsumi slept. Something emerged from Katsumi, a young woman clad in a crimson battle kimono, her black hair flowing with 9 white tails behind her. Her amber-golden eyes shone intensely, and 3 bold red whisker marks graced her cheeks, resembling Naruto's but more distinct. They paused the sparring as roots withdrew into the earth, the woman brushing off dust and licking her lips at Naruto. Katsumi, who is she? Naruto asked just as Satsuki lifted Katsumi. The woman pressed her ample chest against Naruto, causing the other girls to blush at her boldness. Kid shot daggers at her large breasts, feeling jealous since she was now the youngest among the 9, soon to be 10. Naruto's hands slid over her curvy hips as they kissed, while Satsuki smiled knowingly, aware that Naruto would attract many women. She, Katsumi, and Kaguya intended to share him, but only with those worthy as the alphas. Really, Katsumi, you never told Naruto about little old Ari. The woman murmured while continuing to kiss Naruto, suppressing the urge to take him fully as she sensed the deadly intent of the other girls. They had agreed that Satsuki, Naruto, Katsumi, and Kaguya would be his first partners, wanting it to be special since Ari knew about Naruto's childhood pains, things even the dark side of Katsumi would not inflict on someone who was also a victim. They related to him, being descendants of Indra and Asura. I wonder what Narumi is up to right now, Satsuki thought quietly. Konoha Narumi awoke in her room, where she now lived with Anko G-Cup and Kurenai G-Cup since she was 10. She had demanded Minato and Kushina sign adoption papers, so Anko could officially take her in. They agreed, wanting to live their prime years rather than die young, and Minato complied, haunted by a Shinigami's grin in his mind. Narumi glanced at Kushina, who tried to reconcile, pleading earnestly. Narumi saw her sincerity and respected her attempt to redeem herself before faking their deaths. However, Naruto would be the one to judge if he wanted her back, considering the changes he and Satsuki had made. He no longer saw Kushina as his mother. I can't believe the strongest woman, once an outsider, would crumble so easily to a prophecy's sweet words and promises of preserving balance. And helping Naruto, Narumi said, glaring fiercely as she channeled chakra into her hand, and slapped Minato with such force he flew into the Hokage monument, breaking Tobirama's nose. Kushina wept, feeling she had failed her daughter. As they left, Narumi's eyes briefly flashed purple with ripple patterns, and 6 tamos swirling before returning to normal, causing Kushina to doubt what she saw. Narumi graduated at 10, having used shadow clones taught by her brother before his death, to accelerate her studies, including Fuinjutsu to aid Anko with her cursed seal. Naruto had promised the snake mistress to remove the curse mark by sending a shadow clone to kill the snake harboring Benzaiten's soul fragment. Narumi protected herself and loved ones, aware that Jiraiya had been blackmailing Anko and Kurenai for favors. She waited for her friend Hanabi to form a team. Hanabi blushed so hard she fainted, Narumi catching her as she swooned, aware of Hanabi's feelings for her and Naruto. Graduating top of her class with the 3rd highest score in Konoha's history, behind only her brother Naruto, her adoptive sister Satsuki, Minato, and Itachi, Narumi became Anko Mitarashi's apprentice alongside Hinata. Anko mentored her to boost her confidence, teaching her skills as male Hyuga often hid themselves, unaware someone did the unthinkable. Flashback, Ryuichi Cave. Anko brought Narumi and Hinata to Ryuichi Cave for moral support, where the white snake sage Hakuja confirmed Anko's cursed mark was gone, meaning Orochimaru was dead or someone had removed it. Hakuja sensed Anko was ready to become a true snake sage. Narumi and Hinata watched as Hakuja infused Anko with nature energy. Her strong will allowed her to pass the trials easily, her eyes gaining purple markings, black sclera, and slit pupils. The first true snake sage in over 2 millennia. Hakuja, impressed, passed her knowledge to Anko by biting her, seeing greatness for good or evil as Anko's choice. How do you feel, Anko-sama? Hinata asked. I feel powerful and serene, sensing even the faintest vibrations, including the snakes throughout the cave, Anko replied, molding the earth into a bench for them to rest. Hakuja smiled proudly. Anko Mitarashi, you've shown the will, strength, and perseverance to become a snake sage, just as I expected, Hakuja said before reverting Anko's eyes to normal. Thank you, Hakuja-sama, Anko bowed, smiling peacefully as the trio left the cave. End of flashback. Anko and Kurenai became a genuine couple after achieving sage status, despite some villagers' disdain for their same-sex relationship, still calling Anko derogatory names and demanding the death of anyone who associated with her, even though her adopted daughter was the Yondaime Hokage's child. They feared she would become the next Orochimaru, marking children with cursed seals. After receiving the mark, Anko nearly took her own life from shame, like Sakumo, until she met a young Naruto who had similar thoughts. His internal voices, Katsumi and Naruko, stopped him, mentioning Hinata's wish for him to live. Anko invited him for dango, giving him hope in their harsh, hypocritical world. Strangely, after the Taki and Kyusa incidents, Anko's cursed mark vanished, and she was finally free from corrupted nature energy and the influence of the snake Sannin. After Naruto and Satsuki died at the Land of Waves, no demon boy to blame, the village targeted Anko, but Narumi retaliated fiercely, killing 20% of civilians who insulted her new parents, Anko and Kurenai. Unknown to many, Kurenai is part Uchiha, a secret only known to her lovers Anko, Narumi, and Naori, to protect her from being exploited by others like Asuma Sarutobi. Meanwhile, Georgia suffered the wrath of Anko's snakes after being pelted with bags of ryos from Kurenai, her best friend and lover since the academy. They had also adopted a girl named Naori Mitarashi, who had no name before Anko took her in. Naori resembled Kurenai's grandmother, Naori Uchiha. She was quiet and distant initially, but became more open to those she trusted, though she remained cold and merciless to enemies. She wielded Susanoo clones shaped like Datingu to protect her family. Eventually, Anko earned her Jonin rank, well-deserved, and became the sensei of a team including Narumi, Naori, and Hanabi. Hanabi sought to learn beyond her clan's traditions after Hinata left the clan compound to live with Sakura's cousin Flare. A branch member spotted Hanabi kissing Narumi and reported it to the elders. Flashback: Hyuga Estate. The clan intended to mark Hinata and Hanabi with the caged bird seal due to their status as bisexual heirs. But Flare persuaded them otherwise by unleashing wood style. She fired a seed into the most hostile Hyuga elder who despised Hinata. Unable to evade the homing seed, the elder became engulfed as branches sprouted, and a tree grew inside him. Flare warned them with a chilling, maternal smile that could terrify even Madara. When another elder tried to protest, Flare methodically broke his fingers one by one on his right hand. Her eyes shifted to a sinister green with black sclera as she laughed with cruel delight, ignoring the elder's cries. Some clan members tried to step in, but the moment they locked eyes with her, they fell into a deep sleep despite their Byakugan being active. Flare then focused on Hiroto Hyuga, father of Hayashi and Hizashi, still alive since Kumo made peace with Konoha after Hitomi. Hinata's mother incapacitated the ambassador. The fourth Raikage Eye had never ordered the ambassador to kidnap the Hyuga heiress, raising suspicions that someone from within Konoha leaked intel, possibly working for an unknown force. Minato suspected Danzo but lacked proof. I respected Minato due to his speed and strength during the Third War and would have started a war if he intended to. Now Hiroto, if you ever so much as touch Hinata-chan or Hanabi-chan, I will gladly rip you apart and take your precious Dijutsu and sperm, along with anyone who defies me, back to Kumo faster than the flying thunder god. If I hear another threat against Hinata, Hanabi, or Nelly, I'll make the Uchiha massacre seem like a child's game compared to what I'll unleash on the Hyuga clan. Flare declared in a demonic tone that chilled the living elders. She knew well the dark secret behind that warning, and Hiroto saw a terrifying image of the Shinigami looming behind her. Several main clan members watching trembled in fear. Fortunately, Hinata, Hanabi, and Nelly were not present, or they might have been both frightened and strangely stirred. From that day, the Hyuga clan had no heirs, as those three would never lead a family burdened by rigid traditions and arrogance. End of flashback. Afterwards, in Konoha, Danzo sat quietly, rocking and sucking his thumb, haunted by the horrors Flare inflicted. Initially, he wanted her recruited into Root because she possessed an advanced wood style surpassing even her grandfather Hashirama's, capable of instantly suppressing tailed beasts and Jinchuriki. Far beyond Tenzo's intellect and emotional control, Tobirama's cunning, Madara's power, and Tsunade and Chiyo's medical and poison expertise. Her Fuinjutsu knowledge rivaled Mito Uzumaki's, and she could sense negative emotions with ease. Flashback training ground. 43 Flare strolled through the training grounds, where she first met Naruto at age 4 when she was 6. She had saved him from a mob trying to kill him. Seeing his eyes that day, she sensed greatness. Despite the darkness and hatred in his heart, he remained pure. She even developed a crush on him, recognizing him as a magnet for girls and gladly sharing him. Suddenly, Danzo's pawns attempted to ambush her. The expendable attackers were instantly pierced by trees she summoned without any hand signs or movement, a feat even Hashirama never achieved. Is it because of those photos of you, indulging yourself while wearing a replica of my granduncle's armor? Flare teased, flashing an image that made several Root members sick. Elsewhere in the Land of Fire, Tenzo vomited during a date with his girlfriend Yukimi Iberry, having retired from being a Konoha shinobi to find himself and reconnect with his first love, who found him amusing. How did you obtain those? Danzo growled. I have my methods. Flare replied coolly, while Danzo's rage simmered beneath his controlled exterior. Danzo even tried using Shisui's Mangekyo Sharingan to compel her to join Root willingly, but it failed. She sat relaxed on the ground in a Madara-like pose. The perfect Genjutsu didn't even touch her. Danzo screamed internally, frustrated by her immunity to mind control. Really, Danzo. I didn't even need to enter Sage mode, which is a shame. She calmly produced senbon needles composed of water mixed with wood-style chakra from her mouth. Water style. Heavenly tears, Flare announced telepathically, as the watery needles pierced the locks and severed Danzo's implanted Sharingan right arm, which grotesquely transformed into a tree with blooming flowers that revealed Sharingan eyes. So that's why you orchestrated the massacre to harvest my cousin clan's eyes, Flare accused him darkly. For Konoha's sake, Danzo shouted, but Flare only grew angrier. Konoha's sake. The only thing you've done is weaken us and create more enemies. I know you blackmailed Benzate when she grafted that mutated arm onto you, nearly corrupted her by trying to replicate my grandpa's wood style, allied with Hanzo to claim Hokage, and turned the Akatsuki into terrorists. I have dirt enough to start a one-sided war. You never cared about Konoha, only your twisted vision of it ruled solely by you, but that would be no different than the usual hypocrisy and betrayals. Flare screamed with demonic fury, releasing killer intent that made the air heavy around Danzo. He knew he had to eliminate her. She knew too much, and her DNA could be used to create a superior, controllable wood style. He summoned Baku, who was entranced by a Titan Arum corpse flower Flare produced. As it bloomed near Baku's mouth, vines held it open, releasing a deadly stench that even caused the Sharingan on Danzo's arm to bleed and fail. Danzo tried to activate Izanagi to escape, but Flare destroyed the 10 eyes in agony. Baku self-destructed but strangely returned. Danzo ordered Root to help him flee, while Flare whistled happily as the scene shifted to a dead Baku with bleeding eyes and foaming saliva. Danzo commanded his men to burn the body. Though stoic outwardly, Danzo feared Flare. She had ripped out Shisui's old right eye, crushed it, and burned the blood to prevent replication, rendering him powerless without Mokuton to extend Izanagi, as she destroyed the Sharingans on his arm. No wonder they call her the sadistic Senju, Danzo thought as she walked away. He ordered Root to escort him for medical treatment, his teeth falling out from the stress. Well, that's settled for now. I could have killed you any time, but Naruto and Satsuki have dibs to end you. I also reconfigured your reverse 4 symbols seal during your monologue. Enjoy the few years you have left, backstabbing fool. Flare said, flipping him off as she left for home, calling her closest friends, Alisa Chinook, Sana Sunayami, Irina Nakiri, Chifusa Manuo, Kagefusa Manuo, Kirika Misono, Shura Kirigakure, Yuki and Asuka Agura, and Mia Stewartson, for their usual Yuri time. They were all bisexual and only accepted Naruto-kun as their partner. Danzo gulped at the mention of Naruto and Satsuki, knowing from his informants that they were even stronger than Hashirama and Midora in their primes, based on what they did in Taki and Kyusa, respectively. End of flashback. Since Anko has acted more like a mother figure than Kushina, she offered both her and Naori the option to become snake summoners. Narumi, however, sensed something off about the toads and Jiraiya. Naori declined, explaining she already had a summon, a crow named Kyuju. Narumi noticed that Kushina seemed to be trying to make amends for neglecting Naruto during his childhood, while Minato remained occupied with his duties as Hokage. Meanwhile, Arashi and Menma grew fearful of Kushina, as she rendered them sterile whenever they attempted to tap into the Ninetales chakra. Each time they tried, she restrained them with her sealing chains. Together with Hanabi, Alexis, Akiza, and T, who had all come to support her, they ventured into the Forest of Death. On Narumi's very first summoning attempt, something extraordinary appeared. A colossal wooden entity about 1,000 meters long, resembling an 8-headed serpent with massive claws and legs. Most striking were the 10 rattlesnake-like tails, and at its chest, a giant eye combining features of the Rinnegan and Sharingan, with 9 Tamo. Anko had to steady herself against the overwhelming presence of the beast, which made the 9 tails seem infantile in comparison. Hanabi nearly lost her sight from the intense chakra detected through her Byakugan, still less potent than Naruto's. Meanwhile, with Katsumi, Katsumi felt someone was observing her and was instantly irritated. Naruto and Satsuki found the chakra eerily familiar. Back to Narumi and Anko, what the? How is it possible that someone summoned me? The ten-tails eye in its chest glared downward at Narumi and Anko as the massive form shrank. It morphed into a tall, curvaceous woman with an hourglass figure and prominent features. She wore a revealing outfit, a tiny bikini top and a short skirt. 7 venomous dragon heads curled around her form. First try, and you called forth a being stronger than the Kyuubi without even trying. Impressive kid, Anko said, smiling. Narumi now wore knee-high boots, a dark orange skirt with a slit, a snug black crop top, and an open black jacket bearing the red Uzumaki swirl on the back. Black fingerless gloves covered her hands. Thanks, Anko-chan, Narumi replied, hugging her. Anko blushed but returned the embrace since no one else was watching. The ten-tails woman coughed. Who, and what are you? Anko asked. I am Yamada no Urachi, the ten-tailed hydra snake. The woman introduced herself, striking poses with her snake heads. 10 tails? I thought there were only 9-tailed beasts, T asked, prompting Yamada's eye to twitch. The academy's standards had been raised, and many civilian students had dropped out after the supposed deaths of Naruto and Satsuki. Alexis, Akiza, and T were experienced genin from Team Shin, chosen for the upcoming Chunin exams. Shin was somehow Danzo Shimura's second grandchild and Sai's brother, thought dead, but saved by Konoha ANBU from a root facility near the Land of Lightning. Danzo denied any relation and refused DNA tests. Though the siblings appeared normal, Sai had the ability to create life with his ink and was an excellent swordsman, while Shin could transform into an ink monster, seemingly defying physics, teleporting through ink portals, and acting as an almost undetectable censor. Despite being labeled an ink demon, his sister and friends defended him. He had noticed Sai's crush on Naruto, which took a week to get over, and he suspected Naruto and Satsuki were still alive. The rookies helped them develop social skills, especially Sai. Over time, they rose from Chunin to Jonin to Sensei with their own genin teams, Alexis, Akiza, and T on Team Shin. Yakumo Kurama, Lust Kurama, Yakumo's former Ito who gained her own body with Naruto's help, and Maka Albarn on Team Sai. Back to Narumi, Yamada shared how she arrived on this world after battling the Shinto storm god, and astonishingly, Amaterasu and Tsukuyomi's brother Susanoo, who chipped a fang from her mouth into the Kusanagi sword during a rampage while escaping an Otsutsuki-do in space. She withheld much of her origin story, deeming it too much for them to absorb. Suddenly, she sensed someone familiar. Hella, she murmured, running off, with the others pursuing her toward the village outskirts. Uzumaki's mask storage shrine. They were stunned to find a ruined shrine, but Narumi felt a powerful presence inside. What is this place? T whispered, uneasy about the cold atmosphere. Anko remained alert despite the shrine's neglect, so much so that even her former mentor was unaware of it. What are those masks hanging there? Akiza asked, pointing, while Narumi seemed entranced. Damn, I thought she was here, Yamada muttered. Who? Hanabi questioned. Hella, Yamada answered. You mean my brother's personal physician along with Ritsu Unohana? Narumi snapped out of her trance, questioning the ten-tails woman, who spat in surprise. Naruto was cautious because 2 women had volunteered to be his personal doctors, and he had quickly trusted them as if knowing them for years. What? You don't know the Shinto deity your clan worshipped? FYI, Akiza, I wouldn't use wood style on that, Yamada warned, eyeing Akiza as a vine she conjured touched a mask, causing it to wither. Akiza had to sever it before it spread. Your clan, Narumi? T asked, and Narumi nodded, explaining their idol and her sister hailed from a powerful clan. Oddly, it was never mentioned at the academy, except that it was destroyed by Kumo, Iwa, and Kiri out of fear of their sealing jutsu and stamina. Not even the Sage of 6 Paths was fortunate enough to meet her, let alone interact with the deity. Hagoromo was a good man but foolish for distributing chakra to his disciples, allowing it to spread indiscriminately. He chose duty over family, betrayed his mother, and denied Indra's birthright because someone manipulated her. Yamada said sadly, as the specter form of the Shinigami canon version appeared, frightening the group, except Yamada and Narumi. Who dares disturb this place linking me to the mortal realm? Prepare to be sealed in my stomach for eternity. The specter growled, the temperature plummeting as killer intent radiated. The girls countered with their own aura while Yamada yawned. Yo, she greeted the specter with a 2-finger salute. Way to kill the mood, Yamada, the female voice replied, vanishing as Hela appeared behind Anko, startling her. The pale-skinned, green-eyed brunette greeted them. "Hello, I am Hela, the Shinigami and Shinto goddess of death. Tremble at my presence and kneel," Hela declared dramatically, causing nervous sweat drops among the girls. "Well, if it isn't Narumi. I can't believe how much you've grown since birth. I was the first to touch and bless you with help from my best friend Ritsu," Hela said to Narumi, who tilted her head. "You helped Kushina deliver me. How come you look like this and I didn't recognize you?" Narumi asked the beautiful death goddess, who giggled softly. "Because this is my authentic form, Narumi, and no one can even detect my presence. Not even Katsumi, not by sight. Since I am an actual deity, while Katsumi is merely a—" Hela began, but Yamada shook her head, signaling her not to reveal their origin, prompting Hela to roll her eyes. "We were already aware that Katsumi holds the Kyuubi since she told us," Alexis remarked, and Naori nodded in agreement. Hela glanced at Kyuju, who was visibly sweating, as Yamada stared at the crow, which began to caw loudly. "Don't even think about sealing me inside your chakra construct. I've heard tales from Danzo-sama about the Uzumaki clan and their sealing techniques, but they failed to acquire it from Mito and Kushina. I beg you, please don't trap us inside your stomach, where Naori and I would be forced to battle against our own wills for eternity until someone frees us." Kyuju pleaded with Hela, shocking Yamata at the young Ten-Tails speaking. "Calm down. I wouldn't trap you in my real stomach. That would be painful. I have someone special inside to protect until he finds the ideal body for reincarnation. The specter you all saw is actually a pocket dimension I control, which I also use to gather energy, similar to Sage Mode," Hela explained. They nodded in understanding, but Yamata interrupted, looking sharply at Kyuju. "That's the Ten-Tails, though powerful, he's still not strong enough. Maybe a seedling." "No, you're a clone," Yamata shouted, which stunned the other girls upon realizing Naori is a Ten-Tails Jinchuriki. Naori looked down in shame, fearing rejection because Jinchuriki are often despised. "Show them, Naori. I know they'll accept you," Narumi encouraged her sister, revealing her headband and displaying her rin-sharing an eye, which opened normally while she spread black feathery wings. "You might see me as a freak for having these powers. Maybe I should leave," Naori whispered, but the girls moved closer and hugged her. "So what if you're different? You're still you, even with a tailed beast inside." "That doesn't change who you are," Akiza said, bringing tears of joy to Naori, who feared losing her family. "You look amazing," Kanoka cheered, while T nodded, gently petting Kyuju. "This is what it means to have friends," Kyuju said softly. Yamada watched the scene, feeling it reminiscent of when she and her sisters were created. "Impressive that you're still alive and well," Hela said, confusing Anko, since being a Ten-Tails Jinchuriki typically grants immortality. "Could you channel Kyuju's chakra into your stomach?" Hela asked Naori, who complied, revealing the Reaper's seal, causing everyone to gasp. "Naori, why didn't you tell us Kyuju was inside you by that seal?" Narumi asked, concerned. "Who besides Minato Baka would use a suicidal seal on you?" Anko added. "But how did Danzo never detect you as a Jubai Jinchuriki?" "That's one way to gain 6 paths chakra," Hela pondered, knowing the first 2 beings to wield true Ten-Tails power, including Kaguya. Most of that clan were too complacent to realize power comes from training despite their ability to absorb nature energy. She was grateful fewer than 10,000 of them remained, a balance for the universe, because if the clan knew about the multiverse, it could mean disaster. "The odd thing is only a god like me can seal a being as powerful as the Ten-Tails or an Otsutsuki, yet I didn't seal Kyuju inside her. Unless a rogue Shinigami did, someone unknown to me," Hela stated. "I don't know, but after accepting him, the seal shattered, which knocked me unconscious for a whole day. That's when I freed Kyuju, who became my summon of his own free will," Naori explained, with Narumi and Anko confirming. "I'll handle that later. My twin, Morticia, is calling about Naruto-kun," Hela said, instructing Narumi to use a storage seal to secure the masks and burn them, so no one foolishly summons her avatar again. As they left the shrine, Hela snapped her fingers, turning the wood into dust scattered by the wind. "Say hi to Naruto, Satsuki, and Kaguya for me, Narumi. I need to gather some souls for a special purpose," Hela said, disappearing to her home dimension, grinning toward a bush behind her. "Who is Kaguya?" Kanoka asked, and Narumi shrugged, saying the only Kaguya she knew was from the now-extinct Kaguya clan of Kiri, their cousins. "Let's head back to the village," Anko said, and they agreed, leaving the shrine. Unbeknownst to them, someone was spying. A figure with a left eye navy blue on the outside, yellow inside, with a green slit pupil. The right eye was green outside with intricate designs and black inside, featuring a yellow slit pupil. I must report this to Danzo-sama, the figure muttered, using Shunshin to teleport to Route HQ. Meanwhile, with Naruto's group Black Sun traveled inside Naruto's complete Susanoo toward Kiri, while Karura and a few stayed behind in the Land of Waves to rest, as Karura refused to set foot in Suna without her children or Naruto present. The rest trained to sharpen their skills, having witnessed Naruto and Satsuki spar safely within a pocket dimension to avoid suspicion. The group Naruto, Satsuki, Katsumi, Rin, Baust Gaia, Matsuri, Yodo, and Kid headed to Kiri to check if Murajane, the six-tailed slug, and her Jinchuriki were roaming the land of water. Naruto landed near Kirigakure amid ongoing civil war, sparked by Obito Uchiha's belief that Rin died at Kakashi's hands, unaware that Madara had planned it. Satsuki explained how Kaguya removed Indra and Ashura's chakra from them but preserved their memories as hosts, except for the first transmigrants. Strange, I feel like I sensed someone familiar, Naruto said, affecting Satsuki and Kaguya, while Naruto and Katsumi tilted their heads. Meanwhile, at Aimgakure, Naruto established safe houses in various locations: Kumo, Iwa, Kiri, Suna, and near Aim, to gather intel on the tailed beasts and have places to relax. He mastered the blood clone technique combined with shadow clones, allowing absorption of nature energy, enhancing durability and transferring memories back to the original Naruto as the clones dissipated into blood. The clones earned the trust of their current leaders and people by blending in with Naruto's present form. Naruto also learned about remaining Jinchurikis, all women: Yujido Nae, who sealed Kuroka the Nibai; Samui Nae, with Cathal the Hachibai. Surprisingly, they were sisters and cousins to Naruto. The reason Ayatsuki IV didn't invade Konoha was to avoid wasting resources and lives, as his spies revealed Arashi and Menma as pseudo-Jinchurikis. I III told him about the Gold and Silver Brothers, ancestors of Yujido and Samui. Despite this, the girls were well loved by villagers, though the Kumo Council sought to have them eliminated due to their strength surpassing the Raikage's. The Naruto clone, trained by the Raikage himself, kept secret that the tailed beasts were freed while the girls trained on Turtle Island, and that he had intimate relations with Mabui, the Raikage's secretary, and Karui, also in Uzumaki. In Iwa, the Jinchurikis were treated as tools, especially Suzumabachi Kamizaru, who contained luminous Valentine the Gobi and was related to Anoki and Ishikawa, and Kuretsuchi, granddaughter of the fence-sitter, holding Zabumaru the Yanbai. Despite being despised by the village, both had good relationships with their tenants due to their innocence compared to the first Jinchuriki. They liked Naruto and resented him for favoring backstabbers over family, which was different for them because Zabumaru and Luminous chose Kuretsuchi and Suzumabachi as hosts. Anoki felt fear, anger, and pride. Fear thinking Naruto was Madara Uchiha, anger at his Jinchuriki's love for the presumed dead fourth Hokage's son, and pride in having a new apprentice. He vowed not to betray the village. Naruto briefly imagined using Tsukuyomi on Anoki, making him witness weeks of Naruto's exploits with Kuretsuchi and Suzumabachi, finally watching his grandchildren at 100 years old. Naruto declined and remained wary due to Deendra, a missing ninja, granddaughter of her sensei, and that man's illegitimate daughter. Naruto deduced from Anoki's body language that Deendra was related. Meanwhile, in Konoha, Minato sensed a dreadful future event, filling him with fear. Anoki admired Naruto's mastery of his knowledge, including Mu's dustless bewildering cover, fission jutsu, and particle style. Detachment of the primitive world technique. Naruto demonstrated his Keke Taka sky style, combining wind, water, and lightning elements, surpassing particle style's power by destroying a mountain with sky style, pressure cannon. Anoki then demanded Naruto marry his grandniece, who gave Anoki a look that made him break his back again, while Zabumaru laughed and Luminous carried her sister back to the village. The only one he had yet to locate was Murajane's Jinchuriki, until a blood clone encountered Hataru Tsuchigumo, who mentioned something about discovering the current host of Murajane, the six-tailed slug. Utakata had perished during the extraction, leaving the task of finding the new bearer as part of his last wishes to her. Back with the team, Naruto guided the group stealthily through the town toward the Kiri rebels, keeping their chakra suppressed despite hostile stares from the locals. Suddenly, the piercing scream of a pink-haired banshee pierced the air. Naruto and Satsuki shifted their appearances to blend in with civilians as they neared the scene. They saw Sakura trapped between two Kiri Anbu, tears streaming down her face. Nearby, they witnessed helpless women being assaulted by Kiri shinobi and bandits, horrors they instinctively knew were about to unfold. Seeing this, Satsuki was reminded of what could have happened to her if arrogance had been her only companion. She activated Amaterasu, igniting the vile perpetrators and the women who had lost their way. Meanwhile, Naruto's fury surged at the attempt to violate Sakura, rekindling painful memories of his own childhood abuses, times when even Minato and Kushina had doubted his cries for help. "Naruto, please control yourself," Katsumi spoke telepathically, ensuring Sakura remained unaware of their connection. "Katsumi, you and Naruto have been by my side all my life. Do you honestly expect me to stay calm when I endured this torment as a child?" Naruto's thoughts raced, remembering Katsumi's knowledge from his birth and her long-standing resentment of humanity's cruelty. She understood that Indra had been manipulated, carrying fragments of the Ten Tails and Kaguya's memories, realizing that evil is learned, not innate, Black Zetsu being largely misguided. Though he once saw her as a mere fangirl, years of training alongside Satsuki, Naruto, Katsumi, Kaguya, and even Zero taught him whom to trust. Despite his battle-hardened, calculating, and ruthless nature, he would never stoop to violating a woman. Together with Gaia, they slaughtered the remaining Kiri nin and bandits, burning their bodies and freeing the captives, women and children caught in human trafficking. Suddenly, Sakura unleashed a spray of pink acidic substance into the face of a Kiri shinobi blocking her path. Vines coiled around a second attacker, strangling him until his head was severed. Sakura then landed a crushing punch on another, squeezing his heart in her hand until he collapsed dead. Observers gasped she was wielding wood style. "Wisdom Wolf Decay. Only 5 people know that technique," Katsumi whispered, watching in awe. "This can't be happening," Naruto muttered angrily, shocked to realize that the diehard fangirl was actually Murajane's six-tailed slug host. Approaching Sakura, Naruto was met with a sudden embrace as she hugged the disguised him tightly. He returned the gesture with equal surprise. "Thank you, Naruto," she whispered through tears, causing Naruto, Satsuki, and Katsumi to realize she truly recognized him as he blushed. "How did you know it was me?" Naruto asked, as he and Satsuki shed their disguises. "Murajane told me," Sakura replied. At that moment, Kaguya's expression faltered and Kied's jaw dropped. With a sudden poof, a slim young woman appeared, under average height, with long white hair curling at the ends and framing her face. Her signature hairstyle featured a short, upward ponytail tied above her forehead, giving her hair a naturally pointed look. She had large blue eyes and a curvaceous figure, accentuated by a sleeveless, ankle-length maroon dress with pleats, a large pink bow on her chest, and matching trim. She completed the look with high-heeled shoes and delicate accessories, a blue gem necklace and a bracelet of white flowers on her right wrist. "Greetings, Naruto-kun. At last we meet," Murajane said cheerfully, waving. "How come we didn't sense you in Konoha? You know I can sense emotions. Am I losing my edge?" Katsumi teased her younger sister as Naruto comforted her. "Honey, you're not losing it. We just didn't expect it," Naruto said, planting a kiss on Katsumi's lips. "Oh, Naruto-kun, you always know just what to say to lift my spirits," she replied warmly. "All right, Sakura, you can drop the disguise now," Murajane prompted. Sakura nodded and grew to their height, now wearing a sleeveless red kippo dress reaching her upper thighs, trimmed in white with a circular design on the back, tied with a black obi. Black shorts, gloves, and pink elbow and knee protectors complemented her outfit. She swapped her boots for black high-heeled ninja sandals. Her hair was cut shorter, tipped in light blue, and her eyes shone with new life. Notably, her figure was more mature, with a double E-cup bust and a notably plump behind, even surpassing Satsuki's. Naruto admired her grown appearance, glancing at Satsuki, who had also matured through years of training, even befriending her darker side that battled alongside Zero inside their mindscape. They had examined memories of the massacre and were relieved Mikoto was alive, alongside a reincarnated Shisui who now called herself Akino, wearing the Q Academy uniform. Unaware of who revived her, She had inherited the Manjikaiwu Sharingan of her great-great-grandfather Kagami Uchiha. Mikoto found and took her in at Satsuki's old apartment, helping transplant Kagami's eyes and awaken the eternal Manjikaiwu Sharingan, with four pointed shurikens arranged oppositely. As she slept, Akino regretted past misdeeds as Shisui, jealousy that withheld aid from rivals, revealing secrets to Danzo, and spying on her clan, all done in the village's name, though the Uchiha were despised for Tabarama Senju's hatred of Midora. She vowed loyalty to Naruto and Satsuki, agreeing the shinobi system was broken and that they were her new family. Sorry, Naruto. Ever since I was 5, my mom, dad, and cousin Flare vacationed in Kiri until some Kiri shinobi captured me and turned me into a Jinchuriki to destroy Konoha. They were defeated by my mom and Flare, but the damage was done. I became Murajane's host, sealed with a special barrier allowing her to come and go freely so she doesn't feel trapped. With Flare's wood style helping me suppress Murajane's chakra to avoid detection, I began training in wood and yin-yang styles, discovering my affinity for earth, water, yin, and yang. Mom trained me to become a medic, and I earned the snail contract she holds. They helped raise my personal summon, Kishi Michai, who grew into a snail dragon. I also learned Sage Mode in Shikatsu Forest using shadow clones to absorb nature energy faster, with Murajane's assistance. Sakura explained, impressing Naruto with her mastery of wood style and Sage Mode. Sakura closed her eyes, then reopened them to reveal gray eyes, proof she had fully mastered Sage Mode. If Flare is your cousin and part Senju like me, then that means you are, Naruto began, maintaining his composure, surprised to discover Sakura's connection to his clan. Our cousin, Naruto-kun and Satsuki-chan, a voice echoed, coming from a Sakura shadow clone. The clone transformed into a young girl with white hair tied with a red-pink ribbon on the left side and red eyes. She wore a long black dress woven from ribbons trimmed in red, covering her E-cup chest with varied lengths of ribbons. Her face, dress, and legs bore red markings. Naruto, caught off guard, did something uncharacteristic. He fainted. Kirigakure, what the hell just happened? Naruto groaned as he came to. You fainted when Sakura revealed she's our cousin, Satsuki said, calm despite the shock that their once flat-chested Sakura was Murajane's host. The real question is, why are you alone in Kiri and not with Team 7? Naruto demanded. He had spies scattered in the village, including Benzaiten's network, and 3 trusted ANBU taught by Minato in Flying Thunder God. Naruto's Shunpo surpassed both that and Kamui. Even clan heads and several daimyo were his informants, impressed by his influence. After removing the former Land of Wind daimyo by proxy, his younger sister Neigenda now led Suna, supporting Naruto's cause to restore the village to glory. If the leading hidden villages among the primary 4, excluding Kiri, realized that he already held sway over them, they'd be in for a harsh shock. Naruto schemed darkly in his mind, while Naruko felt proud yet confused, her own darker nature making her uneasy. Naruto repaired Neigenda's lost eye and right arm, mechanizing it similar to his Usura path, which amazed her. He confided his plan to dismantle the shinobi system as she glanced at her former mechanical arm, then to Naruto, swearing loyalty but needing to conceal her true feelings. The explanation is straightforward. Ever since Sakura experienced her awakening, nearly dying by Ino's hand, she trained relentlessly with support from her parents and Flare, embracing herself fully and bonding with Murajane like family. She rose through the ranks to achieve Jonin status, Madu explained, as Sakura revealed her Jonin vest bearing the Uzumaki swirl. Naruto sighed, grinding his teeth that they still displayed his clan's emblem as if Konoha remained an ally. Satsuki shrugged, already aware of Sakura's Jonin rank, while Kakashi took Arashi and Menma as apprentices due to their Sharingan, since Flare wouldn't train them with her wood style for personal reasons. I suppose I should forgive you, Sakura, since you never harmed me physically, but you still must earn our trust. And one more thing, don't ever betray me. Naruto warned, disliking fangirls, but seeing an innocent girl nearly assaulted enraged him, especially if she was a Jinchuriki. Katsumi and Naruko had to hide those memories from the Yamanakas. If Ino witnessed them, she'd lose control and finish what Katsumi inadvertently started at Naruto's birth. When dealing with Naruto Uzumaki Otsutsuki, it's like walking on thin ice. Betraying him is a death sentence. If he truly knew what Konoha did to his clan, Even the Jubai's wrath would seem mild by comparison. Inside Konoha, Root headquarters within Root's HQ, Danzo swallowed nervously as some Root agents tilted their heads, while he realized he'd need a fresh robe after soiling himself. Since Flare destroyed his mutated arm and Shisui's Manjikaiu, he'd resorted to a prosthetic arm sealed by genjutsu and a glass eye, unable to craft a new one since she sealed those body parts. Even when Obito helped forge an alliance with Hanzo the Salamander to overthrow Hiruzen, Danzo was wary. You might wonder how Danzo Shimura, deduced the masked Uchiha was Obito. It was obvious, since the real Madara never cut his hair, and I was the one who handed Rin to the genuine Madara during the Third Shinobi War. No one expected an old man to do that. It was all for Konoha's glory. Danzo mused aloud as a blonde Root ninja appeared, kneeling with a scroll. Danzo scanned it impassively. The ninja sensed his fury that some fool destroyed the Uzumaki shrine, something Danzo himself might have done. Along with Himura and Koharu, he ensured no knowledge of the Uzumaki clan reached Naruto Uzumaki, who posed a threat to his ambition to conquer the elemental nations and become their immortal ruler with an army of Jubai Jinchuriki to annihilate Ishiki. Ryu no Jubai, Danzo commanded his shinobi, who stood and saluted. Yes, Danzo-sama, she responded. With the Chunin exams approaching, I require Dragoness, Panda and Tigress disguised as Genin, plus Nico as their sensei. And get the others locked in their cages now. Danzo tapped his staff on the floor as she flew off, leaving him alone. Itachi told me not to harm Satsuki, but never mentioned her clones. I've trapped his crow clones in frozen stasis. Danzo chuckled weakly, coughing as he drank water. A Root ninja in a Tengu mask nodded, holding the last frozen clone. Dealing with Jubis is unpleasant, as if they're sentient beings. My shinobi are mere tools to be discarded when useless, no matter their strength. Screw Itachi, he'll die at the hands of his ex-lover, Danzo sneered, heading toward the prison cells unnoticed by a blue puddle with two eyes slipping away. I better warn Tsuyu, the puddle whispered before vanishing from the HQ. Back in Kiri, Naruto approached the rebel base, meeting Mei Terumi Uzumaki, leader of the uprising and wielder of two bloodlines, Lava and Boil, alongside her right hand, Ao. Naruto formed an all-consuming ash bone so minuscule that Ao felt it pierce his finger before instantly turning to dust, scattered by Satsuki's wind control. Why did you do that? Mei yelled in shock at Ao's death. Really, Mei, you're in Uzumaki, wasn't it odd how quickly he joined your rebellion? I already told you he was a spy for Kara, Naruto said, stunning her. Naruto-kun, shouldn't you have extracted his memories? Rin asked. My sensing skills are so refined that a mere glance reveals a person's entire history. Plus, Shadow and Wood clones disguised as spies keep me constantly updated, he whispered to Rin. We came to stop Yagura and take control of Kiri our way, Naruto declared, as Katsumi, Ari and Naruko smirked. Mei couldn't stop staring at Naruto. His powerful aura and infinite chakra drew her in, as did the white-haired girl and the tan brunette Satsuki. He doesn't know Kara's main base at all, Naruko said. Mei thought Naruto resembled Madara, recalling a masked Uchiha scene with Yagura at Mizukage Tower. But when Naruto winked at her, she nearly lost composure, still feeling his charm. Everything unfolds as Kachan wishes, Kaguya mused, licking her lips as Gaia coughed. The civil war persists because Yagura can transform into the Sanbai without the tailed beast, Mei revealed, startling Baust. What? Baust exclaimed. How can Yagura shift into my beast form while I'm right here? Baust questioned, confusing Mei since few knew the humanoid forms were the true essence of tailed beasts. Something's fishy, most can't transform unless. Rin began, unaware Naruto had slipped away. Outside Mizukage Tower, Naruto faced 30,000 Kiri shinobi loyal to Yagura preparing to attack. Yagura glared at Naruto, who activated his Byakugan and donned mini Susanoo armor. A bloodline user, kill him, Yagura shouted, retreating to the tower. Meanwhile, Gaia used her third eye jutsu to examine Yagura, gasping at the black diamond on his hand. Kaguya-sama, trouble, Gaia warned. What is it? Kaguya asked. Yagura bears a black diamond, Gaia said as Kaguya's expression darkened. So that's how Yagura shifts into Baust's beast form so easily, Kaguya realized, sending Naruto a message that Ishiki marked Yagura. As Naruto annihilated Kiri's forces, mostly Anbu, Jonin, and a few Chunin, using pure taijutsu while blindfolded, He shattered records with kills under a minute. Yawned nonchalantly, Naruto watched Yagura reveal the kama on his hand. To Yagura, Naruto was an unbearable force. Naruto chained Yagura's tailed beast chakra, crushing and incinerating him to ashes, erasing all witnesses' memories of his existence. Suddenly, Naruto sensed a Kamui opening, the second person who touched him at birth, Obito Uchiha. Initially wanting Obito to suffer slowly by flaunting Rin and Katsumi before him, Naruto realized Obito was a crybaby without enhancements and chose a quick, merciful death. Ignoring Obito's monologue, Naruto pinned him with Minato's marker and chakra rods, using his six paths yin seal to nullify Obito's Mangekyo and spare Sharingan to prevent Izanagi, then unleashed particle style. Detachment of the primitive world, crafting a decapitated white Zetsu head as proof of his kill. Back at the rebel camp, Naruto arrived whistling with a two-finger salute, embraced by the girls. "Did I miss anything?" he asked. "Yagura was marked by Ishiki," Kaguya replied. "I already burned him. And look what I have," Naruto said, revealing Obito's severed head, the man who extended the bloody mist and caused the Uchiha coup that led to their downfall. Though Satsuki, Katsumi, and Ari were annoyed, Naruto denied them the chance to maul Obito. They accepted his logic. Obito's death was final and the head's Zetsu nature was telling. Some girls left to eliminate remaining Bloody Mist loyalists, while Gaia smiled slyly, like Shinki, but less insane, and Keed listened to the beautiful Blue Danube on earbuds received for her birthday years ago as she killed foes. "They deserved it. I wiped out 30,000 shinobi," Naruto said as Mei drooled. "If you'll excuse me, I want to honor the fifth Mizukage with a special gift," Naruto said, teleporting via Kamui to his manor to rock Mei's world so thoroughly she'd be wheelchair-bound for a week. Naruko rubbed her hands eagerly. "This day just keeps getting better," Satsuki said, joining the fun.